So while it may
Right.
look flat, you would have physical obstruction. So I mean, if
Okay, great. Would you agree that, like, generally, if you're on a boat, everything else should look pretty flat as well? Just generally speaking, apart from, like, the physical obstruction that
yeah,
would be
yeah,
caused
yeah,
by so-called curvature. Okay, great.
you
Okay, great. I'm
you would
glad that we can agree
experience
on
the
on
Earth
the
as
basics.
flat. Yeah, you would experience the Earth as flat and stationary if you were on a globe.
Okay, even if we were on a rotating globe, right? Probably.
Yeah, in my
Okay.
opinion.
I'm glad that we can agree on that. So there is, let me pull this up really quickly. Hold on. Find it. So we agree that the Earth has a sphere with a radius, or what's proposed. I know you don't agree with it. What's proposed that the Earth has a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which what would follow is that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225x square root of observer's height, right? So 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, obviously, and the horizon distance should be no greater than 9.41 miles, right?
I no, it should be a three. It depends. The horizon distance should be depending on the height of the observer. So if you were, let's say you
Huh?
had a camera at 1 foot height, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. Let's say the camera was at three and a half foot tall, it would be at about
Yeah.
2.3 miles, and so on,
Hmm.
right? So the higher you get, so if you
Obviously,
wanted to
right?
have it at 9.4 miles, you would have to be about 60 foot up in the air.
Because the higher you get, the more you should obviously be able to see. That makes sense on a sphere, right?
That
And the
makes
lower
sense on
you
a flat
are,
Earth as well.
well, I
It would
mean,
make sense on
technically,
both. A lot
yes,
of
it would
things
make
will
sense
make
on both. To an extent, it makes sense on both. Just generally speaking,
right.
it makes sense on both. But just really
But
quickly,
hold on, just let me clarify just
when we're
really
talking
quickly, just
about,
before
okay,
well, sorry. Just before we move past that, right? So the horizon on a flat Earth, like, okay, so it matches the definition of horizon. It's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, it's a byproduct of the way that your perspective works and your elevation, but also the atmospheric conditions as well, right? So it changes day to day. We don't
that's
say the
just a different
horizon's at a
definition, though. I'm just
specific
making sure you know that.
distance.
That's a different definition. On a
It, it,
globe, the horizon is the exact boundary line where the Earth's curved surface appears to meet the sky. That's how it's defined in that. So it's different
Yeah,
definitions
a
there.
geometric. Well, if you look at the standard definition for a horizon, it's just the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Yeah, but
But if the Earth is, but if hold on, let me finish. Right. So I agree with you. If the
trying to get to
Earth
a
is a
point here.
globe, it's the physical tangent, the like where
Okay.
the tangent line would meet at the surface of the
Okay.
globe, dependent on the observer height,
Okay, great.
and that's what we're
Yeah, for
testing
example,
for.
there are
Fails
many
every
different
test.
terms that have multiple different meanings depending on the context. But let me go ahead and just say this. So, when you're measuring, when you're doing the whole, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which would be p, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225x times square root of the observer's height in feet. I'm curious. Do you agree to that? Generally speaking, is that something that you agree to? Like, for example, if I were to post this, would you agree to this? Let me post it in the chat. Do you agree to this? Is this something you subscribe to?
Well, yeah, the physical geometric horizon. Yeah, that's correct. The physical geometric horizon. That's approximate, but yeah, that's pretty much correct. So if
Okay.
if you could do 1.225
Why
times
is
the
there a
square root,
distinction? Why is there a distinction of the physical geometric horizon?
because that's a physical location that must be there if the Earth's a globe,
I'm going to try to ask that question
right?
again.
Like,
Why is there a
mhm.
distinction of the physical geometric horizon? What would be the opposite of that?
Okay, so once you're right, so because the Earth isn't a globe, what do you mean? If the Earth's a globe, do you want me
No,
to
I
talk
don't
about
think you understand. There's
if
a
the Earth
very
was a globe?
there's something here that's very important that I don't think you're getting at.
No, no, no.
Why would there need to be? Hold on. why would there need to be a distinction or a specifier or a modifier like the physical geometric curve? Why would you have to say
Right,
that? Like,
because things that go beyond it
mhm,
would have to be physically hidden behind it if the Earth's a globe, and it would have to exist in reality, and there would have to be evidence that such a thing
you're not getting it.
exists.
You're not getting it, man.
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting it. I'm telling you.
No, because like, do you know what the
Because when we
basic?
make
I'm sure you've been
observations,
in these debates. I'm
because
sure you've been in these debates
yeah,
like
a lot.
hundreds of times.
Yeah, yeah. So
What
stop
is
for a
the?
second. Let me clarify. Let me clarify.
Sure.
Stop
Let's let
talking
you
for a
clarify.
second. Okay. So when we go out in reality, that
Hmm.
geometric horizon doesn't ever present itself, and there's no evidence that it does exist.
You're not answering my
Okay.
question though.
So that's why I'm specifically saying the
You're just
geometric
affirming your
horizon.
position.
No, no,
You're
no.
begging the question, dude.
I'm
No, because you're saying
testing the
that you're just
globe.
saying no, no, no. You're saying that every single time we go out there, we never see the physical geometric horizon. Okay, I'm sure
There's
you've
no
been in
such
hundreds
thing.
of these discussions before. Let's see if you can be intellectually honest for a second. What is the most basic globe Earth argument in response to that? You should know this.
In response to what specifically?
In response to the argument that hey, we never see the physical geographic horizon.
The atmospheric conditions.
Okay, and what do they say the atmospheric conditions do?
Okay, so they say that electromagnetic waves deviate
That's one
towards
thing, but
the
also that light bends.
more optically dense portion of the medium, which would be primarily controlled by temperature. And they
Right, that
say
light
that
bends. Light
standard,
bends because of the atmosphere and so on and so forth, right? Is that something they say?
right? Hmm.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So then that's the reason why there's a specifier there when we say the physical geographic horizon because like for example, let me show you an image. Like there is this proposed globe which is like which lacks any atmosphere whatsoever, right? And then there is this globe, right? Which is like you can call it a globe, you can say it's not. But
What's that? What the hell is
this
that thing
globe,
meant to
this
be?
globe, this globe would have an atmosphere, right? So I would agree with you
Where
that
did you
in
get
a
that globe
globe,
from?
I literally just pulled it up. It's funny though. It proves my point regardless. I know it's funny. But the reason
Mm-hmm.
there's a decent distinction here. Um,
Mm-hmm.
if we could, for example, see and there was no atmosphere or whatever, then yeah, you're right. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I would agree with you.
Let,
But the thing
all
is
right.
that
So
we live on the supposed, but the argument from the globe side is that we live on the supposed globe where there is an atmosphere where light is constantly bending, meaning that you're never going to see the so-called physical geographic location that you're looking for. You're looking for something that you'll never find, and that no one is proposing you will find because
all right.
you're looking at the atmospheric lists Earth, right?
Okay. All right. So now I'll
Yeah,
respond to everything you just said. Okay. So you
perfect.
should be able to still. Okay. So even if you have an atmosphere, right, the geometric horizon would still have to be there. So if you're not seeing the horizon
Hmm.
in its exact location due to the refraction, right, then you should be able to still validate that such a thing exists, right? So you would have to measure what's going on with the refractive index between point A and point B, take those values and and calculate them using an equation, right, and work out what's going on with the refraction. And then when you take that into account, you should be able to calculate that, yes, this observation does perfectly match the globe. And that should be able to consistently be done to validate that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon. Now, we're seeing
How?
things
Mhm.
hold on, let me finish. I let you finish. Okay, we're seeing things in orders of magnitude beyond where the horizon should be, and things that should be physically obstructed behind
The
the Earth
horizon should
curvature.
never be there
But
for you.
don't
The
interrupt
horizon
me. Don't
should never be there
interrupt
for you.
me. I look. I wanted to jump in while you were talking. I didn't do it. I had some self-control. I waited for you to finish because I was hoping that if I did that, then I would be able to finish my
Just go
point.
ahead. Go ahead. It's fine.
I would have finished by now. Okay. So we're able to see things in orders of magnitude, right? Undistorted, things that don't have miraging effects, that don't have destruction, okay, that would have to be hidden by such a huge amount of Earth curvature that there is no evidence that such refraction effects can compensate for what we're seeing, especially undestructed. Okay, no miraging effects and consistent observations that would require so much refraction. Right, standard refraction is 0.13. Okay, that's about 15% to the radius value. Essentially, you would be able to see the horizon 15% further than 3 miles if you were 6 foot tall. We're seeing things that would require the globe radius to be 30 times larger, 50 times larger for this observation to be possible. It would require a refractive index of 1, essentially 0.96, 0.98. Okay, so there's so much refraction that it would just make the Earth look perfectly flat. There's no evidence that that is possible
But it
with
doesn't look that way.
refraction. Yeah, it does look like that.
Okay, great. So I just posted this image, for example. Here it is. So this is the Chicago skyline from Lake Michigan. Can you explain why I can't see the bottom of those buildings?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a common
Okay.
phenomena over the surface of water called sinking refraction. It's super common, okay? Because of
Hmm.
the normal lapse rate of the atmosphere, it actually gets cooler as you go up in altitude. This is the normal lapse rate. So it reduces 6.5 degrees per kilometer as you go up, right? So light will deviate towards the more dense medium, okay? And that's controlled mostly by temperature, okay? Because cooler air is much more dense than
But
warmer air.
you do understand that's only from a globe perspective, right? Because, like,
No,
for example,
no.
under a globe perspective, no, just really quickly, under a globe perspective, what's the reason given for why you can't see, for example, or like when you're looking at the Chicago skyline from Lake Michigan, that you can't see the bottom of certain buildings because of the
They're
curvature
saying
of the
it's
earth.
hidden behind, yeah, they're saying it's the curvature of the Earth, okay, in which they don't have any evidence for. But what we're seeing here is a
Right.
textbook mainstream refraction effect by the mainstream. This is not a flat Earth idea. Okay, this is just sinking refraction. You could just go to Google right now,
Okay, let's look
type
it
in
up.
what is
So
sinking
sinking
refraction.
refraction is an atmospheric,
What
sure,
is
it's an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects appear lowered on the horizon, compressed or completely hidden from view. It happens when light rays bend upward away from the Earth's surface, because warm, less dense air sits closer to the ground with cooler, denser air above. This is from San Diego State University, right here. Okay.
Okay? Yeah, that's right. That's
So
correct.
do you agree with San Diego State University? I can post their entire article right here.
In the brief description you gave, yeah, that's how it works.
It also goes on to say, hold on, let's go ahead and get this up. Yeah, so they're the ones that defined it. You agree with them. They also mention the Earth's
No, no,
curvature seven times in
it's not
Earth's historical.
necessarily that I agree with everything that they say, right? But they've given a correct definition on how the mainstream defines
Why
what's
is it that globe? Why do you? Okay, interesting. So people that are globe earthers came up with a definition for an event, and you
no
agree with that specific definition. Hold on. You agree with that specific definition, but you don't agree with their entire narrative. But they explain that definition within their globe world narrative. I'm just making sure you know that.
incorrect.
Isn't that weird?
Incorrect. Yeah, so atmospheric refraction definitions don't include anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right? We can perform tests with atmospheric refraction inside a house, for example, over a flat floor, over a flat section of the Earth, right? We have different topology on the Earth. We have sections where we have gullies and things like that, right? Completely flat sections. So we can still use these same rules, right? If you have warm air close to the ground and cool air above it over a flat surface, you're still going to see all of these same effects. It has nothing to do with
Let me
whether the
post
Earth's a
this.
globe or
I'm just saying
not.
I find it interesting that the people that, when I look this up and I find the definition of sinking, the article is from people that keep talking about the curvature of the Earth. I find that a pretty interesting
Yeah, but
thing, and you agree
I
with their
didn't even
definition.
bring no, no, yeah, I agree.
What is
But
happening?
it
What is
doesn't have
happening
anything to
here?
do with the shape of the Earth. It doesn't have anything
What it
because so flat Earthers and
what
globe
is
Earthers
happening
can
here?
both agree. Stop talking.
Uh-huh.
Flat Earthers and globe Earthers can both agree on things like water will boil at a certain temperature, and that grass is green, and all sorts of different things that we can agree on. Just because you can look up an article about the temperature water is going to boil at, and it's also someone that believes in a globe, that doesn't mean that I'm therefore contradicting
I know, but I
myself
don't
in
think you
some way.
understand. All of these things are conceptualized under the globe narrative. When it comes to what
No,
we're
it's got
talking about,
nothing
like
to
when it
do
comes
with
to
the globe.
sinking, when it
It's
comes to
got nothing to
sinking, I'm
do with the
talking about the
globe.
article. When it comes to towering, stooping,
Yeah,
sinking,
nothing
and
to do with the
looming,
globe.
they conceptualize. That's you're saying that the people that you agree with their definition is saying the exact opposite,
Yeah, but they
right?
don't have
So
any evidence that the
explain.
Earth's a globe.
You're the one that agree. You're the one that's citing their
No,
definitions.
no, I didn't cite any definitions. I didn't cite them. You looked that up.
Yeah,
I
and
just
you're
told
like,
you how it
yeah, click on
works.
it. You literally told me you can click on the link and it'll tell you, and you agreed with that
No, I didn't. I
definition.
didn't. I didn't tell you to click on any links.
Okay, so where do you think that definition came from?
It doesn't matter. It's anyone can test this. Flat
Who can
Earthers
you
can
tell me who
test
the
this. I
first
can just
person that
explain to you
can you tell me
because
who
I've
the first
actually.
person? Okay, explain to me what I just posted in the chat. Then I would love an explanation of this, please, if you can.
You're not doing that well
Sinking
in
and
this
looming
debate, by
does
the
not
way.
necessitate a curved surface beneath it. They can both happen on top of a flat surface. So
Okay,
you
great.
squawking, yeah, that's great. So you squawking, it must be curved
Explain
because
what's in
of
the image,
refraction
though.
is a falsity.
Oh, you're the guy that
Yeah.
crashes out. Explain
So
what's in the
so
image, though,
the
if you
the
can, please.
image. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I'm not crashing out, dude. I'm
I'm talking
super
about
calm,
the
right?
other
This
guy.
is my favorite topic, right? So I even know why
I know,
you've
bro. I'm
posted this.
talking
This
about
is
the other
from
guy, not you.
Andrew. This is from Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University. Okay, so he thinks that the Earth's a globe. So in his diagrams, he's drawn the Earth as a globe to explain a few certain things here.
You agreed with his
Okay,
definition, though.
yeah, but you can apply that over a flat surface or
That's
over a
funny.
curved surface. Yeah, yeah.
That's
So
funny.
do you think that sinking wouldn't happen over a flat surface?
Can you give me Can you give me an
Yes or no?
article
Thank
and
you.
how? No, 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 no,
Stop
no.
dodging.
No
Yes,
answer.
yes, yes.
Answers
Stop
can be no,
dodging.
no, no. People can give
It was a
nuanced
yes or
answers.
no. It was
Actually,
close ended.
yep. People
It
can
was a
give.
yes or no.
So
It was a
people can give
close ended
nuanced
question,
answers. Don't
Matt
crash
Meltdown.
out. Don't crash out because
No,
you're from
no.
down
This
under.
is you
People can give
crashing out
nuanced
because
answers.
you
Yeah,
can't
people can give
answer
nuanced
the
answers.
simple
Stop
question.
crashing out. You're crashing
You're
out.
the one who's
He's
melting
crashing out
down,
because
Matt.
they lost the argument.
No, there's no loss.
This is where they
You
start
failed
crashing
to
out
answer the
because they lost
question.
the argument, right?
This
Why are
is
you
you
crashing
melting
out?
down. Thank you,
Are
Matt
you ready for me to
Meltdown. Answer the question. We're
Great, great,
waiting for
great.
the yes
So
or no.
a yes or
You've only
no.
got to
Right.
say
Hold
yes
on.
or no,
Hold on.
dude.
Right. Right. A yes or
Matrix, just let me keep talking to him. I don't want the
Yeah, can it
Dude,
just be
seriously, you gotta
between
rot your
he's
DJ
brain.
and
crashing
Matt?
out. He's crashing out.
Yeah, Matt. Right. So this can happen on a flat surface, right? You could do it on a curved surface. If
Right.
someone believes the Earth's a globe, then you could explain it on a globe, right? On a curved surface or on a curved section of a flat Earth as well, right? Like over a hill or something like that, right? It's independent of the shape of the surface underneath it, right? It's to do with the vertical
Can
refractive
you give me a
index.
diagram? Sure. Can you give me a diagram similar to theirs that shows the same thing on a
He's
horizontal
fucking
surface?
trolling you, DJ.
No, he's look, he's not trolling.
DJ, have you
He's
had much
making
to do with
himself.
this idiot before? Seriously.
Like he's
Well,
been
this guy's
around for a
crashing
long
out so
time,
much.
DJ.
Yeah. I look, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
Right?
no, DJ,
Yeah.
seriously. Have you had much to do with Matt Nuclear before?
No. But it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
right. Matt Nuclear is your... think Mez, think Talon. He's from the same group. So now you understand the level of clown that you're dealing with. So you can continue. I'm not going to stop you. I just want you to know that he is a clown.
Yeah. Look, that's fine. I'm trying to have
Can they just
a
continue
good
to
faith
debate? 'Cause I wanna hear
conversation with
this.
him. Yeah, he hasn't studied it that much. I can tell because of the way he's acting, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Right? So if I get angry at him and we start muting him, he'll just think he won.
Look,
That's what he
bro,
wants.
it doesn't matter what you say. He's going to think he's won anyways. He's that level of stupid.
He's not in good faith, DJ.
This crash out as well. By the way, it's funny how you're mentioning those different guys that I've never even heard of.
I can't tell? You think I can't tell what he's like? I've spoken to people like this for years.
He's all good, boys. I mean, I'm enjoying the conversation. I mean,
yeah, me too. Like, I don't understand why you guys keep butting into their debate when they're actually having a good back and forth.
Because we have an angry, like, low IQ Australian here. That's why.
I mean, obviously,
I don't understand why everyone else is just muting him
no,
when
it's
they're
not.
actually having a good debate.
No, not
crashing
everyone
out.
else. It's not that. No, it's not everyone else. Just chill, guys. Just reset and talk about
All right,
whatever topic.
if these other guys want to just take over and shut the conversation down, then go ahead. I'll just mute up.
Crazy, bro. I was actually trying to have a conversation with this guy.
So, Matt, where in your definition of sinking or looming does it state that there must be a curved surface beneath it?
Yeah, so I never made that claim.
But yet you're backing that claim. So where in your definition does it mention? Where in your definition does it mention there must be a curved surface?
Yeah, I'm referencing the diagram and how it's understood and conceptualized.
So that's not the definition. Where in the definition of sinking or looming does
so we give diagrams. Hey, let me respond.
Yeah, that's great.
Out.
I haven't finished asking the question. No, you're not. You're answering a question that hasn't been asked yet. No, this is you having a meltdown, Matt. You can do it. I know you're a clown, but you can do it. I want you to post in the side chat your definition of either looming or sinking and show us where it has that it necessitates a curved surface beneath it. If you can't do that, that means your claims of refraction mean absolutely nothing. So step up to the plate, post your crap in the side chat.
Yeah, so what is sinking really quickly, since you're crashing out? What is sinking? What does that mean?
Post your definition in there. That's what we want from you. Obviously your perception of sinking differs to us. That's why you need to post your definition in the side chat.
Let me help you out. There's no my definition of sinking, you fucking Australian retard.
That sounds like a crash out, Matt. Come on, you can do better.
I don't create scientific definitions, and neither do you, you fucking retard.
Excellent. So if you don't create them, obviously you're using one from somewhere. Post your definition
that's a different question.
In the side chat.
That's a different question.
No, it's not.
Australian
At no stage did I ask you.
For 2 years, all this guy does with a 65 IQ is...
Yes, Matt, you can stop having your meltdown. Just post your data in the side chat. See, DJ, this is why we really like this clown, because all he comes in here and he pretends to be in good faith, but he's actually a complete doorknob. So, post your crap in the side chat, Matt. He's like a pseudo-intellectual version of Ice JJ Fish. No? Not going to post it in the side chat? Well, we're just going to unlock you and listen to your code.
The crash out, lol. Yeah, he's crashing out. Hey,
I'm crashing out,
Australian
but
retard,
let me get this straight. I'm crashing out, but yet you're the one that can't post your claims in the side chat. Post your definition in the side chat. That's not a crash out. Someone asking you to post your definition is not a crash out. That is asking someone to post their definition. See, if I was to ask DJ to post his definition of sinking or towering or looming or any of those in the side chat, I'm pretty sure he'd probably post something like the, American Meteorological Society definitions. He'd probably post those. Or maybe jump on a dictionary and read that out. Why is it you can't do that, Matt? What's going on here?
Okay, what is sinking? I'm going to ask that question again. It's not going to change.
I'll post the definition of it, just for your convenience.
Well, I don't even need to look up a definition. I can just tell you what it is because I understand how it's claimed to work. Okay, so it's when you have warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher in a gradient. Okay, and as the light bounces off the object, it's going to make its way back towards you, and it's going to deviate upward towards the air that has a higher optical density, right? Essentially a higher refractive index. And what that's going to do is it's going to make things appear like they're sinking or dropping behind the horizon or lower than they should be, or completely hidden behind the horizon.
Yeah, but under a globe Earth, I'll have a conversation with you if you're not crashing out. Under a globe Earth specifically, how that would be conceptualized, obviously, right, is that the light rays are bending downwards, right, which is essentially obstructing your ability. I don't think you're understanding. Hold on. I don't think you're understanding. On a flat Earth, there's no curvature. So where are you saying it's bending?
right? So it's just the light is bending upward towards the denser air. Okay, on a globe, it would be doing the same thing. If light's bending downward, that's the opposite of sinking. That would be called looming, and that's going to make things look like they appear higher, like loomed up.
Right. So to produce sinking instead of looming, we need a model atmosphere with a steeper lapse rate than normal. What does it mean when it talks about this the steeping lapse rate?
Right. So the normal lapse rate is that it goes from warm down lower to cool up higher at 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer. Okay, that's the normal. Sometimes in rare situations, we can get a thermal inversion, which is where a cold layer of air gets trapped below warm air, and that will cause the light to bend downward towards the cooler air. And then you can get things like superior mirages and looming and that kind of thing.
Yeah, but lower portions of distant objects would not disappear bottom first, though. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's literally the definition of sinking, is that the objects can appear to be hidden behind the horizon. So I'm going to look up
a definition. No, I'm saying generally speaking.
Just let me finish really quickly. Okay.
I thought you said you were going to look up the definition.
Yeah, I got it right here. You know, I don't need to look it up. I can just read it out because I know it. But I'm going to give you the link, so you know you have a citation. So this is Andrew Thomas Young from his book Optics of the Atmosphere from 95, the same guy that you posted your screenshot from. Okay, and he explains how sinking can make things look like they're hidden behind the horizon, even though the geometrical line of sight is unobstructed. Even McToon agreed with this. When I had a debate with McToon, he admitted reluctantly that, yeah, on a flat Earth, things can appear like they would disappear bottom up, and it would also happen on a globe as well, because that's what the definition states.
Yeah, but do you think that sinking... So, quick question. Do you think that sinking and looming is always happening on a flat Earth? Always. Constantly.
No,
everywhere on
Earth. There's always some
Mm-hmm.
degree of refraction happening. It depends on the situation, right? So sinking and looming are just mild versions of inferior and superior mirages.
Okay, and that's always happening?
There's always some form of it happening, but quite often it's negligible to the point where you wouldn't be able to...
disappearing over the horizon isn't always happening. So do you think that's always happening?
Really, so I just looked it up, right? So no, sinking and looming are not constantly happening everywhere. They are specific optical causes by atmospheric
ships
refraction,
disappearing over the horizon
of light,
is
and they
happening.
only occur when very specific weather and temperature conditions align. Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
DJ?
Brother.
DJ, do you agree with that?
With what? Sorry.
Used to Babe Tech.
I'm gonna redefine it. I'm gonna say it again. Sinking and looming are not constantly happening everywhere, right? They are a specific optical phenomena caused by atmospheric refraction, bending of light, and only occur when very specific weather and temperature conditions align. Do you agree that sinking and looming only happen under very specific weather conditions?
No, it's not like that. You don't understand enough about it to even really understand. I mean, if you were saying that...
Can you give me a source that says it's always constantly happening?
No. So this is the thing, right? According to the globe Earth side.
Oh, just the flat Earth. Just the flat Earth.
Okay, so there's always temperature changes in the atmosphere, right? So there's always some degree
Not what I asked you,
of
though.
obstruction of the things you're looking at, or deviation of the things you're looking at on varying levels.
Not what I asked you, man.
Okay, so what do you think looming is?
Not what I asked you. I asked you a very basic question, right? Do you think sinking and looming are always constantly happening?
Matt, what is sinking? What is sinking, Matt?
Right, so sinking...
What is it, Matt?
I'm trying... Hey, shut the fuck up, dork. I'm trying to give you the answer to the question. Don't interrupt. Why are you trying to interrupt as I'm giving you the fucking definition? Are you retarded or something?
I don't need the definition. I want to know what it is physically.
Great. Oh, so it's a rhetorical question? You're asking me a question you don't know the answer to?
Bro. I'm trying to illustrate a point, right? The point is...
Okay, great. So do you want the definition to be answered?
Thinking is a qualitative description of the way it looks.
Okay, so what? That doesn't change anything.
It's a qualitative description. It doesn't matter.
No one disagrees.
Okay, the rest of it, right? Why it happens, the causal mechanism, you can't tell that from looking at it. That is hypothetical. It is theory. It's not based upon anything known.
You're not. No one. It's funny how no one's answering my question still. Is sinking and looming constantly happening everywhere on planet Earth?
Probably in some. Well, probably in some places.
It's not an answer to my question, dude.
Well, dude, the surface of the Earth isn't a uniform temperature, is it?
I never said it was, dude. Holy crap.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
How common? Let's just look it up, right? How common is sinking? Because we're talking about sinking. Right? How common is sinking?
It's never been quantified.
Speaking. Okay, let's look.
Do you think it's been quantified?
In meteorology, I'm looking it up. I don't know. In meteorology, atmospheric sinking, known as a subsidence, is very common and entirely natural. Okay, great. It occurs continuously on a massive global scale as part of Earth's air circulation patterns. It is the exact opposite of rising air, driving high pressure weather systems that bring sunny, dry. Okay, that's not what I'm talking. That's not the definition I'm looking for. Hold on.
Hey Matt, just
it's amazing that you're doing this right now, dude. Like, bro, you're 10 years too late, brother.
Okay, so it's moderately common. Okay, great. Moderately. Well, I mean, nothing ever changes with flat Earth. It's the same.
It's irrelevant. Why does it matter how common it is?
You don't know? You don't think? You don't.
Why does it matter? Is what I'm asking you.
Because if sinking is how you explain objects disappearing bottom up when they go out in distance, right? Then obviously, if that was like a rare phenomenon, it couldn't possibly explain why that always happens. Why
it doesn't always
disappear
bottom up. This is the point. It doesn't always happen.
Give me an instance where it did happen. Okay, give me an instance where it did happen.
Shit up. You just made it up.
Prove me wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna post in the picture. Observation.
I want a picture. I want a thorough video. I want people with measurements. I want to see. I want to know where the boat's physical. I want to see something real.
Look, bro. If the horizon is supposed to be 5 miles away, and you can see something on the horizon 10 miles away, right? Then it's not a ship going over the horizon.
Oh my god! Oh, we've heard that argument for 10 years, bro. That's a retarded argument.
Then, bro, look,
we already agreed that there's atmospheric conditions.
But you said it happens every time. Dude, shut up. You said it happens every time.
Why are you giving me this retarded, reductive argument?
Shut up.
You're fucking crashing out. You're crashing out. He's crashing out.
I just said. Repeat back to me what I said, man.
He's fucking crashing out, dude.
Repeat back to me what I just said.
Yeah,
man.
you said really quickly. Shut up for a second, okay? So what you said was that it doesn't always happen, right? Because when you're supposed to see an object 5 miles away, you see it 10 miles away. But my response to that is that it's retarded because everybody knows that no one believes that the Earth is without an atmosphere and that light is not always constantly bending. So you're trying to measure something. Hold on, that's not my argument. That's not the argument of the globe position.
You said that every time a ship sails away, that's observed to be cut off bottom first. That's false. That's no. Dude.
Okay, hold on. Those are two different things, right? So, for example, you seeing a ship further than you should because of atmospheric conditions is a separate thing from, ships, if you look at them, hold on, let me finish. Is a separate thing from, ships, regardless of atmospheric fucking conditions, if you look at them with a telescope or anything to be able to see objects at distance, it will always eventually disappear bottom up. But that is objectively
That is not true.
Okay, prove me wrong.
Okay,
without saying I can see it further than I should be. Prove me wrong by showing that it doesn't disappear bottom up. Show me a video where show me like a 20-minute video where a ship doesn't always disappear bottom up and it's going out 50 fucking miles or something. I would love to see that.
What do you think it's going to look like, dude? Tell me, what do you think it's going to look like?
What are you? Oh, hold on, I'm curious. What did I just ask you?
What do you think it'll look like?
Repeat back what I just asked you real quick.
You said, show me a video of a ship going off way in the distance and not disappearing bottom up. Well, it's going to end up, I'm asking you what it's going to look like, because what's going to end up happening is the opacity of the air is going to make it so you can't see the ship anymore. It's going to disappear.
Yeah, but why would it disappear bottom up?
Because of the clarity of the air, not because of the fucking being blocked by the horizon.
Okay, hold on really quickly. Because of the clarity of the air. So you're saying
that's the air. Because air absorbs light. You're saying the air.
Okay, that's fine. You're saying the air is just like, you're saying that specifically at the bottom of the surface of the closer you are to the surface of the Earth, right? there's more obstruction that's gonna like make every boat that's ever known to mankind disappear bottom up?
There's a thing called visibility, doofus.
Nobody disagrees.
Meteorological visibility. Do you know what that is?
Everybody understands visibility. Why can't we grab a telescope? Why can't we grab? That's fine. Why can't we grab? Tell me why on a plain Earth. Do you believe telescopes exist? Really quickly. This is pretty axiomatic.
Okay, telescopes. Light comes to the telescope. It's still the light still has to go through the air.
I don't disagree. Do you agree that telescopes? Do you agree that telescopes exist?
So now you're in straight panic mode.
No one's panic. I'm asking you a basic question.
You're in straight panic mode. Yeah, dude.
Do you agree that telescopes exist?
You can look in the National Weather Service, the National Oceanographic Aeronautic Administration. They'll list in your local weather a visibility. That visibility distance is based upon how clear the air is. It has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. It doesn't matter if you have a better telescope.
When if we have a very clear, when if we have the clearest day imaginable, and I grab a telescope?
Yeah, according to the regular criteria.
That telescope.
I'll give you the answer, dude. I'll give you the answer.
Hold on, I'm asking you a question really quickly. Hold on. Let's say we have a clear fucking day, the clearest day ever to mankind, and I grab a fucking large telescope and I have a boat going out into the distance, okay? So that boat shouldn't disappear bottom up at all, right? That day, right?
It depends. It depends on the meteorological conditions, dude.
Give me. I'm sure you guys have done this for over 10 years. Give me the clearest day where you've ever watched a boat go out.
300 miles.
Give me the footage.
300 miles has been reported.
And you've used what to
300 miles, dude. So if you if you look in the
Southern Ocean, source for that.
Southern Ocean Sailing Guide.
Sure, give me the source for that. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, well,
300 miles out, and they were able to see it.
They claim they've seen mountains 300 miles away.
Okay, that's a mountain, dude. I'm talking about a fucking boat. It's a mountain.
Dude, 300 miles away. Are you listening?
Yeah, but bro. How large can mountains
the mountain
get?
have to be, bro?
How large can mountains get? How large can mountains get?
How tall would the mountain have to be to see
I'm just talking about a boat,
bro. How tall would the mountain have to be?
I was talking about a boat.
How tall would the mountain have to be?
Hold on, can you stick on one thing at a time? I was talking about a boat.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's a boat or not.
I'm talking about a boat right now.
Look, what do you mean you're talking? What does that even mean? How far you can see a boat?
Dude.
I've seen a ship 30 miles away. Personally, with my eyeballs.
Just with your pure eyeballs, or with
my pure eyeballs. And I took a picture with an iPhone 4S, which is a junk fucking phone.
Interesting. What about 50 miles out?
Well, it disappeared because eventually the clarity of the air was too opaque.
And did it disappear bottom up? Did it disappear bottom up or top up?
It just faded it just faded, as they used to say back in the 1800s.
Did you record the whole thing?
It faded into the offing. That's what they used to say.
Did you record the whole thing?
Yes. I watched it for 3.5 hours.
Funny how they always disappear bottom up. That's fucking crazy.
No, they don't, dude. You're just making that up.
Okay, dude, that would be so easy to falsify. You guys have had like fucking 20 years.
I did. The very first time I ever did an observation, I falsified it.
Okay, great. And so tell me, give me one time, give me one piece of footage where you watched the boat go out to the point where you couldn't see it anymore, and the more it went out, it did not disappear bottom up. I don't want to hear anything about, hold on, it didn't disappear. I just don't want to see it disappear bottom up.
Side chat, 34 past the hour. Drace AI posted exactly what you're wishing.
Yeah, that's not a comprehensive video. Sorry. Give me a video. Give me a long-form video.
You never mentioned anything about comprehensive video. Stop adding
I literally made it very clear that I wanted footage of a boat going out, right, and it eventually completely disappearing and it not disappearing bottom up. And by the way,
playing games, dude.
Yeah, because you guys are fucking retards. You know you can't prove that.
Yeah, because
and that would be so easy to prove.
Does it have to be 4K? You sure don't have to be 8K? Does it have to be in 3D? Does it have to be with a VR headset? You gonna keep moving the goalpost?
Oh, that's so fucking funny, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna keep moving the goalpost? It's your claim that it happens every time. That claim's bullshit. You haven't substantiated it in one bit, and you know you can't. Now, I just posted pictures I took this. Okay? This ship is 30 miles away. It should be 430 feet under the horizon. I watched it for 3.5 hours. I just stopped watching because I was bored. I was bored of watching it.
Oh, it looks, hold on. It looks pretty bottom. Hold on. That shit looks bottom up to me. What the fuck?
Dude, you're high,
I see
dude.
the top. I see the top. It looks bottom up. That's crazy,
dude,
bro. You just got debunked.
Yeah, you wish. You wish, dude. You're just desperate now. Just absolutely desperate. I got more than this photograph, dude. And I got this photo, the same thing, from 100 feet, not just 15 feet. So you're just desperate. It's well known.
Jumped. He knows he's got no comeback to it, so he's already piled.
Bitch.
Yeah, he jumped. Got proper cooked. Sorry to overrun you earlier, DJ, but some of us have had the privilege of meeting that clown before. And yeah, he doesn't like me. He triggers big time with me.
That's all good, man. Yeah, I've seen him before. I think I've seen him in other channels in here. He's like Mr. Debate Bro. But yeah, it's all good. But yeah, he's a clown.
That's why I thought it was. I didn't know Neo was going to drop in. Neo, your timing was just off the Richter. Awesome, dude. We've just had Matt having his nuclear meltdown like normal. I was listening on YouTube and jumped in. I thought, that's it. I've got to kick this rock down the road. I've given him a booting, and he was actually asking to talk to DJ. And you know what? When these clowns don't want to talk to me and they want to talk to DJ, I'm all good for that. I'm sitting back, and next thing you've dropped in, big stick out, start whacking him. That was
well,
gold.
Yeah, he started aggravating me just because he's just saying nonsense.
Yeah,
he plays this game, right? What he's trying to do is, like, he keeps trying to get DJ to, he'll try to fast talk and then say, "You agree with that, right?" Right? The first part of it you might agree with, and then there'll be a sentence in the middle you don't agree with, and then there'll be a sentence at the end you do agree with. He's trying to get you to agree to the whole thing, and encase it in case something you don't agree with shit you do agree with. So you're gonna pull out the thing that you didn't agree with, but said verbally, "Yeah, I agree with that," and pull it out. It's like some gotcha. I fucking hate that shit, dude. I hate that game. It drives me up the wall. But also the other game of, yeah, shit's dizzy, like making claims about what's observed when he has that dude hasn't ever looked at anything. He doesn't know what's observed, what's not observed, what it says in the literature. He's sitting here Googling on the fly the source that DJ gave him, right? The whole sinking thing. He Googled it and looked up and then read it to DJ as if, "Oh, I'm educating DJ. I'm gonna read what DJ gave me back to him and pretend I found it."
Yeah, his argument was that because the people in the citation that he looked up think that the Earth's a globe, therefore I'm wrong. Something.
Yeah, that was his troll.
Just,
that only globers can see sinking.
Yeah. Just tactics, man. Debate Bro tactics. Yeah, these guys are just like they're good for training bags. That's about it. You never expect intellectual honesty from them. Just learning how to deal with
freaking... It's like waves crashing against a storm wall, right? You've seen those like storm walls they make out of giant pieces of like concrete, and like the waves just crash and crash and crash. Now eventually maybe they'll wear the wall away, but it's gonna be a while. And these guys just can't stop. It's like, bro, your arguments, you're just crashing against the seawall, man. And the waves just bounce back into the ocean. You're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, he tries to get everybody yelling and fucking, everybody up in an uproar, right? He's just trying to gaslight the room, right? Like that's his whole objective, Matt Nuclear.
I know he's probably in another VC right now doing some other thing there.
Hey guys, no long time no see. How you guys been?
I don't recognize you. Who are you?
Israel.
That doesn't help.
I've talked. I thought I talked to you before. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one of these other guys know you.
Does anybody else here know me?
Are you flat or globe? Doesn't affect anything. I'm just curious.
Fuck. I don't know, man. I'm here for you guys to convince me of whatever you think.
We're not convincing anybody.
Well, how did they convince you in the first place?
Nobody has. Nobody has. I just I open to whatever.
You didn't get convinced in kindergarten? You weren't convincing?
I don't know.
When they're like, Earth's a globe. You say, hey, dude, look over there behind the teacher. There's a globe. Do you live on that thing? That didn't convince you?
I don't even remember. I don't remember being taught that in kindergarten. I don't think anybody told me like, "Hey, that's a globe or a flat Earth" in kindergarten. Did they do that to you?
Globes in every classroom, man. Were you homeschooled or something?
I was for a while. That might be why I don't remember.
Well, good on your parents for not buying a globe.
I know, man. But what do you think?
I think reality is just the way it presents itself. Flat and motionless.
Cool.
I know, it's so crazy, right? Hey, man, the Earth looks flat because it is flat. Fucking crazy talk. Lock him up in the asylum. He thinks flat things that look flat are flat. Oh my God, he's nuts. He thinks that things that don't seem like they're moving, they're not moving. He thinks the sun moves because he sees it move. He's crazy.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, who's the crazy people? The people that say, oh, you're moving, you just can't feel it. Oh, you're moving. That's not the sun moving, you're moving. It's not the stars moving.
You know how acceleration works?
So
yeah, that's a concept.
So you think that
you have no evidence that there is an
car or been in a car?
Yeah, I know how it works, but you have no evidence there actually is an acceleration happening.
I didn't make that claim. You said that.
Well, hold on. Let me get. So you think that if we are on a spinning ball, that we should feel that spin?
No, I didn't say that. I said there's no reason why I should think the opposite of what I experience.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the spinning.
That's how far gone people are. Just saying, hey, dude, I experienced no motion, and I've concluded that I'm not in motion.
Okay, wait.
People think that
Do you know how
crazy
acceleration works? Do you know how acceleration works?
Yes. And if you're on a curvilinear path, you're accelerating, dude.
No, I need to. So humans don't feel motion; they feel acceleration. Do you understand?
Yes, I know.
Right.
If you're on a spinning ball, are you accelerating?
Yeah. No, that's not necessarily.
Are you accelerating if you're on the surface of a spinning ball?
No, you could be.
No.
Yes.
Want to bet money?
You could be moving very slowly. You could be. Have you never been on like a merry-go-round that just goes at a constant speed?
No, that's a different argument, right? That's a different argument than saying it's not accelerating. That's saying it's accelerating so small that you can't feel it. That's a totally different argument. No. You're full of great reputations. Nuh-uh and nuh-uh and uh-uh.
Well,
I think you're misunderstanding basic maths and physics here.
Basic maths and physics. You don't know any maths or physics.
He thinks the accent's gonna work, right? For him.
Look, brother.
Wait, you're attacking where I'm from.
You're on a spinning ball.
That what you're doing?
Yeah, your bump is fucking bullshit.
Otherwise, after 24 hours...
No, that's wrong. Just because something's spinning doesn't mean it's accelerating.
No. If you are a thing on the surface of a spinning ball... How'd you end up going in a different direction after 12 hours if you're not accelerating? How'd you change direction?
What do you mean change direction?
If you're on the surface of a spinning ball, let's say I'm on the equator, right? And I'm spinning, I'm on one side, and 12 hours later, I'm on the other side, spinning in the opposite direction.
You're not spinning in the opposite direction. You're spinning in one direction.
My tangential motion.
Oh, God, Cope.
Do you know what a tangent is?
I understand what a tangent is. I feel like you
Okay,
don't know what acceleration.
there's a tangential velocity. So at noon, my tangential velocity is, let's say, the Earth's orbiting the sun, and at noon, my acceleration on my spinning Earth is going in the direction of the orbit, and then 12 hours later, it's going against the direction of the orbit. How did that happen if I wasn't accelerating?
What?
You just put yourself on mute, dude. You're too dumb to be here.
You don't even know what acceleration is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
You're like, I can't feel anything moving, therefore there's no acceleration.
Yeah, therefore I'm not moving.
That's not what he said. That is nowhere near what he said.
Yeah, I said, I can't feel anything moving. It is perfectly rational to conclude that you're not moving.
Yeah,
is that not rational?
No, absolutely not.
So
not.
Say it again out loud. Say it in a sentence.
Wait.
It's irrational
to
conclude that you're not moving if you don't feel motion.
Have you flown in a plane? Have you ever
Yes,
flown
lots of times.
Okay. So when do you feel the plane moving?
All the fucking time.
No, you do not. That's a fucking lie.
Broke this guy in the first minute, man.
Dude, I literally took 10 flights. Look, bro, I took between December 12th and February 20-something, I took 12 flights. You feel the plane move the entire time. You're full of shit.
What was the point of giving the date there?
Yeah, that's so fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, the point was that I've flown a lot in a very compact period of time. Okay, that was the point.
Good for you, dude.
So lots of flights. I've been on a plane. You feel the motion of the plane. Okay.
Yes, when it's taking off and when it's landing.
Pardon me?
Like you can have a drink in a cup on a plane and it sits there just fine. Like you're gonna feel vibrations maybe, but he's talking about accelerating and decelerating.
Look, there's no doubt that somebody on the surface of a body on the surface of a spinning ball has an acceleration. There's no doubt.
That acceleration is outward. The centripetal force is outward. It's radially outward.
What creates the outward force?
That's the centripetal acceleration that you're talking
about. Yeah, yes, an acceleration. Thank you. Game over.
It's outward and against gravity, though, and you can measure that. People have taken scales up to
dude, don't
the North Pole, for example.
Stop. Don't make shit up, please.
I wasn't there, but I read about it.
Not true. Look, look, even Neil deGrasse Tyson has conceded this. He said that he told people for 30 fucking years that you would weigh something different at the equator than at the poles because of the centrifugal acceleration of the Earth spinning. He has since recanted that.
It's true. It's like less than 1%.
Not true. Because there's more Earth at the equator, remember? You have a bulge. So there's more mass there. So that more mass, it exactly cancels out the centripetal force. So it weighs exactly the same. So stop making shit up.
So hostile.
No, look, bro. People come in here all the time, and just like we've been doing this a decade. There's nothing you're gonna pull out of your rabbit hat that we haven't heard.
But I'm still confused. Do you think the Earth is flat or a globe? I don't even. Oh, okay. I was confused. I was listening, but I didn't catch on.
What do you think about the Antarctic trip that happened a couple of months ago?
What about it?
What about it? Did that happen or not?
I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean you don't know? Is that I thought a 24-hour sun is not. It doesn't matter. So you're just denying the existence of that trip, are you?
No. I'm denying that it has any relevance to the shape of the Earth.
But flat earthers have claimed that like a 24-hour sun doesn't.
So what? Okay, let's say this. There's a 24-hour sun. Yeah, now what?
So what?
Now what? There's a 24-hour sun. Now what? How does that prove the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat or not flat?
It's impossible on a flat.
Yeah, that's the claim. So prove it.
What? Flat Earthers made that claim. I'm not the one that made that claim.
No, right? The other dude. The other dude said it's impossible on a flat Earth. Prove it. Let's see it.
What?
Bro,
well, you guys don't. If I say
prove it, dude.
What do you mean? Prove it?
No, totally, D-Gen. Hold up, D-Gen. You probably don't know because you're too busy yapping that Dylan decided to open his pie hole at a very inconvenient time. Dylan has made claims. Indio is addressing that. D-Gen, just hold your socks. Let the other guy get broken, and we can come back to you.
Yeah, dude, because it's a 2-year-old challenge at this point. The challenge is...
It seemed like it was the final experiment, they called it, right? But you asked me, why does it disprove that there's a flat Earth? I'm going to say you have a model. The model that I've seen is always...
Wouldn't that just
like
disprove the model?
map, right?
But wouldn't that just disprove the model?
Right, but we can say that it doesn't matter what the model is. The observables are, we have the rotating around the North Pole. And the sun has to be on a flat Earth going in these long circles, like you said, right?
Says who?
Passing through the time zones, right?
Says who?
That's the only way it could possibly work on a flat Earth to have it.
Prove it.
Bro,
I don't know if the Earth is said and done, right? You guys just claim...
we have to agree on certain observables here.
Yeah,
do you disagree that the Earth, that the sun is rotating?
You're just looping back to the beginning.
A circular path. Is the sun following a circular path?
There's no way to tell.
We see where the sun is every day. We see that the sun
is going in a circle from looking at it.
Well, in the globe model, it's not going in a circle, obviously, right? But if the Earth is flat, it has to be going in a circle. If the Earth is flat, the sun has to.
You're just making
it's the only way
fucking claims, dude. Why does it have to be going in a circle?
No, you're just dodging. You're just dodging.
No, you made a claim.
Right?
You made a claim, and you're dodging that.
Nobody's dodging, dude. I'm asking very pointed fucking questions.
What do you think the sun is doing?
Doesn't matter what I think. It's your claim. Doesn't matter what I think.
If you're just gonna say we have no model, it doesn't matter. Like,
we haven't presented a model.
Yeah, okay.
You have on our behalf.
Really,
thank you.
Okay, for the sake of argument.
I'm trying to
Dylan, I've got a quick question for you. If the Earth was flat, would the sun ever set?
No.
Excellent. They went down to Antarctica. They see the sun not setting. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth. Have a nice day.
That doesn't prove anything, because if it's circling somebody at the South Pole, then it can't also be circling the rest of the North Pole. If the sun is either circling the North Pole or it's circling the South Pole.
What is the South and North Pole? What are those things?
The North Pole is where you see Polaris overhead, and the stars are circling the North Pole. The
Has
South
anyone
Pole is
ever been to that place where Polaris is directly overhead?
Has anybody ever been to the North Pole? Yes.
No, been to a place, pointed their camera up, and see Polaris directly overhead. Who's done that? Nobody. No one's ever done that.
No one's ever been to the North Pole? People go to the North Pole?
No, you're confusing two different things. You're confusing a place on Earth and
you're dodging, because it doesn't matter if a person went there. Why did you agree that the North Pole is where the stars circle?
Why did you just interrupt me? You're confusing.
It's because it's not relevant.
It is relevant. You're conflating a place on Earth, right? A place you can go and look up and see Polaris right overhead, and a place within a coordinate system.
The North Pole is on the coordinate system.
Oh, how do I find it?
90 degrees north longitude or latitude.
How do I find it physically in the real world? How do I know when I got to the North Pole?
You look at Polaris and you travel towards it.
And then, so I look at Polaris.
And as you travel towards it, it's gonna, and you increase your latitude to the north, you're gonna see that it goes farther and farther above your head.
Yep.
And then when it's directly 90 degrees from the horizon, you're gonna be at the North Pole.
Okay. So it's not a place on Earth.
I just said it was a place on Earth. I said how to get there.
No, you said to look at the stars.
To the right and straight on till morning. I said go to Polaris and you'll get there. That's the definition of the North Pole.
No, it isn't the definition of the North Pole, dude.
Because what do you
Polaris,
think the definition of the North Pole is?
Polaris is not on the northern celestial pole.
It may not be exactly on it, but we call it the North Star because it's very close to the
sun away from it. It's not even close.
Pardon me?
It's Polaris the width of the sun away from it. So you know what's going on, Dylan, because you've been in here. You were in here when we talked about coordinate systems. Okay? And I'm gonna just present this just for the point of economy. You can't prove the shape of the Earth by looking at the sun. It is not possible as a matter of logic. So when I say prove it's impossible, I know you can't. There's nothing you can do about looking at the sun and proving the shape of the Earth, which Duffy conceded.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
As long as the options are flat or spherical, you can disprove that the Earth is a flat.
No, you can't.
And it must be spherical in order to meet the observations that we have.
Not by looking at the sun.
That's my.
You would have to demonstrate the geometric relation between the sun and the Earth. Physically, not theoretically, right? Not in some theory-laden, well, the sun is here, and there's parallel rays, and there's all these other things, which is theory-laden, right? Because then your theory has to be true. But you can't prove your theory true because the sun's inaccessible to you. You can't go there. So, no, you can't prove the shape of the Earth by looking at the sun. That's like thinking you can prove your house is made of brick by looking at your neighbor's house.
This idea that the motion of the sky has no relevance to the Earth is totally.
That's a different argument. Why are you straw manning me? You're straw manning me. You're straw manning what I said.
You can use the sun.
You're straw manning what I said, dude. Said you can't.
I mean, there's other observations. There's other observations that we use. If we knew nothing else, then I agree with you.
It's a matter of logic.
A bunch of other summation of observations.
That doesn't matter. Listen. You can stack 500 fucking inferences. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many fucking inferences you stack on top of each other. It doesn't equal one deductive proof. You guys,
the 24-hour sun is impossible on a flat Earth.
Prove it.
At least impossible on any model of the flat Earth ever been put forward.
Prove it.
It's relatively obvious. Well, if the sun is circling,
it's obvious.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, the sun has to be close and small relative to the globe model.
Yeah, you said so.
What's the sun?
Otherwise, it would illuminate all of the time zones at once, right?
Well, no, you don't. So no one said that. You're just making shit up.
Does that not make sense to you?
Your own flat Earth you made up in your own head.
Right there, Indio. He's made it up. He said that it would light up everything. So that means, go ahead, describe that sun to us, because that's not what we said.
If the sun was very far away from the flat Earth, then it would illuminate everything. In order to get the observable time zones that we have, you have to have a sun that's
time zones
hopefully illuminating. Pardon me?
What time zones are those? What are you even babbling about?
The observable time zones.
The 39 time zones. The 39 time zones? Whatever it is.
The 32 time zones?
There's 24.
Nope.
No.
There's 19 in the north, there's 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south. So which observable time zones are you talking about?
If you're talking about like national boundaries of time zones, I'm talking about 15 degrees of longitude.
Oh, that's not a
So
time
that's a
zone.
time zone. So you're just your custom definition of time zone?
Yeah, that's my custom definition of time zone because that's how you would have noon overhead. If you have
Okay.
noon directly overhead. I mean, there's like
Longitude,
daylight
but
savings and
longitude
shit like
is
that.
noon.
That doesn't count.
But demarking noon as a longitude, that's saying the same thing. It's just a tautology.
So we're on the same
Same thing
page
with the
there.
latitude.
It's not noon at the same time everywhere. That's what I mean by time zones.
Yeah, no shit.
I think you're trying to poke holes in something that is an observable we should be able to agree on. We have the sun illuminating different sections of the earth at throughout the 24-hour cycle. Right?
So what?
So then the sun would have to be close to the earth in
Says
order
who?
to have that phenomenon.
Says who?
Because if it were far away and illuminating the earth, it would illuminate the whole surface.
Stack claims and start actually substantiating your claims with actual evidence for them to be true.
The only assumption is that it's illumination. Imagine
You
it as
said
a
the
flashlight.
sun would have to be local. How do you know that?
You can take a sight on the sun, for example.
My God, dude. How do you know that?
The same trigonometry.
Oh, trigonometry.
If you know,
so
for example,
sun follows
if you know the distance,
so
if you know the distance,
no, hold on, no. So the sun follows the rules of trigonometry.
Any object does, yes.
That's not true.
Trigonometry is pure mathematics. It doesn't even have to do with physics.
That's right, and math is not reality. Congratulations.
So you believe in some sort of sky magic?
It's not what I believe in.
But
we know from it's not what I believe in. You're the one with beliefs.
All I'm saying is the sun isn't all. The only assumption we need here is that the sun is some sort of object that's not in multiple places at once.
No. So the sun can be in one place, but when viewed from multiple places, doesn't have a common spatial reference from which all observers would have a straight line of sight that goes through it. And we actually know this to be the case with the sun. So your triangulation or your trigonometry doesn't work. It doesn't work with the globe. It doesn't work on a flat earth. See, this is the problem you guys have.
That's why
no, it doesn't. You just believe that, dude. You've never actually tested it. Bro, this shit has been modeled all out in AutoCAD.
It's hundreds of years old. It's just spherical trigonometry. But
bro,
if you imagine that the Earth is flat, you should. Spherical trigonometry is how celestial navigation works. That's the truth. You can look that up if you don't know.
Yeah, that's fucking fantastic. But we're talking about the sun in the sun's position for an observer on Earth.
So if you imagine the Earth is flat, then you should be able to know the distance to where it is at noon, right? Like, so let's say you're 15 degrees of longitude away from wherever the sun is at noon. You can take a sight on the sun. You know that distance over the Earth. You should be able to calculate the height of the sun, just the way surveyors calculate an elevation point.
You're assuming shit. You're assuming that you can triangulate the sun's position, which you can't
He assumes,
do.
yeah, the sun is like some kind of physical ball object that is actually right there.
You wouldn't be able to do this within the globe model. And we know this because you can take, right, Dylan, really simple. You can take
Why wouldn't trigonometry work?
Because it doesn't. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't work. Because we can model it all out. We can model it all out into a 3D program, right? We can take time and date or SunCalc. We can put it in a 3D program like AutoCAD or Blender, and we can make a little globe, put people on it, take the azimuth and elevation angles that we got from time and date or SunCalc, right? And then we take the lines of sight and we try to intersect them at a sun. And guess what? They don't fucking intersect.
Because it's not fucking flat. That's why it doesn't work.
On a globe, it doesn't intersect, genius.
What?
What?
He was talking about using the globe model.
I can't even imagine. This is the problem you guys have. You guys just think it all works. And we sit here telling you that it doesn't work. And you're like, yeah, it works. You've never actually looked to see if it does work. You just believe it.
The globe model assumes that the sun is 93 million miles away. So the light is essentially parallel when it's getting to us.
So if I go in AutoCAD, right, and I create a sphere, right, or a white ellipsoid of the size they say the Earth is, and I take a couple locations on the same longitude on Earth, and then I go look in time and date, and I get the positions, and I get the sun elevation angle, and I get the sun azimuth, and then I draw the lines of sight from each observer. Shouldn't those intersect at the sun 93 million miles away?
Well, something like that would be interesting.
Two different observers.
I'd like to
I'm thinking about what you're saying. I'm thinking about. Give me a second.
Shouldn't they
Yes, they should.
Looking at
Yes.
the sun,
Yeah,
they
especially
should
if
be
you know how to
nearly
use
parallel
AutoCAD.
lines that intersect with the sun 93 million miles away. But when
Yes.
you do this, sometimes it's behind the observers.
Well, the only other issue is that you have the atmospheric lensing. That would be the only other issue that I would think.
That makes it triangulate behind the observers?
Triangulate behind the observers?
Behind the observers, that's right. Negative angles. Yeah, so we have this thing that, like, you guys, I don't know, maybe you don't know about. It's called negative parallax.
Negative parallax. I don't
That's right,
think I know
negative
what that
parallax.
is. I know what parallax is.
Yeah, so if you do the math out, your triangulation math, that you're looking at something and it's behind you. Because that's where the lines of sight intersect, behind you. Behind the direction you're looking at.
I would have to see what you're talking about. That makes no sense.
I know it makes no sense, but that's what the data shows. That's what it is. Doesn't make sense because you're assuming shit. You're assuming that your Euclidean idea about how the world works, right, or even the non-Euclidean spherical idea, that geometry is the way the world works, and that if I do something on Earth, like triangulate a building that's 10 miles away, I should be able to do it with objects in the sky or the sun or all these things. That's never been the case.
We do that all the time. Like that's
no, we don't.
That's what astronomers do.
They don't triangulate anything. I just told
they
you
use
negative parallax.
I think, to figure out the distance of the moon. I think where they have the lasers. That's what parallax is. It's triangulation.
Negative parallax, dude.
That's what your binocular vision does. You have a space between your eyes and you get a slightly different angle to an object so you can gauge the distance to it. That's when you every day when you look at something, you know how far
I know
away
stereoscopic vision is, dude.
So stereoscopic vision is essentially the same principle as parallax.
I understand that.
Yeah, what happens when
we measure negative
shift is the wrong
parallax?
What happens when the shift's
parallax.
the wrong way? Right.
Yeah,
what do you mean by negative parallax?
It shifts the wrong way. Okay, with your binoculars argument, when you switch from your left eye to your right eye, it shifts to the opposite eye. So it shifts left to right, right from left. What happens if it went the wrong way?
He can't even conceive of it. It's fucking funny.
That's the problem, Dylan. They're measuring this shit going the wrong way. That's what he's talking about.
So I'm going to post a diagram of parallax, right?
Don't they say it's happening like 60% of the time, negative parallax?
Dude, yeah.
Like more than half?
Parker's catalog, it's like something like, it was something like 60% of the stars in the catalog, half of them have negative parallax, half of them have no parallax.
I don't even think he'd be able to comprehend if you taught him.
I posted a diagram in the chat. Now, you see this diagram? This is regular parallax. Now, imagine they're looking up here at this star, but the angles they're measuring diverge. And they converge behind the observer.
I think he was having connection issues, Indio. Dropped.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's not. Yeah, he's not even in here. Shoot. Convenient.
That's probably why he went quiet, because his connection dropped out. I thought it was a pause for... Did that little pause for thought there. I was going to say, wow, he's broken.
Dude, they're so convinced that every observation, everything matches the globe no matter what. When they hear something where it doesn't match, they can't, it doesn't even register in their brain. It like bounces off like a rubber ball.
There he is, he's back again. Hopefully his connection's fixed. Yo, Dylan, you back?
I'm back. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
What is negative parallax?
Okay. See, when you were talking about your binoculars...
Binocular vision or stereoscopic vision, yeah.
Yeah. And when you switch, open one eye, close and switch, and the image jumps.
Yeah.
What would you say if the image jumped the wrong way?
One more time. You cut out a little bit.
I think it's your end, bro. What would you say when you were switching eyes?
Yeah.
If the image jumped the wrong way?
If the image jumped the wrong way.
Yeah.
I would think there's something wrong with my eyeballs.
Excellent, because that's negative parallax. That's what's happening.
%30 of the stars in the Hipparchus catalog, which is hundreds of thousands of stars, if not millions, have negative parallax values. There's a reason that they say all this shit's so far away. It's because the tools that we would use to measure things on Earth, the techniques, they don't work looking at the stars in the sky, and none of it works. So just say, just willy-nilly for no reason when we know it doesn't work, to say, hey, flat earthers, use the technique. We know it doesn't work, and use that. I have a better idea. Abandon your philosophical uniformitarianism and move on. Because that's really the problem. Is think that there's one for every environment and reality that we experience, there's a universal rules that apply to all of them, and that you can just take them from one domain and just attach it to another domain, and they just work equally as if nothing ever happened. There's no basis for that. It's just wishful thinking.
You know what my favorite thing in Indio is how the planets, the planetary orbits and the globe model match the wobble of the Earth.
What do you mean match the wobble? Like the equinox thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That thing that Stone did too was pretty crazy with the what was it? The aberration, and they're supposed to make these like little the circle, like stars are supposed to make circles depending on what latitude you're on, if you plot them over a year. And then Stone graphed it all out, and it turned out that was all horseshit. It's crazy. Stone is something else, man. Like, really, dude, he's fucking... As far as, like, you know, what would they call it? Chopping wood, if you want to use that as an analogy. He's a fucking wood chopper, bro. He just goes, like, he's like, I have an idea. I'm gonna figure this out the fucking hard way. And he goes on and he's crunches the numbers, makes spreadsheets, does all this shit. Like, wow, bro. Like, goes through tables and tables and tables of data.
For fun.
Yeah. That's what I mean, dude. He's like chopping wood. It's like, hey, we need some firewood. We don't need firewood. He's like, I'm gonna go out there and chop it anyway. Like, so just to recap, 24-hour sun can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth because it's theory-laden nonsense. You have to say, okay, I have 20 premises, and all these premises have to be true. And if they are, then the Earth can't be flat. You guys just say, you just skip the part where, like, I made all these premises of reality, which I just think are true.
Indio, I heard you use a term that I'm not familiar with earlier, negative parallax. Can you explain what that is again? And so basically, if I look up some table of stellar parallax and I see a number that's negative, what takeaway should I take from that?
I don't know what you should take it away. Like, this is what I take away from it. That's all I'm going to say is what I take away from it. That they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That there's a lot of assumptions made in astronomy about how everything is. And they have to discard data that doesn't agree with what they already presuppose to be true. And they just discard it and just pretend it doesn't exist. A negative parallax would be like, I mean, Sheepdog kind of explained it. It's just they're looking at a star over the course of a year, and 6 months apart, it'll be shifted from its, like, say you do the initial observation at January 1st. Then 6 months later, you do another observation. Right? That star will appear shifted from what, and now it's not a naive shift. It'll be a calculated position. So I'll do the observation, okay, and then I'll calculate a position where I should observe it in 6 months, and then based upon that calculation, I'll see it someplace. Right?
Why is it significant when a negative number comes up?
Because that means that means the angles diverge.
Assuming that number is
real, it would be like if you looked at it, right? If you're looking at something and you close your right eye and you're looking at it with your left eye, it would shift left. And if you opened your right eye and closed your left eye, it would shift right. But instead, the inverse is happening. When you open your left eye, it shifts right, and when you open your right eye, it shifts left.
Is DJ here? We're doing refractive calculations with Ruhif and Jesse, and I wanted him to come join. We're reading these papers. Is he awake?
I don't know. He hasn't spoken like maybe 30 minutes.
They just mentioned his name, so I was like, oh, let me go see if he's up. Okay, so he might be sleeping.
Wow, Ruhif and Jesse. That'd be riveting.
Yeah, I'm showing him this paper, and I wanted DJ to be there, but I guess he's sleeping. Anyway, if he wakes up or whatever, just tell him. Oh, look, he responded. Okay, DJ, you were just invoked in another room. Anyway, not to disturb you guys. I'll send you a link. But yeah, closing the right eye will shift it to the right.
Yeah, because I just threw it into Google. 5-second Google search. It's just statistical noise. So basically, when the noise of your signal is higher than the uncertainty of your tools, like if everything can measure, 0.005, if everything can measure like 0.5 arc seconds plus or minus whatever amount, and if your value is very close to 0, then sometimes you'll end up with negative numbers if your noise is too much, and that's it. So I don't think that's really significant at all. So there's noise in our measurements. Yeah, there's noise in our measurements sometimes, and that gives us physically meaningful results, but that doesn't mean that physics isn't real.
Okay, that's a nice cope, but is there any evidence that's the actual reason? Because 30% of the 30% of the stars in the Hipparchus catalog have a negative parallax.
Okay,
30%.
So in order to answer that question, I would need more information. Specifically, what was the error? What was the error in the tools that they were using? Like, what were they rated for? And what was the average, sort of signal noise that they were dealing with? And then that would be it, right? Because, like, look, I do measurements and stuff all the time with like a multimeter. And it's very well known that if you're meant to be measuring 0 voltage, your multimeter is going to be jumping back and forth between like plus 0.00001 and negative 0.00001. That's what true 0 is, and that just comes down to the uncertainty.
Shouldn't be floating around. You got something wrong if your ground's floating, dude.
So you're getting 3 values. You're getting parallax, no parallax, and negative parallax. Which one's the noise? Are they all noise?
Well, the way you measure parallax, it would come down to the actual angular resolution of whatever optical system you're using, right? I mean, to really get into like, no, because you would need to identify a specific survey with a specific telescope and the specific conditions, and then we can actually start answering these questions. You know what I mean? So until you're ready to provide that data, then I don't even know. You said Park survey? Okay, can you tell me something about the instrumentation used in that survey?
The Hipparchus, it's a telescope. Now, it's not as straightforward as that because the position that's supposed to be in is calculated. Because this is also another thing that's theory-laden. Stellar aberration. Okay? You got to compensate for that.
Yeah. So my question to you would be, what do the astronomers who produced that survey, what do they have to say about it? Right? When they say, hey, well, I mean, what do they say? Do they say that this negative parallax indicates some kind of exotic
all of astronomy
motion?
is wrong? What they published was all of astronomy is wrong for the last 200 years because we measured a shitload of negative parallax. So all our assumptions about how that worked are wrong. We're all going back home. That's what they did.
No, it just means
of course
the
they didn't
parallax
do
was
that.
too small to measure with the tools that they had.
Do you think that they're going to say they're wrong? No, what them? You think they're going to say they're wrong?
Okay,
you know who Halton Arp is? You know Halton Arp is?
No, I don't know who Halton Arp is.
So Halton Arp was an astronomer.
That's fine. Let me finish this first.
No, dude. You need to hear this. So Halton Arp was an astronomer. Okay, he was Edwin Hubble's PhD student. Okay, so the Hubble expansion, all that shit. He published a book called the Atlas of Unusual Galaxies and Quasars. He published it, and he falsified redshift, which all astronomy was based on, which would also falsify the Hubble expansion. in the Big Bang and all the other shit. Want to know what they did to him? You can never use the fucking telescope again. Okay? You think they're going to admit they're wrong? No, they're going to do the same thing they always do. They're going to fucking adjust parameters, come up with bullshit, how whatever they observed also fits into their paradigm. Same with dark matter, same with dark energy, and all these things.
So you're saying once upon a time there was an astronomer who falsified data, therefore redshift doesn't exist? Is that what
he falsified redshift as a theory?
Yeah, he did not falsify data. That's a misrepresentation.
I took an observational astronomy class, Astronomy 301 at San Francisco State University. I measured redshift myself. It's real.
Oh, okay. So can an object have blue and redshift at the same time?
Yes, very large rotating stars can have their edge that's rotating away from you be slightly blue shifted, and then the edge that's rotating towards you be slightly red shifted.
Hubble redshift, dude. Caused by the Hubble expansion. That redshift. The cosmic distance ladder?
Yeah. Distance objects are moving away from us. The faster they go faster, the more distant you are, and therefore the more distant objects are more redshifted.
Okay. Yeah. So can it be blue shifted and red shifted? Can it be coming at you and moving away at the same time?
Like I said, if you have a large rotating object like a star or a galaxy, the edge that's rotating away from you may be blue shifted, and the edge that's rotating towards you is red shifted. And
well, it would have to be very close.
Well, I mean, it's called God. There was a I knew a guy who was doing his thesis on it. It's like radial velocity measurements or something like that. Like, yeah, it's a real thing.
They would have to be very, very close. Because the further away something is, the more it's going to be redshifted. And that redshift is because it has a greater velocity. Because the universe is accelerating. It's an accelerating expansion. So there's no possibility that it could be blue and red at the same time.
Well, redshift and blue shift are all with reference to some baseline, right? So if it's like perfectly stationary and not moving away or towards you, then it's also rotating, and then you see that one edge is blue shifted, one edge is red shifted. You'd be like comparing that relative to the center. Oh, well, actually, yeah, no, I just answered my own question. So the whole thing is moving away from you. No, hang on. The whole thing is moving away from you, but the left edge is rotating away from you. The right edge is rotating towards you. So the center is like, you know what I mean? That's your baseline. So you measure it. You measure the redshift relative to the redshift of the center. That's it. There we go.
Hubble expansion.
Yes.
Do you not understand what Hubble expansion is? Everything is moving away from each other. Even the center.
Okay, so, all right. So you hold up an egg, right? I'm dividing that egg mentally into 3 regions. There is the left edge, which is rotating towards me. There's the right edge, which is rotating away from me. And then there's the center, which is moving away from me. So the whole thing is moving away from me, but the center is moving away from me at that's the Hubble expansion, right? Just the center. So that means that the center is going to have normal frequency redshifted with Hubble expansion, right? The right edge is going to have normal frequency redshifted with Hubble expansion plus redshifted because it's rotating away from me. And then the left edge is going to have normal frequency redshifted because of Hubble expansion minus blue shifting because it's rotating away from me. So they're going to be slightly different.
It's going to be
just compare it based on the center.
Good try though. It's going to be redshifted less. Okay.
Yes, that means blue shifted. It's going to be redshifted less. It's going to be blue shifted, right?
And I said blue shift. I didn't say redshifted less.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying things can be redshifted more on one side than the other if they're rotating relative to you.
But this is redshift and blue shift in the same astronomical object.
Like I said, just
That's
because
the whole point of the falsification, dude. I know you want to
just
defend
because
and you don't
once
understand.
upon a time. Okay, so what did I measure then? Am I lying? Did I make up the data that I measured when I fucking sent it and collected it and sent it through a fucking spectrometer that we have in the basement? Like, what came out of it? Was there some like
you didn't measure the acceleration of? You did not measure the acceleration of an object.
I observed redshift in the hydrogen
so
spectrum.
What? But redshift is not a measure of the shit moving.
That's literally what it is, dude. That's the Doppler effect.
No, that's
I don't know
what you think
about.
it is. That's what it is hypothetically. But Halton falsified that hypothesis.
Dude, like I said, just like science,
go right back to it, right? Halton Arp falsified the hypothesis that redshift is based upon the Hubble expansion. He was Hubble's PhD student.
All right, I'll rephrase what I said then, just to avoid all the little. So when I measured the light from a star, I observed a light spectrum, a frequency spectrum, consistent with the absorbance spectrum of hydrogen and other common. It was like hydrogen, and that frequency spectrum was shifted towards red relative to frequency spectrums I have measured here on the surface of the Earth. Okay, therefore, whatever it was that was emitting that light, I know that number one, it's composed of hydrogen, and number two, it's receding away from me. Now, is that because due to the Hubble expansion of the universe?
No, you don't know it's receding away from you.
Okay,
you don't
so
know
why
it's
was that light
receding away.
redshifted?
That's theory.
Well,
that part's theory. What you do know is you captured. Bro, listen. You captured some light. It did a certain thing. You compared it to some other light. That's what you do know. Actually know. Why it did that, the cause of that, that's theory. That's hypothesis. You don't know why that happened.
Okay, so tell me, what are some things that can cause light to reduce?
Well, I mean, Halton, his theory was tired light. It's called a tired light theory, which I'm not going to get way into right now because it's complicated. There's other theories. There's other hypotheses for redshift.
Such as what? So if that object that I observed was not receding away from me, explain what caused the frequency to be redshifted.
Nobody knows.
Oh, convenient. Just how nobody knows what a lunar eclipse is. How nobody knows what the counter-rotating celestial poles are.
No, the claimed reason that they thought they knew was wrong. Halton Art proved it wrong. That's how it works.
And you have
there's
no
a hypothesis
explanation.
And you do a test, and then the test shows the hypothesis is wrong. Really simple.
So what is the alternate explanation? I mean, because clearly we have these observations.
You don't need an alternate explanation.
Oh, the answer is just we don't know. The one thing we do know 100% is that the Earth isn't around.
That's right. Man. You don't know. Amazing. Yeah, that's right. You don't know. Is that scaring you?
And how are you so certain that it's not receding away from us?
Because Halton falsified it. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't give a fuck what some guy said, dude. Look, listen.
It's not what he said.
It doesn't change the fact that the light is redshifted, and it doesn't change the fact that it's consistent with an object moving. Like, do you accept that emitted light undergoes a Doppler shift when it's receding away, when the source is receding away from you? Can we just agree on that? No. So now we're denying. Now we're denying that Doppler shifting of light is really.
Yeah, really.
How does radar work?
Is radar light?
Yes.
Radar's light now.
Radio waves have always been electromagnetic radiation. That is light. The only difference between radio waves, microwaves, and the light that's coming out of your phone is the wavelength.
Okay, all light is electromagnetic radiation. All electromagnetic radiation isn't light. Okay.
By definition, light is electromagnetic radiation. That's what it is.
I know. It's a category of electromagnetic radiation, but all electromagnetic radiation isn't light.
Give me an example of electromagnetic radiation that would not qualify as light.
Radar.
Radar is radio waves.
You just brought it up. Radar.
No. Radar. Oh my God.
Radio waves. terahertz.
Have you never heard of the electromagnetic spectrum?
Dude, your posturing is a joke.
You don't know basic
literal
physics.
Fucking joke.
You just told me radar is not a form of light.
It's not light.
It absolutely is.
Look, light
Then
is
why
the
do we use the
spectrum of
why do we
electromagnetic
use this?
radiation,
Dude, yes.
including, but we can't see it, infrared.
Okay, dude. Okay, listen. E equals E naught E to Euler's number raised to the
Are you reading that right
omega.
now?
No. I'm trying to do off memory. It's like E naught. I literally had a fucking optics final, a laser science final 2 days ago, dude. So E naught E to the I omega t minus kz. Okay, that is the equation for a plane wave of light. That's the most basic sort of form that you can model a light wave. Okay, if you want to model a radio wave, you plug in an omega that is larger. Okay, that's it. Omega equals 2 pi f. Omega equals 2 pi f, which is equal to 1 over the wavelength divided by the whatever. You convert from the frequency to the
Thanks
for
fucking goddamn sophomore physics. Nobody gives a shit. Is there a point to this?
Yeah, the point is that you don't understand it. You don't understand that
it's
radar
not light.
is light.
Radar is not light.
You don't understand that radar waves are electromagnetic radiation that are the same as visible light. You don't understand that you can start with a very, very high frequency light, and then when it undergoes redshifting, you observe it in like a lower energy wave. But it's the same wave. Radar is light. The way that radar works is by measuring the Doppler shift when it's reflected off moving objects. So if the object is moving faster towards you, the radar wave returns at a higher frequency because it underwent Doppler shift. That's literally what radar is. That's how it works. You can Google it and educate yourself on this stuff. Okay, if you've ever built a radio, you understand.
Google is an advertising agent. Google is an advertising agency. You pay to be on top of that thing. So whoever pays is their answer is the correct one.
What would you accept as a source as to how a radar works, Professor Triangle?
Know how radar works, dude. You probably.
How does radar work? Explain it to me then. Explain it to me. How does radar work?
A current radar system?
How does radar
work? Electronics?
How does a radar tell if something is moving towards me or away from me?
There's two ways. They can measure time of flight. They don't shoot off one pulse, right? They shoot off lots of pulses, and they measure time of flight and the return signal.
He's Googling it.
I'm not Googling it. I'm waiting for Indio to explain to me.
I just did.
I'm not Googling it.
Time of flight, dude.
Time of flight.
Yeah, you shoot it. Okay, at T0, you freaking shoot it. Then 1 second later, you get a ping back. And then you shoot another one. And then 2 seconds later, you get a ping back. Oh, it fucking moved further away. There's nothing to do with Doppler.
And so you're telling me that there are no radar systems that use Doppler shift in order to measure relative velocity.
There are radar systems that use Doppler shift for the weather.
Okay, so radar, as in radio waves, can undergo a Doppler shift due to relative motion. We're agreeing on that?
Yeah, this is all great and academic and very...
Radio waves are electromagnetic radiation.
Okay.
All light is electromagnetic radiation, and all light undergoes Doppler shift due to relative motion.
Really?
That is basic physics. Yeah, it's basic physics. Like you said, 10th grade. I literally learned this in 10th grade. So, seriously.
So then that means that if to have air pressure, you have to have a container, don't you?
No, due to the hydrostatic equilibrium, and thanks for pivoting away, since clearly you've conceded on this whole topic. Since obviously you don't want to talk about it anymore.
You'll see how I can walk you into like a hole you can't get out of.
There are two completely unrelated topics. Do you want to stay on topic, or do you want to concede and pivot?
Does gravity pull light?
Anyway,
does gravity pull light?
Like it's funny that you're crying about going off topic when we were talking about the distance.
Photons matter.
We're talking about the distance that the redshift has been falsified, and then you're talking about radar. And then you make the basis claim that that's how the stars are working the same way. You have no idea if that's the case. And you lied when you sat there and talked mad shit about you doing redshift measurements. You're a fucking liar.
No, I'm not a liar.
Yeah, you are.
We literally,
Look, bro, because I know how they're done, and you're a fucking liar. Okay, tell me.
Redshift measurements.
Tell me about the Doppler. Tell me about the Doppler line broadening.
Doppler line broadening is what I was talking about when you have something that's rotating and part of it is rotating away from you.
When you took your redshift measurement, how did you compensate for Doppler line broadening? See,
Man, I don't remember.
You have an idea about how spectroscopy works.
That shit fucking
it doesn't work the way you guys think it does.
Fucking 2019 is part of my undergrad.
Way more technical than the way you guys make it out to be.
He was thinking about it.
Lots of confounding variables, and oftentimes the spectrograph is smeared. And you need to take a bunch of fucking theory run it and filter it through numbers, and then come up with some resulting thing and say, "Hey, this is what we observed." It's not straightforward the way you're making it out to be. But that doesn't matter.
We have one of the professors that does radio astronomy, and he has access to a spectrometer, and we basically logged in.
Interpretation is theory laden. Did you not just hear that?
No. We logged in onto like a virtual portal, like an online portal, to this observatory in Northern California, and that's where the spectrometer is. Yeah, and they have a telescope, and you point it at the telescope, and it sends the light through a fiber optic straight into the spectrometer downstairs.
Okay, that's fantastic. And then you get a signal. That signal has to be interpreted.
Okay? Yeah.
There's confounding variables. And you're actually probably post-processing it. There's probably a bunch of shit you're doing. Probably doing point spread functions and all sorts of shit. But that's not the point.
Point spread functions.
The point is, it is hypothetical that it's not even a fucking viable hypothesis anymore. It's hypothetical that redshift is caused by the expansion of the motion of the stars. That's just been falsified. It's over, dude. It's been over. Dude, you understand that, like, right now, like, astronomy and astrophysics is going through a fucking crisis? None of their shit is matching.
Talking about, dude? Are you talking about Hubble tension? Are you talking about Hubble tension?
No.
Okay, like what? What are you talking about then?
Type 1A supernova, and that expansion of the universe not matching the quasar data.
That sounds like Hubble
tension. There's all sorts of problems, which also doesn't match the fucking CMB, which also doesn't. None of the shit matches anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The Lambda CDM model is done. Done. It's fucking
toast. Well, personally, I'm more of a timescapes model guy myself, so I'm kind of okay with Lambda CDL kind of going away. And besides, I'm not an astrophysics guy. I'm a materials science. I usually work with matter-light interactions. But like I said,
does air pressure require a container?
Does what require a container?
Air pressure.
No, it doesn't. And so anyway, redshifting is caused by relative movements. You can't propose an alternative mechanism that even makes any sense or accounts for observations.
Don't need to. It's falsified. You can't account that mechanism.
Undergoes Doppler shifting.
The mechanism you just said can't account for observation. What are you talking about?
Light undergoes Doppler shifting. I don't know who told you that it doesn't, or who told you that radar isn't light.
Okay.
But it is.
Yes.
You should go review your basic electrodynamics.
Yeah, that's great. Light will undergo Doppler shifting, but they're looking at stars that are red and blue shifted at the same time.
Yeah, so what you're describing is like what you just said earlier, the Doppler broadening. Is that what you called it? Or it's
Doppler
like, yeah,
line broadening,
that's
that's a whole separate thing that's caused by
No, it's literally the same thing.
It's caused by the chromosphere.
It's caused by the what?
Chromosphere.
What is
because
the
the
chromosphere?
emission lines because you don't have super sharp emission lines, dude.
Yeah, and
okay,
you know
so,
about fine structure splitting, right?
Yeah, but that happens inside. That happens.
What is
that
fine
happens
structure
in
splitting?
that happens in the center of the sun, dude. You talking about the triple alpha reaction?
No. What is fine structure splitting?
You're talking about the fine structure kinds, the hyperfine emission line of hydrogen.
Yeah. So what is it?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think it comes from where they say it comes from because it's not possible. It's
What causes what causes that hyperfine splitting of spectral lines?
It's supposed to be fusion of hydrogen into helium.
No, that's what emits the light. So what I'm asking is why, and if we calculate it and there's meant to be one spectral line right here, why instead do we find two very small spectral lines right next to each other?
Good question, because they shouldn't happen.
No, it's actually perfectly explained by quantum mechanics. It's called
explained. Oh, it is.
Yeah. It's called fine structure splitting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
With bound atoms.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have an electron,
so how do you have bound atoms in a plasma? How do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
How do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
Yeah, bound electrons. The sun's supposed to be a plasma. So how do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
You can go take a class on radiated processes from MIT.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have an answer. No one ever has an answer for this. I've asked.
No, it's because I already.
Tons of people. I've asked PhDs this question. None of you guys have an answer. How is there? How is it? Look. I understand how it works. You have the excited state.
Yeah, it's quantum mechanics. Yeah.
You have the excited state and the stable state of the atom. When the electron goes from the unstable state to the rest state, right? It emits at a certain frequency. Right? Correct? Is that right? But that's for a bound atom. That's for a bound electron. But you don't have bound electrons in the center of the sun. You have a plasma. So it should just be all fucking white noise of electrons being accelerated by, what do they call it? The ponderomotive force.
No, so when you have that excited electron and it falls back down to its ground state and it emits a photon with
you don't have
energy.
bound electrons. Temperature's too high.
The electrons in a plasma can still be excited and they still relax down to the ground state.
They're okay. You have the nucleus, which is the proton, and you have the electron. The electron, the electron has to be bound to the nucleus to go from the unstable state to the stable state, right? And that's when you emit the
dude. Are you gonna?
But it's not bound. There's no bound electrons in a plasma.
Am I gonna have to go take a fucking plasma physics course just to be able to explain it to you? And then at that point, you won't even accept anything I have to say because like you refuse to even look at it yourself, and you're just gonna.
I've talked to people that are experts in this. They don't have an answer either. It's bullshit. You believe bullshit.
Plasma glows, is it not?
Yeah, we're talking about the emission of a now the theory is that there's an emission at a very specific frequency, and it's that frequency because of the energy level of the hydrogen atom at that first orbital, right? So when it relaxes, it can only emit, because E equals mc squared, that, I don't even know if that's E equals, I think that's E equals h bar times V? Anyway.
Yeah, but
the point is that it's only going to emit at that. But the problem is you don't have a bound electron.
Okay,
you got rid of that when you said it was 5,000 degrees fucking Kelvin in the center of the sun.
Do you accept that the xenon in a xenon lamp is in a plasma state when that lamp is lit?
are you talking about? They're ionized. This is completely different.
It's an ionized gas.
Yeah, it's a gas. This is a plasma.
What is the definition of a plasma? It's an ionized gas.
Three electrons and protons.
Well, that sounds like an ionized gas to me, right?
No, because you still have that nucleus. So you still have a nucleus, right?
Bro,
you still have
protons. Yeah, dude, I can literally Google how do plasmas. Okay, but here's the thing, right? The point I'm getting at, right? You have a plasma lamp, like an arc, right? Like an electrical arc arcing through a gas, right? And it's turning that gas into a plasma. I mean, that's literally what an electrical arc is. It's plasma. Okay. When you analyze the spectrum of that electrical arc going through that gas, it perfectly matches the expected distribution of those energy levels. So like whatever is going on, it is intimately tied to those electron energies levels within the bound atom. Now, okay, so a plasma has a lot of energy, and the electrons aren't bound to the atom. You know what? I'll like I said, I'm not an astrophysicist. Given my research field, I probably should know more about light and plasma interactions. I can tell you, but you can just Google it. I mean, or not Google it.
I can just Google it and get. Look, I know the story, dude.
You can just find. You can find explanations to these things.
Oh boy!
I'm willing to bet. In 30 minutes of researching, I could come up. I could answer your question and be like, "Here's how plasma glows." Right, and like here's how we can identify the elements present in a plasma based on their spectral things, and here's how this quantum mechanics of this specific atom leads to it emitting this frequency of light, right?
No,
and
you can't do that. No, don't say things like that.
I'm sure I can find explanations for a lot of things. I can find how Frodo overcame his addiction to my precious in the One Ring. Who gives a shit?
Okay, wait. So I just want to clarify.
Explanations are worthless, dude. They are worthless.
I just want to clarify. Does light undergo a Doppler shift due to relative motion? Yes or no?
It can. Yes.
It can.
That's right. It can.
Okay, so if I observe light that is redshifted, is it reasonable to conclude that the source of that light is receding from me?
Yeah, it is, until evidence is contrary to that.
Okay.
Because is it reasonable to conclude that the light that's blue shifted? No, because you're trying to cherry pick. Is it reasonable to conclude that the light moving towards you is blue shifted?
An argument.
Is it reasonable to conclude that the light moving towards you is blue shifted?
Yes, by the same logic, right?
Yeah. So is it reasonable to conclude that if you observe both the same things in the same object at the same time, your theory about how that works is fucking wrong?
Okay. So we already...
Unless you believe in contradiction.
No, we already discussed Doppler line broadening. So my question to you would be, when you say, when we... No. My question to you would be, when we observe... when you say we observe red shifting and blue shifting of the same thing at the same time, how is that, like, what does that observation consist of? Does it consist of like lines being broadened? Is that what we're talking about?
Like, I could Google why the electron in the center of the star does XYZ. You also could have Googled Halton Arp entire light. You could have Googled that too, but you don't fucking care. You will never look at
anything right now because I'm not home.
Because you're a fucking bootlicker. No, you're a bootlicker.
I'm a bootlicker? Whose boots am I licking?
A bootlicker.
I'd be curious to know. I'd be curious to know whose boots am I licking.
Whatever the mainstream tells you, whatever you think you have to say to agree and get through your little gate, that's what you're going to say.
Yeah, whatever the Maxwell equations specifically tell me, yeah.
Yeah, I had to correct you on that, what they actually even were. You didn't even know.
The Maxwell equations?
Yeah, Heaviside equations.
Oh, the Maxwell Heaviside equations. Oh, you mean, so when you say the Maxwell Heaviside equations, you mean the Maxwell equations including corrections for displacement current?
No, when I say Maxwell's equations, I mean the 20 quaternion equations. partial differential equations that he made when he originally wrote his treatise on electromagnetism.
Yeah, which nobody in modern physics uses because it's too cumbersome, and we have a more elegant form in the Maxwell equation.
Is it wrong?
No, they're not wrong. I mean,
okay. Is it a mechanical model of the ether? Yes.
Doesn't matter what it is, dude.
Okay.
Like,
well,
listen,
you don't you don't believe in the ether.
Oh my god. So
the only reason I bring it up, you guys just miss the point. You guys just you have no wisdom.
Point,
no, you missed the point.
The Maxwell
point is to point out that just because a model works doesn't mean there's any ultimate fucking reality there.
No, but it does mean that the ultimate reality shares some significant or meaningful similarities with the model, such that we can use the model to predict and explain the behavior of the real thing.
No, it doesn't explain anything, dude.
Yeah, it is. So the Maxwell equations are a mathematical model. They're basically, like a differential vector calculus kind of thing that you can use to model and describe EM waves. And when we use those Maxwell equations to design things like radios, and then we take those radio designs and build them, guess what? They fucking work. So maybe
you don't design radios with Maxwell's equations, dude.
Dude, I literally had to use Maxwell equations to design an antenna 3 days ago in my fucking electrodynamics file.
Now actually put it in a fucking radio and see if it works. See if what you put in Maxwell's equations
How do you think
or what the output comes out.
Dude?
Because look, bro. Because I know how the shit is actually done in the real fucking world. Okay.
Do you think that they're just like snipping different lengths of cable and just testing each one with random frequencies until something works?
Okay, you know what impedance mismatch is?
Repeat that one more time.
Impedance mismatch. Do you know what that is?
Impedance mismatch.
Where's that in Maxwell's equation? Impedance mismatch.
Impedance mismatch. Oh, okay. So
let's
I know
say I have a copper
is.
wire. I have my power source. It goes to the crystal. The crystal creates an electric. My quartz crystal will create an electric current that I feed through a copper wire to an aluminum antenna. What's going to happen?
Well, you can model.
I'll have an impedance mismatch, and I'll get a reflection of the from the copper wire at where the aluminum and the copper meet, and I'll get a reflection. And Maxwell's equations will become completely fucking useless. They're useless for designing a fucking antenna, dude.
No, you could model that using the relative susceptibility and conductivity of copper and aluminum, and then you factor that in. That becomes your relative your susceptibility chi-e, and then your relative permittivity, which would be epsilon r, which is 1 plus chi-e, and then you can take the square root of that to get your index of refraction, or n, and then depending on the frequency that you're sending through, in this case it would be a radio frequency, basically what's going on is that as the radio waves are interacting with the metal, some of the radio waves energy is being absorbed as a free current within the metal, and then you have attenuation.
And how much mismatch is also going to depend on how long your antenna is.
Yes, and electrical engineers.
Nobody uses Maxwell's equation for any of this shit. Nobody uses
electrical engineers use electrodynamics
only in an academic way. But in real life, in industry, they don't use that shit.
And I was kind of where is that used?
Electrodynamics.
He's still a kid. He's still in college, so he thinks like what they're doing in college, they do in the real world.
Oh shit! Wait till you get in the real. Wait till you get a job, dude. You're gonna be like, "What? I wasted my time," because that's what everybody says.
Dude, holy shit! So I guess light doesn't undergo Doppler shifting. Radar isn't light.
That's all you can do. I've heard about this straw man. Is you specifically asked me if that's what I thought, and I specifically gave you an answer, and you acknowledged my answer, and you still straw manned what I said. That's how retarded you are.
Okay, yeah. So an object was reported to have redshift and blue shift at the same time but in a way that's different from Doppler spreading due to rotation, and specifically in a way that
you suck at taking notes, dude.
No, because like I'm honestly like I asked you for like a specific like, okay, what does that observation look like? Like, what was the spectrum that he came up with? Was it like, was it just Doppler broadening? Because we already discussed that, right? So I guess it must be something different.
Look,
okay,
bro,
so
you're fucking so confused. The Doppler line broadening was brought up in relation to spectroscopy because you said you did it. So that's a particular part of spectrographic analysis that I was testing to see if you knew about it, to see if you were full of shit. Turns out you're full of shit. It has nothing to do with Halton-Arp. Doppler line broadening has nothing to do with Halton-Arp. It has to do with the smearing of the freaking spectrograph.
Yeah, so explain to me, how did Halton-Arp falsify his data? Like, what did the falsified data look like? Because it didn't look like Doppler smearing, right? Or Doppler spreading.
My God, dude.
No, dude, I'm asking you to educate me about Dalton-Arp or Halton-Arp.
I'll find it. Shut up.
How come they don't argue with their professors like this?
Oh, of course not. All you hear is slurping.
Oh, fuck off.
Okay, how about bootlicking?
I don't lick anyone's boots, brother. I don't worship anyone, not even Jesus.
I came into this discussion a bit late, but is Maxwell's equations being proposed somehow that they require a globe, or is this proof of a globe? What is this?
No, I don't know why he went off on that.
No, when I first brought them up, I was saying that you can model the propagation of EM waves using Maxwell's equations, and that once you actually use the equations to get an expression for a plane wave, for example, the only difference between a radio wave, a microwave, or ultraviolet light or visible light is just the frequency that you plug in the exponent. And because we were having a discussion about whether or not radar is considered to be light, but he's backed away from that point at this point.
And did what now?
He's returning to his category error of calling the electromagnetic spectrum light.
Oh.
When light is just a part of the spectrum, he's just incoherent.
No, 400 to 700 nanometer wavelength is what is considered to be visible light. But ultraviolet light is still light, even though you can't see it. Infrared light is still light, even though you can't see it. Radio waves are still light, even though we call it something different. It's just a historical holdover, but fundamentally they are all electromagnetic radiation. By definition, light is electromagnetic radiation.
Therefore, Earth is flat.
No,
look, I posted in the side chat a bunch of Halton-Arp his articles. I'm not going to sit here and post every fucking everything he has out, dude. There's tons of shit. Non-velocity redshifts.
Okay, so it is convenient. It's all on like one convenient website. So I'll go ahead and read through this at my leisure. Before I do, I want to just clarify this Halton Arp guy, an astrophysicist. So what is like? How does he factor in? So you're saying that these papers that I'm about to read, they're going to demonstrate what?
That the hypothesis that redshift is astronomical redshift based upon the stars being moving objects or quasars or galaxies is falsified. Data shows that's not possible.
Oh, and is this a claim being made by Arp in his writings, or is this something where you're looking at the data after and then you're coming to that conclusion?
Do you want to rewind the clock to when I told you? I said, yes, this guy, he came out and he said he used to work at the University of California, Berkeley, and used to be a major person at the Wilson Observatory, right, at Palomar. And when he came out and made his compendium of unusual quasars and galaxies, he said, hey, this redshift thing, this can't possibly be true. The Hubble expansion can't possibly be true. They just took his telescope time away. He actually left the country and went and worked for the Max Planck Institute. They fucking blackballed him. Do you understand? Telescope time is highly competitive.
I'm just trying to figure out this puzzle piece you gave me. I'm trying to figure out where it fits in the whole. That's it. All right. So what you're saying is
New York Times article about it, dude.
Okay, so you're saying Halton Arp measured some kind of redshift blue shift combination that wasn't accounted for, and his conclusion is we don't know anything, and all of astronomy is
fake. He had a hypothesis called tired light.
His hypothesis was the tired light hypothesis.
Yeah, the light loses energy over time. That has nothing to do with velocity. Now, you would get a correlation with distance, obviously.
And so we're talking about individual photons losing energy as they travel through space and becoming more redshifted without accounting for expansion of space.
Yeah, there's just other alternate hypotheses about redshift. I'm not familiar with all of them. It's not my bag. It's not my bag of tea. I don't really care that much. All I know is just another nail in the coffin of modern cosmology. It's trash. It's fucking trash. It's just made up bullshit fairy tale. It's about as reliable in its accuracy as the stories they told 1,000 years ago about the stars.
Yeah, I just kind of woke up. Does this have anything to do with the ground curving or not?
Nah. No. Not at all.
Okay.
No, this was about, it started with Quantum saying that radio waves are light waves, and then Indio fucking wrecked him and proved everything what he's saying was bullshit. And when Indio asked questions, Quantum couldn't say anything except, well, maybe I need to go take a quantum physics class so I can come back and wreck you. That was his response.
Did he leave?
I'm pretty sure that we all ended on radio waves are a form of light, right?
No, where this started was, I'll give the actual recap. The actual recap was a dude named Dylan said that the 24-hour sun observation disproved the flat Earth. When asked how he did it, he simply said, it's impossible. And I said, why is it impossible? He said, trigonometry. So I go, okay, so what makes you think you can use trigonometry with the sun? He never gave any reason why he thought that was possible. I gave him the evidence that it's not possible, but then we went off into the weeds on more astronomical shit where the methodologies used to determine the way things are spaced on the ground, they don't work when observing the heavens. And it's just an assumption that they should work the same. And there's no actual support for that idea. And then this redshift thing I used as another example of how things don't conform when you look in the sky with how we think they're supposed to work. We'll make an observation where we assume, hey, this should work just like it does on Earth. Then we look in the sky and it doesn't actually work that way. Because we've gotten to negative parallax. So it was negative parallax, it was redshift, it was all these things. Because we're trying to, so that's, and you may, like, I'm glad you brought up Sesu, because we're trying to determine the geometry of the Earth, and they're trying to use the geometry of the sky to determine the geometry of the Earth, and just extending it. I'm just saying to extend the geometry of the sky to the Earth, but they can't justify how they would, like, why they would do that or how they could do that. They just say, yeah, you can do it because I said so. But it would be a lot simpler to just like, why even look up at all? Why not just measure the Earth? Simple.
Bro, you said so many things though. Wantum asked you so many questions and you fucking answered them using the correct terminology. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then you responded back and asked him to explain this part and why this part doesn't show up in this equation or in this theory. And he's like just trying to completely blow past that whistle, dude.
It's because he brings up irrelevant niche stuff.
No, it was completely relevant, and you fucking had no answer for it because you didn't even know what the fuck any of it was.
No, it's because he takes topics and then he like translates them into like something that's like 2 words. He translates it to like 5 words. Like I remember when we were talking to like Baron Rutledge and we were talking about Laplace deviations, and you were like, "Oh no, it's the deviation from the vertical of the standard deviation of the vertical." And we're like, "Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. You're just talking about like the same thing for like 5 minutes, so you're talking past each other because you refuse to acknowledge that there's more than one way of saying things."
No, he said the guy's name wrong. That's why I didn't understand what he was talking about.
Yeah, and you were being a pedantic little bitch instead of actually just being like, "Oh, hey, are you talking about this? Oh, yeah, we are talking about the same thing. Let's move on."
Look, but they don't call it that. Look, bro, they don't call it that in the literature unless you look at the literature from the 1800s. But he said the name wrong. If he would have said the name correctly, I would have went, "Oh, yeah, this is what he's talking about." They had different terminology at the end of the 1900s regarding geodetic surveying.
He said Laplace correction instead of Laplace. Even I made that connection.
Exactly, but they don't call it in modern day. They don't call it Laplacian corrections.
Yeah, no, but what he said was,
in the 1800s.
Yeah, what he said was, "Oh, you have to measure the deviation of the vertical from the plumb, and then you factor that in, and then you do this Laplace correction." And then you were like, "Oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I know there's something called the deviation of the vertical. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know anything about this Laplace guy." And, you know, it's like it was like a whole little song and dance you put on. You do it all the time, but again, not strictly relevant.
Yeah, you don't know what's even being talked about, dude.
I listened to that whole thing from beginning to end, from when he came in.
And you still just demonstrated you didn't understand it.
I remember that you guys, somebody posted a picture of the black swan.
You know, Baron straight lied, right? And you didn't catch it.
Listen, I'm not Baron's lawyer, bro, but I do know that.
Look, don't even look, bro. You don't even have to look. Just ask the AI. Google it.
I'm not going to ask AI.
He said that if I set up a theodolite, he said if he sets up a theodolite next to a mountain and he lines it up, uses the optical plummet and puts it right over a nail that he put in the ground and lines it up perfectly so he's dead over the nail, and he's next to a mountain, if he hangs a plumb line, that plumb line will not be over the nail and that it will be deflected by the mountain. That's a fucking lie. A fucking lie, dude. Straight lie. I should have clipped that night. You can just look. You don't even have to trust me on this. Just use the AI. Ask it. And want to know what it's going to tell you? It's like, no. Because when they level the instrument and set up the optical plummet, it's also going to be deflected just like the fucking plumb line. He's a fucking liar.
Wait, so now you're just saying that deflection from the vertical doesn't exist because it's exactly what he was describing.
No, dude, shut the fuck up. That's not what I said at all.
Okay, what is deflection from the vertical and why is it necessary to account for it?
I explained it that day.
All right, I guess we'll have to roll back the clip, right?
It's the difference between the zenith of that you would see if you were if Plum was perpendicular to the surface within the celestial sphere. So say you were, let's imagine you're at the North Pole, right? And let's imagine that Polaris is directly over the North Pole. You should see, if you look straight up, Polaris, right? 90 degrees above your head, right? But what happens if I level the instrument and Polaris is not 90 degrees above my head, that it's at 89, and I'm a degree off? That's called deflection of the vertical. Now, they would say that there's lumpy gravity under the surface of the Earth. Tilting, when I leveled the instrument, the lumpy gravity deflected the gravity direction, so I didn't level the instrument perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, and it's tilted relative to its surface. So then when I look at vertical relative to the instrument and try to find my zenith, I don't see the North Star. I'm off by a half a degree. This is what deflection of the vertical is. The difference between the plumb, the gravitational direction vector, and the celestial sphere. It's that difference.
Why is the gravitational direction vector different from the straight up and down?
Because Earth's not a sphere.
No, I'm saying, do you have a mechanism to account for that difference in your flat Earth framework or not? It's okay if not. It can just be the same as a...
No, the celestial sphere isn't real, dude. It's an idea. The difference between
it's
what
like
my
a holographic
idea
projection straight into your eyeballs. Is that what you're saying?
The celestial sphere is an idea. It doesn't exist in the physical world. Okay? There's nothing to account for or explain away because it's a human concept. Okay? Within our conceptual framework of a coordinate system, we presuppose that if I level a fucking instrument, it should be pointed at a spot in the sky that I chose through convention that it should be pointed at. And when it doesn't, I say it is deflected. It's not really deflected in real life, but I'm saying it is because I have a concept that I'm trying to get my measurements to conform to.
Yeah, so from my very brief research, and I would not be surprised if you know more about it than I do, a Laplace correction is basically when you have to account for the difference in direction between the plumb line and a vertical line being a line that is perpendicular to the horizon. So you can kind of set a plane, rotate around, you find the plane of the horizon from your point of view, and then you define a 90-degree angle to that. That is your vertical. And then, a plumb line, just a weight on a string, if it's not perfectly aligned with that line, that's what a Laplace correction is necessary for. And like you said, the cause of that is the inhomogeneous density distributions underground, which is also how we can use gravitic surveys to find things like mineral deposits.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And so in your world, we have this vertical line, and then when we measure the direction of gravity, sometimes it's different from that vertical line. And the explanation we have for that is nothing.
Dude, are you always like this, dishonest?
What's your explanation for it then? Go ahead. I'm listening.
There's nothing to explain. What do I need to explain on a flat Earth?
Why doesn't gravity point straight down all the time?
It is pointing straight down.
Well, then what is the difference between the vertical and then the...
Because the Earth's not a sphere.
How does one lead to the other?
Because you're matching it to the celestial sphere, and you need the Earth to be a sphere too. But if they don't match, then there'll be a deflection of the vertical. So it is plumb on the surface of the Earth, but the plumb, that vertical, doesn't match, doesn't point to the right spot in the sky. Because the thing you're on the ground measuring, that vertical, is on a flat surface in the sky, has a spherical attribute to it.
It's a celestial sphere because your head is at the center and we can define a field of view. Like, that's it. So you can always like project some imaginary 2D surface that would be a sphere centered around your head based on where you can look. That's it. So like, it doesn't make any sense what you're saying. And all the angles that you're measuring are still based off the ground itself.
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when you measure an angle of elevation, you're measuring that off the ground using the tangent plane of the ground, which I know you guys aren't very uncomfortable when it comes to like,
look, bro,
and stuff.
They level the instrument in 90 degrees from that level line, from the level, the plumb, is the horizontal line. That horizontal line, okay, is 90 degrees from the vertical at that point, but only at that point.
But they don't use a plumb line. They don't use a plumb line to determine vertical.
When you level a theodolite, that's finding plumb.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think a level works? The fluid goes down and the bubble goes up.
Yeah, that would be with gravity, but you can level it optically using the horizon too.
No, they would never level it to the horizon. Why would you do that? The horizon moves around.
Well, you can take an eyepiece. You can take a triangular prism so that you're seeing, to the left and the right at the same time, and so that way you can make sure that your up and down orientation is consistent from one side to the other. So if you're like slightly tilted over, you'll see the horizon slightly higher on one side of the prism than on the other side of the prism. So yeah, you can optically level it like that. And that was just something I came up with on my own, like out of my head. Right now. I don't think that's a real thing.
That wouldn't work either. Trying to find a horizontal line, dude, not a cone.
You're trying to find a horizontal line, not a cone. Yeah,
because the ground is underneath your feet. So let's say the horizon is dipped down half a degree. You could line up to your theodolite with the horizon slicing the image right in half at the crosshair and spin that in a fucking circle, and the horizon would be dead in the center the whole time. But that wouldn't trace a circle. That would trace a fucking cone.
In your world or mine?
In reality. If you take a camera, right, and you tilt it down 1 degree, it's on a tripod, and then you spin it in a circle, it's completely level, that will trace a cone with the camera at the apex of the cone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. My next luxury spending splurge item is going to be a theodolite. That'll be fun. But yeah,
what limit are you going to get? What is that? A 2 mile, or are you going to get like a 1 mile theodolite?
I look forward to using your evidence as our evidence.
So that's the max you're going to get. I think max might be 3.1 miles or something, and that's max, and that's like perfect condition. So which one are you going to get?
Well, as soon as I'm actually saving money instead of spending it, then I'll get back to you on that. But anyway, I don't spend my time researching theodolites because I'm not a surveyor or a flat earther.
You putting a swimming pool in or something?
A swimming pool? What does that have to do with it?
Yeah, what are you doing with it?
Well, I don't even have. Okay, you guys are fucking a bunch of freaks. Anyway, Indio, appreciate you sending me that link. I will be reading through some of Mr. Arp's works, and just to see kind of what that's about. But yeah, I did measure Doppler shift in an observational astronomy class. It was made for college juniors, so I'm not surprised if it was not as comprehensive rigorous as like whatever real astronomers do. But that's fine.
Trick. Yeah, we did the same thing in 5th grade.
You did not measure redshift in 5th grade. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, we used a spectrometer in 5th grade and
yeah,
measured different
anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna measure
different shifts.
Yeah, but I gotta head up.
Anyway, Halton Arp, there's also some videos. There's videos on YouTube of conferences he went to and talks he gave and presentations. So you can also listen to it come from the horse's mouth.
So his argument comes down to if the universe is expanding, we would see redshift. We see redshift, therefore the universe is expanding?
I guess.
I don't see any redshift. I don't see it.
He needs to establish that it is redshift, not just use circular reasoning to assume it.
I mean, circular reasoning, that's just like, that's all their reasoning. They just think that that's how normal people think. Like in a loop.
Yeah, they literally think that's being reasonable and logical. Making fallacies is logic to them.
Fuck, dude, that hurts so fucking badly, dude. Not even funny. Teach me, baby. When I hurry back.
But dude, it's gonna catch up to you. It will. All right, so they're saying it's a 10-8 round. Wait, is that how you would score it as well?
No. That's not even close. No. It's 10-9. 10-9 easily. Although Prather pulled guard there for a second, I didn't know if we were going to see some MMA, but no.
Someone said 1-0 Bobby Schmurda. He doesn't even look like Bobby Schmurda. Come on, dude. I mean, you're not saying anything, man, on your view. It's one of the stock in for you. I'm locked in, bitch. Man, I really want to see Neon fight Grant. What team, bro? You know what?
You're doing that? Well, wait a minute. When someone calls you out on dumps. Call him a bitch. Ray called you out on dumps. Hey, I've seen Neon on the mitts, and little by little, you get a lot better than him. I carried the fence for him, and he got power. I'm saying, I've heard that from a couple guys now. I think Shakur said the same thing. Be careful now. Be careful.
The other guy power, but he just don't got no heart.
It was good. It was great. Talk to me about this round, William. I mean, it seems like Garcia has way more pressure.
Just what he needed. He needed a lot more pressure. Let's get a little wild with it, but need to just force some sort of reaction free, right?
Yeah.
And find a way he hasn't fought yet. Put a little pressure on, make a mistake. I like the pressure from Garcia. I want to see some jabs to get there as well.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, guys. I didn't know I was unmuted. I guess no one's here, so that's good.
We're here, man.
That was one of my rare times holding the microphone unmuted beside my computer. Like went outside. Anyway.
What are you on TikTok?
No. I'm watching Aiden Ross's boxing stream.
Oh. Is he boxing? I think
No.
I see someone knock him in the fucking head a couple times.
Brad, no, what's his name? Brad from I don't know, Nelk Boys is fighting Johnny Manziel. Oh, it's kind of random.
What?
Yeah, I know. And then
God, man, are you kidding me?
Yeah, and then Michael Beasley is versing Lance Stevenson. Yeah, it's just a celebrity boxing type deal.
I'm a celebrity
Are they celebrities?
Hiya.
Oh, streamer, mid, pseudo celebrity.
I can do a double punch.
Is that what you do when you beg for money on the side of the street? Like, here's my talent, give me $2.
No, you wouldn't see his head.
Double punch. Double punch.
Why do we have some disabled clown streaming in here? What's going on?
Yo, what up, truthers?
Double punch.
What false advertising?
What up, Big Meat?
Yeah, false advertising.
Double punch.
Double stupid.
All right, Big Meat.
Listen,
bring some sanity to the conversation.
The Earth is a circle, and you're dumb if you think otherwise, you fucking morons.
Someone's looking for attention on the internet.
I mean, how else do we get weather? We can't get weather from in the middle of the galaxy, right?
Double punch.
Double stupid.
Punch. Double
mute.
Double don't give a fuck.
Okay, I'll do it.
How about? Yep, muted. Can I go to the next level? We just yeet it. It's a clown.
Double yeet.
Oh,
the Earth might
get out, stupid.
That's it.
All right, Big Meat. It's on you now. Provide your claims for your globe, whatever you're talking about.
The Earth might actually be flat.
Oh, really?
It may actually be.
Well, how come it may actually be flat?
That's a good question. Can I just do like the president does and just like dodge it?
Well, I don't. It was your claim, so I don't know.
Did I make a claim?
Oh, you might have.
Interesting.
Okay, enough about the prequels. Next up is the egg chain.
So what are you here to talk about, Big Meat? Just chilling? Want to learn about flat Earth?
Of course, man. I love the community. The best community on Discord.
I just ignore that. So I talked about
Right? Like, how long have you been here?
this video, but I found a few interesting things.
Oh, well, I don't really want to get into specifics. But yeah, the Earth is flat. So it appears.
It's flat because it is. Do you have a reason behind that?
I said so it appears.
Oh,
flat.
so it appears. It does appear flat. I would say that. You know.
Sorry.
Oh, we got Joe Biden in the chat. What's up, Joe?
Yeah. Leave me alone.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's come to.
That script, the ship landed by a pyramid formation that had that chamber inside with hieroglyphs and really features.
India's got some pyramid formation and some hieroglyphs. I don't know what he's doing.
History lesson here.
That's the chamber itself during filming, based on Walter Hill and David. So a lot.
So are you guys going to the Flat Earth convention?
When's that? Where is it?
It's October 12th.
It's
It's going to be in
Who's going?
Is
I'll be
sign
there.
anywhere?
I'm invited.
Who's hosting it?
Some guy named, I think you know him. He's on YouTube.
What's his name?
Dave.
Oh, Flat Earth Dave.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah, he took my money. I bought his app, and then I didn't like his app. But that's okay. It's all a learning process.
Dave's a good guy, man. He's just going for the trip. Gotta support him.
Yeah, he tries his best. He's out there quite a bit. Like, he's everywhere. He tries. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, you guys weren't enjoying that Indio background feed? That was like the highlight of my day. I want a theodolite so bad. Fucking you get a theodolite. You get a theodolite.
And you get a theodolite. What is he mumbling about?
Sheep. He said incoherent thoughts this whole time. So.
Something sheep of the earth. Bro, what you're doing with sheep, I don't want to know. Really.
Unless they're kebab.
I'm sorry, Mr. Know-It-All. My apologies.
Right.
What's Indio watching? Do we know?
I don't know, but everyone turned 200%.
What's wrong with these sheep?
Native Americans leading up to the Revolutionary War. Just talking with you a little bit about it in the last couple of days. I know a little bit about it.
Oh yeah, Drace, most definitely. It's got to have lots of sliders. The more, the better.
So like, when are we gonna start drawing like conclusions about where we live?
Next week.
Or at least present theories. I mean,
We live in a three-dimensional embedded realm, literally like the floor of the universe, with heaven circling above.
What the freak?
You wanted a conclusion drawn, you just got one.
There's no evidence of that.
Do you live in 3 dimensions?
You don't know that.
No, the 3 dimensions, height, width, length. You exist in them, right? You are 3-dimensional, living in a 3-dimensional reality where you can go up, down, left, and right.
Correct.
Cool. So that was the 3D embedded reality bit that we all exist in. It being horizontal, like the floor that you stand on, is kind of that description. And the motions of the heavens above circling. You definitely appear to do that. What, didn't you understand again?
Like, I got lost when you said the heavens from above part.
Okay, so the heavens, that would be sun, moon, and stars. Those things that are in motion that we see. The heavens above. You call it space,
Yeah, what
whatever.
about
That stuff.
What about them?
They move. You wanted. I thought you wanted something.
No, I'm listening, dude. Like, I'm intrigued.
Okay, cool. So they're in motion.
So they're in motion. We're not in motion.
No, we are like the floor underneath the sky. Yes.
We're in
The
a
3D.
three-dimensional plane.
Yes.
So what does that entail? Are we prisoners?
What?
Are we in an experiment? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You're trying to figure out your purpose to life. Why you're here. What here is. Maybe how here even got here. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Aren't we all? We're all doing that, mate.
Well, maybe we can, come up with some theories. That's my goal. You said we live inside of a container, basically, with heavens above,
No.
and we're
Say
not.
inside a container. I said inside the 3-dimensional reality.
That's a container.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
If you want to express the limitation to reality as a container, then yeah, you can express it like that.
Like when I think of a three-dimensional shape, I think of like
No, not shape. The thing that you exist in, the space that has height, width, length, where stuff exists in. like the Earth, is embedded in that three-dimensional height, width, length. It is horizontal, the floor upon which you stand on, occupying three-dimensional space. The stars above you, existing in that volume up there, they appear to be in motion, not making a claim to the shape of the Earth or its limitations.
So what's the conclusion?
The Earth is flat.
Earth is
I mean, we already
stationary.
know that. We know that too.
So what do you want to know? You might need to be a little bit more specific, my friend.
Does it have a setting? Are we in reality? Are we in base reality?
From physical reality, some people would say that we're spiritual beings having a physical experience. Maybe.
Exactly, and I want to figure out how that ties into flat Earth.
Because this would be the
Because
physical plane upon which you exist on, with the heavens above. That would mean that you would want to, I guess, achieve some kind of spirituality. So coming out of physicality, where you are on the earth. Life's about duality.
But why are we here in the first place?
Good question. To grow, to remember. I don't know. Figure it all out.
I've heard all that, bro. I've done the astral projection and all that, but like, come on, that's just like new age shit. I don't know. Maybe we'll never know.
Maybe your question needs to be a little bit more internal than external. Maybe the answers to your questions are more within yourself than outside.
I've done all that, bro.
Yeah.
Why do people think that the sun is 93 million miles away when it's right there?
Because they were told a cool story. A lot of people like cool stories. Some twisted reason.
Pretty ridiculous.
Matrix, have you done me the courtesy recently of looking at anything that I've sent you?
Not the last three, no. I've sort of been busy, sorry. I'm
That's
keen
right.
as to see them, though. If they follow on with the theme lines of the other ones that you've sent me, I am actually quite keen to see them.
The last three ones. Videos, yeah, they're
Yeah.
pretty cool. I sent you something else, but that's not following the same subject. But yeah, the last three ones, man. You'll really enjoy them.
Yes, I
Let
do
me know.
actually. Oh yes, I had a look at that and went and had a little play with that too. Yes. I will give a high five to whoever the mystery person is.
Yeah,
Very cool. Very, very cool.
I've still got questions about it. I'm still trying to orientate myself on it and try to imagine myself seeing things in certain places, but apart from that, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked it. So, yeah, I did have a look at that and jump straight onto that website and I had to play with it for a while. I was like, oh yeah, I could dig this. So, you got the privilege of missing out on Matt Nuclear.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you sounded upset about that.
Could you tell? Yeah.
Yeah, DJ was trying to talk sense into him, and DJ's never crossed him before.
Okay. Wow.
Poor bastard. But anyways, it worked out good. Nuclear hates me, and he was just doing. He's crashing out. He's crashing out. He's crashing out. His usual thing, and he actually asked to speak to DJ again, which is somewhat excellent. And then I muted up and backed off, and I was listening to DJ just slam him. And next thing, just out of left field, Indio pops in. And it's just like, holy shit! And Indio just wrecked him. So that was good. I loved it.
No, fair enough. That's not what you want to see, is it? On a flat Earth, you, then DJ, then Indio.
Oh wow. I was just scrolling through Facebook, and there's heaps of posts about crop circles lately. Is it
No
that
fucking
time
way,
of year
really?
already?
Well, yeah, it is coming
When's
up.
this one?
Summer.
2026, 22nd of May. White Sheet Hill,
Where's that?
Wiltshire.
Okay, that sounds about right. Did crop circles in this part of the country turn up in regular places, Wiltshire being one of them?
You've been and seen them, or?
I've never been inside a crop circle. I've heard there was one close at some point when I was younger. They don't usually appear in this part of the country until later in the year. That's like August time, September, before the harvest. But usually it's either around the heartlands of England, Wiltshire, Hertfordshire, or down towards Devon in the west.
Yeah.
Well, it's something that I looked into like a long time ago, like 30 years ago, like back in the 90s and shit, because it was proper interesting back then. I have kind of kept an eye on it over like the recent decades and stuff, kind of lost interest in it, especially over flat Earth, but it might be something that's worth like looking into again. The thing that's always like kind of got me is it, although it happens in other places around the world, it primarily seems to be a British phenomenon. I don't know if that's correct or not. I don't know if you want to correct me on that, but it's really weird if that's the case. I mean, per like square mile or whatever, I think we have the most amount of crop circles.
Yeah. No, I've just always been fascinated by them. They used to have every year in Nexus and New Dawn magazines, and it comes out around August, September. They'll have the like about 8 or 9 pages of these are all the latest really cool crop circles that have appeared, and I've always loved that. And they always have them in like full color, high gloss, and I've just always been amazed by them. I don't care how they get there, just it's amazing. Like just the accuracy of these just random patterns that, yeah.
Okay. Have you seen how they're made?
I have seen some videos with little orbs that are zipping around. I've also seen videos of clowns with strings and sticks tied to their feet, stomping around, but there is no way the sticks and strings could be done as fast as some of these patterns have appeared.
So yeah, that's basically how I know them to be made. So either men with planks of wood and bits of string and shit, or the orb that you're talking about, like the Foo Fighter type orbs that we get spoken about from the Second World War. Those type of orb structures come down from the sky, zip around a bit, and then all of a sudden you've got some artwork in a crop field.
Yeah, there was one. I was reading an article about it one day. Our crew went out specifically to film it, and they set all their camera gear up. And in the time it took them to set their camera gear up, they turn around, and there was one behind them. So they'd positioned themselves up on a hill, looking west, for example. And in the time it took them to get everything prepped up, ready, set their cameras up, and yeah, one was behind them. So you're talking in a 5-minute thing, this huge pattern had appeared.
Fuck that, man.
But no encounters to go along with that, because that's what it would take. If there was something that caused it, somebody would see it, wouldn't they?
Well, we're talking about these things taking very little time to happen. It's one of those like things in British folklore, and you know, people do this in the summer months just as a bit of a laugh after going down the pub, is that go and do some crop circles and stuff. And yeah, you can get some like pretty good patterns going, but like Matrix said, that takes a lot of time, and you're going to make a lot of, let's say, entry marks into a field. You're probably going to make a lot of noise. In certain instances, even though you're probably going to try and keep it down and your car lights and other lights low, but you probably will be spotted from a hilltop. But these crop circles that appear to be made with like orbs and so on, within a minute, 30 seconds, orbs are down, the things are placed down and they're gone. It's over so quickly. I mean, I guess it would be just like a flash of light. You'd have to be there in the right place at the right time to see it. And even if you did, I guess maybe some people would believe you. You might, I don't know. It's crazy. It's been going on in this country for fucking decades. Question is, what is it? And some of these patterns and so on, right, as you pointed out, Matrix, are very sophisticated, and even some of them like have got codes in them and like languages and perfect geometric like symmetries and these types of things, like sacred geometry, that shit. So it's interesting, right? What do they mean? How do they get there? Why are they there in the first place? Always intrigued me.
The data disk one years ago was pretty cool.
That was one with the alien.
The alien head holding the circle with the dots and that in it. Yeah, the data disk. That was very, very cool. A couple of these things, though, like a while ago it was, it's all a hoax, it's just drunk clowns with sticks. Well, if it's drunk clowns with sticks, how are we orchestrating, 40, 50 people without making any noise so they're not getting caught to sneak out to a field and do something that's approximately, some of these things are 800 meters long. So these aren't small displays, they are freaking massive. If they were just something the size of your car and they were just something real little and a couple of people could stomp out really quick, you'd go, yeah, probably just clowns sneaking out there and doing it. But when these things are multiple 100 meters long and they are perfect patterns, like, I don't care how good your stick stompers are, they ain't that good. Sorry. But still, I reckon they're awesome to check out, so...
It's probably just some kind of precognitive preparing the way for the obvious alien invasion that's going to take place at some point. We've been here for ages. We've been communicating with the smartest people who've gotten the codes that we've slow, blah, blah, blah. You could see it happening a mile away. That's the fucking scary thing.
Didn't you read the message? It was posted on your front lawn.
Some fucking good point.
Oh, shit. No, I've always been interested in that kind of thing, just because it's such a weird, out there type thing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these subjects that we look at are weird and out there, and maybe some of them, when we come to the flat Earth, we kind of don't look at, or maybe don't look at it enough. Crop circles is like hella interesting, especially when you layer it with the idea of extraterrestrials and like UFOs or UAPs or whatever the cool way of saying it is now. So
Hey, aliens might be able to structure society better than humans can, because it's weird.
you waiting for your aliens to come and save you then, yeah?
Society's kind of a shit show right now, so why
Yeah,
not? I mean,
see, this is the thing about the Hegelian dialectic, or the problem reaction solution. It's the writing of a paradigm where you kind of, like I just pointed out, you kind of see the end from the beginning type of thing. And like you pointed out, it's, God, dear me, don't we just need a saviour right now? I think Reagan said that like about 40 times. Wouldn't we all just get along if we all just had a common enemy, like from the sky or something like that? I'm paraphrasing him. But
I think he did say something like that.
Yeah. It's been a common theme, right? But when they give you the problem of, oh, dear me, isn't the world shit? And your reaction is that the world's shit and we need a saviour, then the next thing they do is they come round and they're the saviour. It's the problem reaction solution, right? They give you the problem, so you give the reaction, so they get the solution that you agree to. Happens with things like, let's use an example, 9/11 and more security.
Religions, like
that helps as well. But when we have a problem, let's say terrorism or something like that, an orchestrated event, let's use that example, then people, they have a reaction. Sometimes it is the acquiescence of, say, personal liberties for security. So your freedom's gone a little bit more because, there's danger around, so you need more police on the street, for example. The authorities, they want more control. They want more police on the street, so they get what they want by fostering some kind of idea that you need to be fearful.
That's why I haven't put it online yet, but I put it on the idea that we should start policing ourselves, like neighborhood watch. Where did that go? That needs to come back.
Yeah, neighbourhood watch went with the sense of community. Again, that's an orchestrated idea, dude. Happens everywhere. The crescendo to the last, say, 25-6 years since the turn of the century is less freedoms, more security. That's really what's happened.
There was more ways for us to get hurt. Yeah, it kind of has to happen. Really, it depends how much freedom is there now.
And there you go. It has
it's
to
a
happen.
slippery slope.
Yeah, it has to happen, right? Not really. But they put us in a position where we turn around and we kind of cave in a little bit. And this is also phrased by David Icke as the totalitarian tiptoe. It's like putting the frog in the boiling water. You don't want to put it in boiling water because the frog's going to jump straight out. What you want to do is put the frog in nice warm water and slowly raise the temperature. It's like the totalitarian tiptoe. Slowly over time, you change the narrative, because if you do it too quickly, it's going to be a shock to the public and they might not react in the way that you want them to react. So let's use the idea of aliens. Now, that's been going for, 50, 60 years? Slowly over time, our opinion about this has changed. You probably had to be mental back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s to say that you'd seen something in the sky, let alone to come to the obvious conclusion, because we're a planet surrounded by other lots of planets and suns and shit, that there's obviously aliens out there. And with the help of media and propaganda and films and stories, then slowly over time, we've come to accept this obvious conclusion. There's probably aliens out there and have probably been here before, right? So that's how it works. Slowly over time, they change your mind.
Well, if that happens in government, it goes too far. definitely in America we have the right. We are actually obligated to revolt. If it goes too far and they start doing shit that actually hurts the American people, we're obligated to revolt. So I hope we do if
You've
it
been
goes that far.
obligated to. We've all been obligated to revolt for fucking
Well, it's in the
centuries.
Constitution for America, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I agree to that, and you're probably right. But you should have revolted long ago then, if that was the case.
Yeah, probably should. I don't know. And
We all should have done.
probably.
But hey ho, life's kind of convenient these days, and I got bills to pay and kids to feed. So, yeah.
Awesome song.
Some would say there's been things in the sky for centuries. It's not like just a recent phenomena, like the last 60, 70 years, or like last 100 years, let's say. So it's not necessarily been the case. These things have been recorded, right, orally, and then written down in picture and painting form and cave depictions, maybe. I guess we kind of brush these types of things off, right? But they exist. So maybe the things in the sky have existed for a long time. I just don't think the things in the sky from other planets, right? Anyway, that's an interesting discussion. It is Sunday.
Hey fellas, I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I dipped in. So how are you
We
guys?
were wondering where you are. You all right?
How you
It's good to
fellas
see you.
doing?
Yeah, good to see you, mate.
I recognize your voice. What's your name here?
Jedi. But those who don't know me very well call me Jedi.
Yeah, we chatted before. I have a poor memory when it comes to like names and shit, but I recognize voices and faces.
Well, it's good to see you. What brings you by?
I'm just hopping around, and it's kind of good timing because like this channel, like late at night is always pretty chill, and so yeah, I'm just hopping around.
I don't know, Dr. Copatine's in here. You usually chill at this type of time of day, Matrix? Are you still here, Matrix?
Is Crit here? Is he on right now? No, I guess not.
Do you know what? That's interesting you say that. I haven't seen Crit for a while.
No, you gotta stop. I chat with him all the time.
Oh, okay.
Crit's on holidays.
Thanks, Matrix.
He gets back on roughly around the 29th, somewhere around there.
Okay, mate. Thank you.
Crit's awesome, man. He's a good dude. We don't chat about like the flat earther things all that often. What we do is we just shoot the shit, and yeah, he's a really good dude. And to also preface for anyone that doesn't know me already, I'm not a flat earther. I just get along with a lot of the people here, and I don't debate.
That's a good thing because there's not really much to debate.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's perfect, to be honest. Like, well, it's like I'm deep into politics, and I have a lot of friends that are polar opposites, but we get along fantastically. We don't have to agree on everything to be friends, you know? All right. So I have a question. Very important. Very important question. What is the last thing that you ate?
Bacon.
You just had bacon.
A block of milk coconut chocolate.
Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I was
waiting for someone to step in. What's your definition of a block of chocolate?
How big is that block exactly?
200 grams.
That's not a block.
Well, that's what they call a family block over here. So it's a family-sized packet, and
Yeah.
I'd like to know what size family actually considers that normal. But anyways.
Oh my God! So you were talking about bacon. Like, have you ever had bacon with chocolate? It sounds gross, but oh my God, it melts in your mouth, and you're just like, wow.
Yeah, I've had some weird things. Chocolate on a few things, battered a lot of things. I've had the bacon one with chocolate. I didn't like it myself, but it ruined the bacon and the chocolate as far as I was concerned.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a purist like that.
With my kids, I used to make bacon pancake strips. Just bacon covered in pancake batter and.
Hey, Colonel.
Yeah, what's up?
Colonel, why you left?
Stonks, you know why? I hate over moderation, motherfucker. That dude was acting like a fucking dick ass.
1 minute, you went silent.
Guys, yeah, just a quick one. I'm not overly concerned about what you guys were doing in another channel. If you want to discuss that, you're more than welcome to do so.
Stonks, we're not going to talk. Stonks, we're not going to talk about what happened in another channel. We're in this channel, and this channel is all.
Okay, I don't want to talk about your mom in here. I'm here for.
Yep. If you don't like over moderation, you're probably going to get slammed in here. We don't care, bro.
That is true. I've seen it happen.
So, as you were. Bacon strips, batter. Yeah.
But yeah, like I called it dipping sticks, and then like the kids they had a bowl of like maple syrup, and then you dip it in. So you get the pancake, but you have the bacon in the middle of it. Beautiful, beautiful thing.
I've actually tried that, but I've never done the whole maple syrup dipping bacon, random things like that.
Mm. Oh, it's good.
Suppose you got your sweet, you got your savory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get your protein from like thick bacon. Nice thick bacon. Yeah.
You got your breakfast and dessert all rolled into one. It's beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah. I could see this happening after a monster session.
If I had that at like 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, I'll be asleep by by lunchtime. Probably.
Yeah.
I got to be careful. I got to be careful, like in the morning. I'm 45 years old, so I focus on more protein because like it carries you through the day.
Oh, how cute! He's 45.
That sweet. I'm telling you, that sweet will crash you like nobody's business, and then you feel tired by lunch. So yeah, first thing in the morning, tuna, something like
Fail.
that.
Don't do cat food.
Yeah, well, that's basically how I start the morning, is like cat food style. Fish is my go-to.
You'll like this, Colonel. Years and years ago, like I can't eat tinned salmon, tuna, any fish that's in a tin. Just makes me want to honk my guts up. Anyways, walking down the shops, I went down the shops with my mum. I was only probably 12, 13. Down at the shops, walking along with mum, and there's this lineup of people. You know when you're in the shops and sometimes they set up those little sampler carts,
Oh yeah,
and people
yeah,
line up
yeah,
and they sample different foods and cheeses and all that kind of shit. Well,
yeah.
anyways, we're cruising along, and here they are with what they called tuna tempters or something like that. And all these, there's probably about 10 people lined up for this shit. And me, not being the quietest of cats, why the fuck would anyone want to line up and try out cat food? Mama's just turned around, clocked me fair up the back of the head.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god!
Oh shit!
Oh man, the cat food thing. I'm gonna remember that. The next time I open a tin of tuna, and all I do is I put some fresh ground black pepper on it. That's it, and I'll eat it out of the can. But now I'm gonna start. Now you tattooed that in my brain that I'm eating cat food.
What's the worst part about it? If you open a can of cat food, a can of tuna, and a can of salmon, I cannot tell the difference just
That's
by
true.
smell. They all
Yeah.
smell exactly the same to me. Putrid. Even one episode where I used to live, we had a couple of boys come over one day, and they're all chefs, and they're out in the kitchen. The kitchen's 2 rooms down. We had this long mongrel corridor. Anyways, I'm up in the lounge room playing PlayStation, drinking beers, and next thing, I smell cat food. Which one of you clowns has opened a tin of bloody tuna or salmon or some shit like that? No, not us. We're cooking fresh fish. Don't lie to me. Fresh fish don't smell like shit.
I got a jar of Vegemite in the fridge, and I think that's going to be the next thing that I eat. I'm going to make some toast and a couple of slices of toast and
You can actually
put
stomach it.
Vegemite on it.
That's gross.
No. What you got to do? There's a trick to eating Vegemite. There's either 2 ways you can do it. Number 1, you smear it on so you can see through it. Number 2, you smear it on so it's like road base, nice and thick. So you've probably
And
gone
number
the
3,
wrong
you
way,
plug your
and
nose.
I had a girlfriend.
fried your taste buds.
When I lived in Pennsylvania, I had a girlfriend from New South Wales, and she flew in, and we were together for a couple of weeks in person, and she brought Vegemite, and I hated it. I hated it. But then, like, the next day, I'm like, I need more.
That shit lasts forever too. What you want to do? try it on cheese. So, cheese and Vegemite sandwiches go pretty good, but don't put it on too thick. You don't want the taste of it to overpower everything. Like I can eat it like road base, so that's all good. But I was brought up with it. So if you make yourself up a cheese sandwich, smear some Vegemite on, and yeah, really
I
good.
mean, it comes from zero waste. It comes from like pressing barley and all of that, and instead of the waste,
byproduct of beer making.
Do what?
It's a byproduct of beer, as in
Yeah.
alcohol, beer manufacture. Yeah.
So it's zero waste, So like you get to eat it too, and it is packed with flavor. Oh my god. That's the reason why, like you said a second ago, like you're like, the first way is to make it to where you can see
so you
through
can
it.
see through it.
Right. That's my way, by the way. That's my way.
So
it has to
what
be.
was common for little kids or when we were younger? We've got these biscuits called Vita Wheats, and they are flat biscuit with lots of little holes through them. So what you'd do is you'd smear butter across them or margarine across them, smear your Vegemite across, and then you get 2 of these biscuits and press them together. And what would happen is the butter and Vegemite would ooze through the holes and make these little worm-like structures as they were getting pressed through the holes. And yeah, it's quite common for little kids to get those, squish them and eat them, so they get entertained and fed at the same time.
Oh my god, I've never had that. I have some what is it? Something that butter, that Irish butter, something gold or whatever. Anyway, yeah, I have that in the fridge. I've never mixed butter and Vegemite together. I'm gonna try that. That sounds weird, but yeah, I'm gonna try that.
Well, for us, Vegemite just gets put on sandwiches. You also put butter on sandwiches, so butter, Vegemite, slap the other bit of bread on, happy days.
Yeah. Fucking Vegemite. That chickie from New South Wales, like, getting me addicted to that shit, I swear. Like, no one likes it. No one in my circle, no one in my personal circle likes it. And I had them try it, and everyone hates it.
More for you then.
Yeah, I guess so. So, have you been on, like, earlier in the day, like, here in this channel, the Flat Earther channel? Has anyone popped in being fucking annoying like usual during the day?
Yeah. We had Matt Nuclear forgot turn his cooling system on earlier.
Yeah.
And he had his usual breakdown. Dylan was in here having a sook about something. Who else have we had? I went and mowed the lawn, then come back, had a little listen for a while, went shopping. I think my biggest disappointment today was going shopping in one of those little shopping bags, the material ones that you get. I can now fit $200 worth of groceries in one of those little bags. I remember when I was a kid, $200 worth of groceries would fill 2.5 shopping trolleys, and now it fits in one of those little carry bags. Fuck, shit's getting expensive, bro.
It's every single day during normal business hours. It's every single day in this channel. People like the trolls come in, and then you have the the trolls definitely every single day. But then you have the people that are kind of curious, but they think they have it all figured out, and so they have a hard time hanging with everyone else. And
The
that's
numbers, you're probably looking at about 1 in 50, if not higher, of the guys that genuinely want to come in here and learn stuff. Most of the time, it's heroes that think they know everything and will come in. They'll get told they're wrong. They'll have a meltdown. They'll call us something rude, and then we'll just kick them out. Or they'll have a meltdown and just leave. Some of them just have a big blow up and just walk themselves out.
I'm gonna text Crit and ask him why the fuck he hasn't been around in here.
He's on holidays.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said something about that. He's what's he doing?
All I know is about 2 weeks ago, I think it was, he posted up in the chat channel that he was going to be away till about the 29th. And it was like, enjoy your holiday, bro. That was it. I didn't question where he's going, but yeah, at least he posted up that he was going this time. Last time he didn't. He just left everyone hanging. Cheeky bugger. But no, hopefully he's sipping coconut drinks somewhere, checking out birds wearing tiny little swim costumes and whatnot. He won't want to go too extreme. He's getting old. Yeah. Poor Crit.
And what's your name here? Doctor? Is that you?
Normally it's Matrix, but because of the amount of people that have cope issues, it's either Emperor Copatine, where I'm feel the copium flow through you. And this is Dr. Copatine. I'll probably go through the alphabet, so I might jump up to A. It'll be Administrator Copatine. Then I'll just work my way through the alphabet. But it'll be some kind of cope-related crap.
Well, I just texted him. All I said was, hey, talking about you in the 24/7 flat Earth. I said, doctor said you're on holiday. But yeah, I haven't chatted with him in a while. That would probably explain it.
Yeah, so normally you get your daily science news sent out to you, so you know Crit's all right.
Yeah,
that's what it is. You're missing that. You've noticed something's not right, and you've come to check out what's going on.
In my server, in Fever Dream, he hops in and VC quite a bit, and it's just always a beautiful thing when we're hanging out. There are a couple of heavy hitters around like this server that I'm really good friends with. And by the way, add me as a friend. Before I hop out. Oh God. I have 2 Ezekiels now. Not a common username.
I've already got you as a friend.
All right. Oh, we're already friends, you said?
Yep.
Oh shit. All right. Well, send me a PM.
Message.
And I'll bring it to the top.
Right here. There you go.
Boom. And all right. I won't mention what I just did while we're speaking because we have other ears. But anyway, there we go.
Ah, cool. I'll have a look.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Clearly, never going to be. It's not competition. I don't believe in competition. It's just separate.
No, that's right.
And also like earlier when Stonks came in, that's all it was. Is he was just asking about like another channel I was in, and it was over moderated. They muted me. That's all. Simple.
Why would you get muted? Seriously, you're chill out.
Because I'm me.
Oh, holy.
I'm me. I'm unfiltered, and so
well, that's me. I'm very much unfiltered. Like, I'll describe myself. Years ago, there was a TV show called The Littlest Room in the House, and comedians would stand up and have their say. It used to go for about half an hour sometimes. And comedians would get on there, tell them about their lives, tell some jokes and whatnot. And this one woman gets up there, and she's smoking as she walks across the stage, and she goes, "You know why I smoke 16s? Because they don't make fucking 32s." That's me.
That's good shit.
Not that I smoke, but yeah, you know why I'm like this.
Man, what was that? What was that British show that I used to watch when I was a kid? It had women in it. It was like two gals, and I can't remember the name of it now. Shit.
What were the girls
Absolutely
doing?
Fabulous.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
the one I was
yes,
thinking
yes,
of.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that one.
That's it. That's it. Was it Absolutely Fabulous? Was that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I
It was
watched
either that or something to do with French and Saunders, the only real two popular female comedians that would have done a double act together. But yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. And I mean, it wouldn't hold up today, but I mean, it
No,
held
it
up.
does.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Well, it's like Married with Children wouldn't hold up today. I mean, let's be honest. You know.
There's heaps of shows that wouldn't stand today. We used to have an old Australian show called Kingswood Country.
Yeah.
The woke culture would have an absolute meltdown if they ever replayed those shows.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. You know, yeah. The same with Married with Children. That would be no. Yeah. And I'm a far left libtard snowflake, and you know, but I'm 45 years old, and so I grew up with that, and it at the time didn't piss anyone off, you know, at all. It was just normal. But yeah, today, no, hell no, hell no.
Look at Jedi's thinking of all the Benny Hill shows and all that stuff.
I've got a list of about 7 so far. That wouldn't work now.
Exactly.
Shit, Hale and Pace. They used to upset a few people. They would now. They were good.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I used to watch a program called Till Death Do Us Part. It was about an very old guy, like in his 70s or 80s, called Alf Garnett, who just lost his wife or was about to lose his wife. And he was a very bitter, twisted old man. Very, 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 very to everybody and anybody. Back in the 70s, definitely wouldn't work today. You see it on YouTube from time to time. It's quite funny. Quite a lot of the 60s and 70s programs, like in England, Great Britain, were very mixed cultural based, taking the mickey out of each culture, doing impressions and accents of each other. Yeah, very, very racist. It would be seen today as racist. It wasn't, but it will be seen today as.
Think about, okay, we've all seen it, we've all watched it, we've all loved it, but the movie Blazing Saddles, no way that could be played in modern times, you know?
Oh, it can be played. There's nothing stopping us from playing it. You've just got to deal with the excessive amounts of cope that are going to be flowing your way for pressing the play button.
Yeah. Man, the hard R is prevalent in the movie Blazing Saddles.
See, that's why I get a lot of people in real life whinging to me. Oh, you can't say that. You can't talk like that. Pro tip for anyone. You can say the fuck whatever you like. You can talk however you like. Whether it offends somebody or not, that's another question entirely. There is nothing actually stopping me from talking and saying whatever the shit I like. Unless it's illegal. Or it's a case of legalities and you'll get into a lot of trouble, then it's wise to not say those things. But seriously, if you're using bad language out in public and a police officer hears you and you get a kick up the ass, that's a you problem. That's nothing to do with someone else having a cry saying you can't say that. Like,
My ex girlfriend, she's blacker than black, Trinidadian, and and you know, when I wanted to use a racial slur, I'd call her a Mick. She's not a Mick, but I'm a Mick. And so, like, listen here, you fucking Mick, you. I've never even said the hard R. I'm too white for that. So why exactly do I get muted and banned from channels, right? Like, come on.
Because you hurt someone's feelings. That's all.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about this hard R Jedi. We can't say the hard R, so that'd be brava.
Yeah.
Jedi just shook his head. You crazy bastard.
Man, I think it's hilarious whenever I call somebody a Mick that is definitely not a Mick. I think it's hilarious, you know? It's funny. I should probably dip out. But hey, it's funny that we were already friends. We just haven't chatted in fucking butt fucking forever. But yeah. Well, we're fixing that now.
Not a problem, mate. You take it easy, all right?
All right, man. You too.
Catch up.
We haven't chatted or butt fucked in forever.
Yeah, I didn't want to question it. I heard that we haven't chatted.
Guys, can I ask a question real quick? Are you available?
Yeah, hurry up then.
If you're gonna ask a real quick question, you've got to talk a lot quicker, mate.
Yeah, go on.
I can't really do that. So it's just so I understand if this is a claim you guys make or not. So do you claim that in the summer in the north there is a situation where the sun nobody can claim the sun is to the south of that said person?
What? Depends where you are. You said in the summer in the north. Well, I can be just north of the equator and the sun will be north of me. But it's still summer.
But imagine you are in the Arctic Circle.
Okay.
Is the Arctic one the one in the north?
Yes.
Right. So
yes, I would have to look south to see the sun in the Arctic Circle.
You have to look south to see the sun all in the entirety of the Arctic Circle?
I mean, in the entirety of the Arctic Circle, no. If you were to get a compass out, you would describe the sun's movement slightly differently, even though it is east to west. But from your point, if you're not in the center of that circle, it's quite hard to describe. If you're, say, at the North Pole, right in the middle of the Arctic Circle, and you see the sun, from every point from that radius, that would be described as south. If you were standing, say, halfway between that central point of radius and the circumference of the Arctic Circle, you would describe it as rising in the north. Coming from the northeast. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, just circling around you from east to
but
west. Yeah, it would circle around you from east to west whilst you were facing south. You would also have to face north to see it if you weren't directly at north. So you would literally be looking, say, through the North Pole, if you can imagine that, to see the sun on the other side of the North Pole. You could, I don't know how you would describe that.
right, but if you claim that if you are in the center of the north, the sun is not always pointing to the South Pole. There's only one position of the sun that would point straight to the celestial South Pole.
In the summer, in the south, but I thought we were talking about the summer in the north.
No, sorry, I'm talking about the summer in the north, and you are in the center of the North Pole.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one position of the sun that you would say, yes, the sun is between me and the South Pole, like in a straight line. Because if the sun, is this correct?
What do you mean by south?
The celestial South Pole.
Yeah. There's only one straight line between two poles. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that means that in every other point of the Arctic Circle,
Mm-hmm.
people would not be able to claim, okay, the Arctic Circle is to the south of me. I don't know if this makes sense, but
Yeah, it does. You got a problem of describing south. South can be described in two ways. One, an absolute direction, like underneath the southern celestial pole, underneath the southern celestial stars, where you stick a pole in the ground and say that's south, like you do in the north, right? North is an absolute point, south is an absolute point. But if you're at the North Pole and you walk in any straight direction away from that North Pole, you can describe that as south. Although not every single straight line away from that point, that North Pole, will end you up in the South Pole.
So why would you describe it as south?
It's a convention that north, south, east, and west. Do we need another bearing direction? 180 degrees away from north is south. But if south is like north, a true absolute direction where you could physically stick a pole in the ground underneath a point in the sky, then that's only one direction away from a North Pole. There's only one straight line between two poles. So we've got a problem about describing south. I think, and I might be, speculating, but this is one of the reasons that they've caught us in this little trap of navigation, sailing around poles, in circles and so on, blah, 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 describing south as 180 degrees from north, and you will always end up in the South Pole when you go south. I mean, I don't actually think that's true.
But that's a big difference between globe thinking and flat earth thinking right there, right? I mean,
yes, yeah. The difference in thinking is following one line of longitude, or any line of longitude away from north, always concluding at the South Pole. I would suggest there's only one straight line that you can travel between two absolute directions.
because a flat earther would say, okay, I'm going south according to my compass,
Yeah,
but
we would
the
all say that
the
according to
celestial
our
south
compass.
is to my back.
Yeah,
Right?
we would all say that. Yeah, we would all try to convey this. We've all been taught this, right? So yeah, that's how we would say it. And when we
But
get a
not all
compass
flat
up, though,
earthers.
that's very. A compass is very specific. A compass follows magnetic field line, and 180 degrees away from north is described as south there as well. Even though that's not always true, because your compass doesn't always point north. So if that's not the case, then 180 degrees from north would be south if the compass doesn't point north.
But not all
It's,
flat earthers think this way, right? Some flat earthers. I saw you argue with a flat earther that said every star goes around Polaris. So I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. This annoys me, and thank you for noticing that. I'm glad you heard it. And you're right. No, not every flat earther says this. Not every flat earther agrees, for some reason, to what we observe in the sky. At some point when we observe the sky, it turns into sky magic or eye magic, or that's not actually what we're seeing, apparent positions based on where you are, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, that's not every flat earther says what I say, that's for sure.
Would you say
No,
that maybe the
sorry.
majority
No,
of flat earthers would agree with you, or with the gentleman that said everything goes around Polaris?
I,
think it's
I,
split
I'd
50.
hope with me, but I wouldn't even hang my hat on that. So yeah, I couldn't say. I think if we take, like, say, the last 10 years, that idea of a disk Earth with Antarctica as the circumference and not being able to observe like a 24-hour sun in the south because you're always on the outside of the sun's circle. That's been around, like I said, for 10 years, and lots of people have kind of always associated the flat Earth with that, flat Earthers themselves. So for some reason, I think they're trying to defend it, but I don't blame them for like having this idea because it's the first one that most flat Earthers are kind of given, I think.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, think of the like the map from Dave Weiss's clock app or whatever. Like when people think of flat Earth, that's usually the first image that pop into most people's heads.
Yeah.
And it's like all the banners, and people try to say it the same thing as the is it NATO flag or the UN flag? I can never remember which. It's gotta be the UN. But as far as like what flat earthers say versus there's two poles, there's one pole. I just from my interactions, I feel like it's pretty split. It's pretty much like 50-50.
Yeah. I think if I was to add a little bit onto that, most of the people that I know who kind of deal with empiricism and dealing with like what we actually observe, excuse me, would agree with kind of like the two pole kind of idea because it's what we observe. The other side of the coin maybe is flat earthers who have an idea don't necessarily deal with empiricism, understands that the earth is flat somehow, but have some kind of defensive mechanism that kicks in when anything goes against the preconceived idea that the earth is like the map that's shown with Antarctica, the circumference. I don't know why. It's some kind of psychological game, maybe. I think I know why the AE map is in existence, why it was here when we got here. For example, when I became a flat earther in 2015, this was the flat earth map. I think the reason why it's here as a propaganda piece, like a straw man, you can easily pull this idea apart. And when it's pulled apart, then people, start taking sides and either defending ideas or not. So it's been an interesting social experiment, that's for sure.
It's like the map, like the UN flag or whatever, and the generic flat Earth like map. Certain flat earthers, when they have to relinquish that, is it not much different than Glovers who don't want to just come to the realization that it's flat. It's just how it's treated every day and all that. It's kind of the same. Like people spaz out, and we've had billions of arguments and fights about it. But see, my thing is, I personally don't hold on to that map or image. Is it a map? I guess it's the Mercator projector, right? So yeah, it's still a map, but I mean that doesn't hold any water. No one knows where these continents actually are in the true layout. It's just the whole having dual poles. Because like you guys said, it can only be one straight line from facing 100% purely north, looking north. Using the stars to guide, all that crap. It only be like a straight line only goes two directions. So the thing is, where it gets complicated is when you are on a certain latitude that you have multiple people in different places all facing north, but south is different for everybody. It's like a catch-22. It is annoying. It's one of the most annoying things. It's something I've personally had issues like struggles with from the very first month of going into flat Earth. It's just one of those things. You can't really. There's no true answer to it. It's one of those things you can't really actually physically prove. I don't think.
No.
Because nobody has. I have never found a person where it's verified where they can say they were in a location where Polaris was 100% 90 degrees above their head. Like that's never happened either. The North Pole is just as off limits as anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just something to fight about, really. It's weird. Like I said, it was like ironic earlier because I haven't even we just had the Artemis mission and all that crap. Like I haven't been on Discord. I mean, I'll pop in every now and then and listen for a few minutes, but like this is the most speaking I've done since January. Like I just took I had to take a complete break from Flat Earth 100% anyway. Just because, and that's just simply because it was the main focus of not the main focus, but it was always very prevalent every single day for like 7 straight years. And it's like fine, right after the holidays, I just got burned out. I don't want to talk about it, look at it, like. So it's kind of refreshing talking about it now because a little break is good, but I don't know. I don't ever want to talk about North Pole, South Pole ever again. It's just ironic. Okay, I've been off Discord and stuff for so long, and as soon as I hop in here, that's like becomes the subject. It's like no. Anyway.
It's weird. I did say to you just a moment ago that the majority of people that I know, like you and everybody in here, deals with empiricism, kind of agrees with. Then I kind of realised that actually, no, that's not true, because it's caused a lot of division within the community as well. There are people like Quantum Eraser, but most definitely me and him have had conversations in the past when he was still around, and yeah, we butted head about the dual pole idea. But this is because it was born out of when Globe Earthers come into the chat and ask us to explain the observation of going south and stars turning in different directions, that it wasn't it become no longer satisfactory to me to just turn around to them and say it's because you turn round, because that idea was not dealing with what we observe. And then obviously because over the last 3, 4, 5 years, whatever, the emergence of celestial navigation. Right now, you can't get away from the fact that this is what we measure with the movements of the stars. If you're going to use celestial navigation and elevation angles as a proof of flat Earth, then you must consequently admit that we measure 2 celestial poles. But the thing is, people who would advocate for the celestial navigation position are also on the other side of the fence with regards to the two celestial pole idea now. So it's caused a lot of division, dude, and it's fucking baffled me, to be honest with you. I deal
Right.
with, what's empirical and what we observe. And yeah, we might not be able to explain it, but I'm definitely going to be able to point at it and look at it and describe what it does.
Right. See, the thing is, the way that we do cell nav and all that is the fact that the entirety of the operation itself is based on Polaris being in the center, and that's the issue. Like if there can only ever be one center of a horizontal plane. You can't have two centers of something. You know, something that's a horizontal plane. There can only be one center. There can't be two.
Yeah. And without knowing the true dimensions of the Earth, how could we possibly say what was the geometric center and then claim it's underneath this particular star?
Well, and that's what I said earlier. Like not a single living person, excuse me, at least not a person that I know of. I've never been able to find that can verify that they've been to that point in the north as well. So, like I said, it is, but just from the way that we, see the sky and stuff. I mean, like I said, you can get several people on the same circle of equal elevation around Polaris at different locations, millions, not millions, thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of miles apart from each other. And like I said, it could be 6 a.m. for one place, 7:30 for another. And granted, it does only happen certain times of year because if it's 7 o'clock where you are and you can see stars, that doesn't mean that in your summertime that will be true because it might not be dark till 9 o'clock. So, but the thing is, but you can't do that with anything in itself, and that's like I said, it's a catch-22. It's just it's the perfect thing to make division. Like this exact specific topic of flat Earth is the perfect thing to just get people to split and argue and hate each other. And the worst part is we already agree that it's not a fucking ball. Like, well, not that we agree, we already. I mean, it physically isn't. So it's like I don't know. It does suck, especially now. And I'm being more reflective because I've had time off. I haven't had time to think about it. I haven't thought about it. So like this is something I haven't really even thought about since almost Christmas. And it's like, fuck, dude, like all it is just, all this division's been fucking horrible. And it's weird how it all happened. Like Darren and Dave Weiss split in, and then almost because Nathan and QE they split in October. So almost a calendar year after, another whole massive pillar splits and hates each other. And this guy's a shill, and this guy's a thief, and this guy's an agent. Like it's weird how this all happened, and it kind of just gives credence to what Duffy was saying. He was performing a sociological experiment, which is again not an experiment. We know that, but he was saying it was a social experiment, which is pseudoscience still, and he kind of succeeded. He caused this whole massive schism.
Yeah.
Well, not that Duffy has anything to do with FED and QE and all that shit. I mean, that is, but it's just the timing of it is kind of funny how like one domino falls in another. Sorry, I know it's way off topic, but
Yeah, I mean, it's not if we can broaden it out to the way that these, what's a good term, mind games are played, right? And as you said, like social experiments. Now, I'm fully in the belief that the flat Earth was released to us, right? No one discovered it, right? It was released. Now, not saying that it's not true, because it empirically is, but even though that this truth was released, it's still going to cause us to argue amongst ourselves. So, like you pointed out, right, more division, and then consequentially over time, there's probably going to be sides and factions with more division. So what we've got is a lot of people arguing about arguing, which is the whole point of releasing the fucking flat Earth, I would assume. Just getting more division, more people arguing, and no cohesion. That's what they want at the end of the day. They don't want our cohesion with each other, right? Me, you, Quantum Eraser, Dave Weiss, Eric Debay. They want sides and opinions, and want control of the narrative as best as they can. But at the end of the day, it's like the Illuminati card game, like the flat earthers, they know something. Yeah, that's great. They know something. Now you can go and argue about this for the next 10, 15, 20 years whilst we go and do this over here. That's the game, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Majoring on the minors, arguing over shit that's not even. I mean, yeah, it's important. And the thing is, we'd all like to know what it actually is, what everything looks like, how it all functions. But there's just some things that, not to get biblical, but there's just some things we're not going to be privy to. And, like, Jesus said something similar to, like, how can I teach you about heavenly things when you don't comprehend earthly things, shit like that. Like, that means something. There's, like, the stuff in the sky, I don't think we're ever going to actually be able to figure out or fully know ever. I think it's beyond us. But perfect thing to fight about. Stupid. I am just curious. Has anyone actually like read QE's book? I know it dropped. I don't know if that's like I'm not trying to like start hot button issues or anything. I'm just curious if anyone's actually like peeked at it. I haven't. I mean, it's $10 on Kindle, but I don't have the time to sit there and read a book at work. I'm too busy.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't. I probably won't. I'll just hear about it from you guys. Yeah. I don't care. Honestly, I don't.
I mean, Jedi, like, what's going to be in that book that we haven't heard 1,000,000,000 times already? On just being like, because I know back in the day I used to see Matrix in QE shows all the time. Like that's where I first ever heard Matrix because he got that big booming Australian voice. I remember like he used to be in the old QE shows and stuff. I mean, nothing. There's not going to be anything in that book that's like, oh my god, I never thought of that. Like it's all going to be the same shit. But you know what though? If he wasn't such a prick, I'd buy it and support him. But he's been an asshole, so I didn't feel like supporting him. I mean, I'll get Nathan's book when it drops, just to chip in. But I mean, what's that gonna say that we haven't heard a billion times? But then again, if it's good info and it's easy to read and it gets to somebody, because people just put more credence if something's written on paper and printed and has a cover, like people will pay way more attention than just hearing some douche on the internet. So I hope it works. I hope it serves its purpose.
Why is sorry to change the subject. Why is Henchman playing Police Squad? That's what I want to know. Matrix, can we do something about that? Matrix, you still here? Please still here.
Oh, I'm still here. I think it's time to put the video away. Henchman, turn off that unnecessary crap, mate. I know you're lonely and you just want friends, but you don't have to play videos in our channel. Hint, hint. Okay, we'll do it the hard way.
Was that like a copyright kind of thing? Yeah. It'd be like pointing a fucking CD.
Thanks, Matrix. It's too early in the morning for me to deal with that type of shit. You've been up for it. You do it.
No worries, man.
Go to sleep. Well, shit, Matrix, what time is it for you?
15:05.
Even if you fucking count that. Hold on. My brain's not ready for military time. Oh.
All right, I'll translate for you. 5 minutes past 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
My retarded ass. I was gonna say, wait, it's 5 o'clock. Yeah, it's that late for you? Okay, so it's exactly 12:06 for midnight. I'm just trying to do in my head if it'd ever be nighttime for us simultaneously. Because I know certain parts of North America and certain parts of Australia it is.
Well, considering it goes dark on the east first, I'd be taking a wild guess that the East Coast is probably where those certain parts may, just throwing a wild guess out there, may be. So you've got your West Coast of the US and the East Coast of Australia. That's what you'd be comparing.
Right, yeah, and I totally knew which coast you lived on, my bad.
I don't live on the coast. I'm about 5 hours from it.
40 hours from the coast?
5.
Oh, shit, I was gonna say, what the fuck?
40 hours? Shit, bro, I don't live next door to you. I could probably go past Jedi's house in 40 hours and then come and visit you. Holy.
I'm like 20 minutes from the coast. In actual fact, I can never be on the island of Great Britain without being 70 minutes from the coast.
Right.
Yeah, that's travelling in a car, obviously, at 60 miles an hour.
You know what I wonder, dude, with you being in Great Britain? There's gonna be, I wonder if there's like one person that's never seen the ocean that lives in it. That's gotta be possible. It's gotta be somebody. And I don't mean like someone that's like disabled, like just a normal person that literally has not traveled that far, has never seen the ocean, but lived in the UK their whole life. I swear, there's gotta be somebody.
Yeah, that's good.
I just love it in some parts of the world you can drive for 4 hours across 4 countries, and other parts of the world you drive for 4 hours and you're just off your property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a bit that's always amazed me.
That's where Australia and the United States are pretty similar because they're just countries where it's like, I mean, yeah, I know you can't go. Just the amount of distance you can just drive and never leave the country. Like the United States, Canada, we're the only ones that get it. It's weird.
Let me just ask a follow-up question. Would you say that if you're at the equator, you cannot tell by looking at the sky where the Polaris is?
You can see Polaris from the equator.
Technically, you can see Polaris from about 3 point something degrees below the equator.
Okay.
I mean, you can see
So,
Polaris and where supposedly the Southern Cross, not the Southern Cross, the Southern Pole star, if there is one, would be like you can see both spots
you
simultaneously.
can
Like
see both?
if you're in Hawaii, you can see Polaris, and at the same time, you can turn fucking south 180 degrees from facing north, and you can see the Southern Cross. Again, I think it's only certain times of the year, like July maybe. You can see the Southern Cross go from east to west across the sky while Polaris is right there.
But wait, are you sure?
Yeah, dude. I feel like if I was to go, if I was to just travel like 500 miles dead south, I could see Polaris and the Southern Cross at the same time. I had SkyMap. Actually, you could do it right now this time of year because I was using a SkyMap, which is just a knockoff version of Solarium, but I think it's better. And I was just because I like where I live, I have a lot of light pollution now. I mean, I live in the middle of the fucking woods with no neighbors, but I got a gigantic fucking street light in the middle of my property that I can't shut off. That I pay $12 a month for from the power company, so I don't stargaze too much. But I noticed Venus and some shit out the other night, so I was just using SkyMap, and
Okay,
yeah, the Southern Cross, like right there, it's right there, peaking above the horizon line facing south. I just don't have, I just don't have that clear view of the southern horizon. And if I did, I'd probably be able to see the very tip of it at least, like right
but
at,
then I think you're trapped, my friend, because and you claim that they are 180 degrees from each other, like you are in the middle of them.
no. What I'm saying is, Well, yeah, I guess from my perspective, I would be in the middle because if I'm facing north right now, 180 degrees behind me, that's where I would see the Southern Cross.
But are you a
Well, no,
glober?
no. Well, no. I mean, it might not be 100. I might have to turn. Actually, you're right. Let me pull up the land. See where it is right now. Where is it? No, I'm not.
And would you say that that is possible all over the equator, or just in that position where you are?
The Southern Cross. Wish it would give me like little degrees from the horizon and below it. But like a half, about an inch down on my phone screen from the horizon. It may have been higher earlier. I can't remember if it's.
I don't think Jedi would agree with you, my friend.
I mean, I could screenshot it. Hold on, let me screenshot it, post in the chat.
Did somebody say my name? I was making coffee.
Yeah, you're just about to disagree with something in the side chat. Hold on, he's posting it.
Okay. Give me a moment, I'll get ready to disagree. Oh, no.
I'm just gonna post. I'm gonna click on the little chat bubble. If it'll let me. Oh, it will. Like I just took that like right this second. Like, I just screenshot it. But like I said a couple hours ago, the little tip of the Southern Cross is like just a hair above that orange line, which is just your horizon. I'll take one right now facing north. Like, it's not an agree disagree. I'm not trying to like start it. I'm just telling you my observation.
But would you say that you can do that observation all over the equator, or just at the point where you are?
Oh no, dude! If you were at the equator, that the Southern Cross would be a good bit above it.
And Polaris as well?
Yeah, that's not. I don't. Yeah, yeah. You
Anywhere
can
on the
see. Yeah, but you could also be in the south
and
and
you a glober,
see.
my friend.
No, but you could also be in Australia or New Zealand or parts of the Philippines or whatever, and be looking at your Southern Cross, and you turn around 180 degrees and face north, and you can see Ursa Minor and Ursa Major. It's just the circumpolar constellation. That's all the Southern Cross is.
So so you're telling me that all over the equator you can have Polaris and the Southern Cross 180 degrees away from you, like you are in
Dude,
the middle of them.
I'm
So
32.
you
I'm
know
32
where
degrees. Yeah, sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
that contradicts what Jedi says, basically.
Oh, I'm not trying. No, I'm not trying to. I don't know what he said about that. So I'm not giving you anyone this information that contradicts anything Jedi said because I haven't heard this come up yet. No. All I'm saying is if I was if I was 3 hours south, like going towards, and I was at the beach, and let's say that I was on the part of the beach where I could see the south, like the like I could see the full horizon of the ocean facing south, I would totally be able to see at the very least the very tip of the Southern Cross.
Right, but we were just talking about how you cannot tell where the straight line between north and south is.
Yeah, but see, I
Like,
think you're conflating the Southern Cross for the Southern Celestial Pole. You're equating the Southern Cross for the southern version of Polaris, and that's not. That's the Southern Cross moves east to west throughout the sky every single day, every single night. It's not.
Yeah, but
The
it's
Southern Cross
close.
is different. What do you mean it's close?
It's not. It's not the celestial South Pole, but it's pretty close, right?
No, pretty close. Not really.
No, that would be like saying that the Big Dipper. That would be like saying
But
the Big Dipper is like real close to the North Pole. But I mean, it's the general direction. If you're looking at the Big Dipper, you have a pretty good idea where to find north. I mean, obviously you're already facing north. I mean, granted, you could be facing you could be facing northwest or northeast, sure, but I mean, if you know the Big Dipper and you know like the difference between east and west and what directions the stars are moving, you get a pretty good idea of the north.
okay, but wait a minute. So if you're telling me that you can see Polaris all over the equator, then that means the equator goes around the North Pole.
You can see the Southern Cross from any part of the equator as well.
This. Sorry to interrupt. This again might be one of those convolution of terms and dual aspects with regards to like what south is, like away from north or an actual point. If we're talking about what the equator is now, because you can describe the equator if you want to
So a
as
flat earther is actually going to like justify their.
Apologies, Jedi. You got interrupted. Then please continue.
no worries. You can describe the equator as that circle of equal altitude where Polaris is just above the horizon if you want to, or you could describe the equator as something else, like being underneath another celestial point in the sky, right? Now, maybe there's a context or convolution error, like I pointed out of the south and north thing earlier. Maybe the equator is different depending on how you're going to describe it. But at the moment, I don't really know. I'm looking into it at the moment, to be fair. Trying to answer that question about the equator, right? Because we've got this idea that it's a circle. Well, you can have two circles if you've got two poles. So would the real equator please stand up? I don't think it's a circle, though, right? I don't. But it might be a convolution of how we describe the equator.
Well, I mean, the equator in and of itself is literally just your minimum elevation that you can. It's the.
Yeah. Okay. So if the equator is the minimum elevation angle you can get, let's put it like this: if the equator is the minimum elevation angle you can get to Polaris, then what happens when you take the minimum elevation angle to the point in the sky that other stars rotate around in the south?
Well, yeah, but you're not. You would be
don't.
taking elevation to a vacant spot of the sky where there's nothing.
Exactly. I mean, again, that's quite handy because really we don't do that, do we? But it'd be interesting if we did do it, because then if we're measuring to a point and we're circling around it, then that's going to be a circle too. Do we describe that as the equator?
I mean, theoretically, but I mean, it's not. But the reality of it is the equator is based on
Celestial equator. Yeah, celestial equator as well. You can stand on celestial equator when you're at the equator. And yes, you can measure minimum elevation angle to Polaris if you want to, but there's a few ways to get an equator, which is what I'm trying to drive at the moment. There's a few ways to get this equator. So which one is it?
Yeah, but the celestial equator is. You can't take a trip to the celestial equator, but you can go to the equator. On the ground. Celestial equator. I mean, that's just theoretical. I mean, that's just like, okay, so just imagine everything's flat. Well, they tell you right there. What's the celestial equator? They're already kind of like, giving up the ghost a little bit.
No, all of these things are things in the sky that we're talking.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying that if we are at the equator, we can see Polaris or not? Do we know what Polaris is or not? I don't get it.
Yeah, you can see Polaris from the equator. Polaris it's going to be kissing the horizon.
But you cannot see the point where stars rotate around the south.
Yeah, but if you go to Tasmania, you're not going to see a point where stars rotate. It's just vacant. It's a vacant part of the sky where there's nothing.
Can you see it on the equator?
Yeah, but you see it, and you know it's there because other stars are rotating around it, like the ones in the north. It's just you've got a reference Polaris. It's right next to that point of rotation. In the south, we don't have that, but we still have the stars rotating around the celestial point, don't we?
Okay, so you are at the
That's
equator, and
like when you go to
can
the
you
south. Sorry, hold on one second. When you go to the south, you'll see pretty much the same pictures as you see. When I don't mean pictures. I mean, okay, so like if I'm north, I see I see Polaris. I mean, I'm sorry, just I see the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. I see Draco, all making a circle around a particular spot, which just happens to be Polaris. If you go to the south, you'll see the Southern Cross. You'll see Octantis, and there's another one, all doing the exact same thing that Big Dipper, Little Dipper, and Draco and all doing. Yeah, I get that. That's fair. I mean,
okay?
that is true.
So if you are at the equator, you can point at Polaris, and you also know at the same time where the southern celestial pole is. So you can see both.
I mean, we
You
don't.
know both directions.
I don't know. I don't know that. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. South. Yeah. You know which direction is north and which direction is south. Yeah. Absolutely. You know which direction is east and which direction is west.
You know, right? And you know where both directions are, all over the equator, not in
Yeah.
just
You
one
could
point.
always. Right. Yeah. You'll always be able to know which direction is north, which direction is south.
Are they 180 degrees from each other all over the equator?
Well, okay. Let's say you're in the middle. Is there I'm an idiot. There's going to be a spot on the equator where you could be in the middle of the ocean, right? Yeah. Of course. Duh.
There's a spot where you're in the middle. Right?
Okay, but let's say that it's completely cloudy, except for one spot where you can see the Southern Cross. You automatically know which direction is south. And by seeing that Southern Cross, you can then figure out, you look north and there's nothing but thunderstorms. You can't see shit. You now know which direction is north, which direction is south, which direction is east, which direction is west, all based off of just seeing the Southern Cross, or even just a part of it. Or I'm sure other constellations you might be able to
Not
see
on
out
the
there.
flat Earth, no. Not on the flat Earth, my friend. I
What do
don't
you
think
mean?
that's how the flat Earth works.
I don't understand
At
why all of a
least
sudden it's not on the planet. Like, what justifies you making that statement? I don't understand how that follows. But
because you're saying
hokey to
that
me.
you know the line between the north celestial pole and the south celestial pole is.
Would this line be on the ground?
Yeah.
Can you
As
define
well
what
as
a line is? Right. Yeah. Can you like give a definition on what a line is on the ground?
Yeah,
is the connection between 2 points.
yeah,
Okay.
the
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
between 2 points. The points at the end of the line is the 2 poles that we've stuck on the floor underneath the 2 points of rotation in north and south.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And again, this is just where we have to disagree. He thinks there's 2 points of rotation. I think there's one, but it doesn't matter. It's all still flat Earth is required for us to be having this discussion anyway. So again, yeah, and if yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I don't know. I'll 2 points. I don't care. I'm just not even going to argue about that. But I mean, a flat Earth is definitely necessary for us to have this conversation about these 2 points, or maybe 1 point and what appears to be a second point based off of God knows what. I mean, so we can't whistle past the flat Earth just to argue about the points about the flat Earth and how one flat Earth is thinking of the flat Earth might be incorrect. I mean, the Earth has to be flat for us to have this argument. Not that there's going to be one. So I don't understand how how this other guy can say this can't happen on a flat Earth when we're only having this argument because the Earth is flat.
It just comes into the exposition of points to people who don't understand our position. So when they come with questions like, hey, when I go south and I look at the stars, why are they going a different direction? People turn around and just say to them, you turned around. And that's kind of negating an observation that people have in the south, like Matrix was in the summer or in the winter or at night time with regards to what he's observing, a celestial point of rotation in the south.
Right, but I think saying that you turn around isn't a bad thing to say because it is true. If it's broken now, but when I had my Newtonian telescope, if I wanted to follow the Big Dipper, I would have to my telescope would have to go from right to left, which is east to west. But then if I want to follow Jupiter for the night, I will have to be facing away from Polaris because Jupiter's further from it. So I would automatically already be facing in a southerly direction. I would have to then turn my telescope, would have to go from left to right. So it is, and the thing is, if I take star trails, one set of star trails are going to be going clockwise, facing south, and one set of star trails will be going counterclockwise, facing north. But you can do that from anywhere. Matrix can go outside and do the same thing. So simply turning around will change the direction that the stars are moving based off your own personal perspective at that moment, and that's just the case for everybody.
Yeah, but when we're describing clockwise and counterclockwise, there's a central clock the hands are going. So where's the central point to the clock? Even within this description, there's a claim to just central point of rotation. Right. And I get when you say that it's not wrong. You're right when you say you turn round and you experience it. You're not incorrect, but the answer isn't full.
No, but and again, this is like I said, it's just that this is the catch-22 we're in, and I just there's no way you can say, because the thing is, if you were to tell me something that's inarguable and it completely proves that there is two rotations, and there's nothing I can do to refute it because it's just true and it's just a fact, then I would have to change my opinion on it.
And
But
consequently,
also vice versa. Right. But no, because if something just is what it is, and you're able to 100% demonstrate without a shadow of a doubt, then either get with the program and change your position on it because it just is what it is. I can't do the same thing either. Right, but I can't.
No, it'll be the same way, right? Me and you in the north, me and you would agree because this is our experience when we point at describe the east to west rotation, or clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which way we turn, right? But when we're in the south, when we're dealing with Matrix, T-Dub and all friends, and they don't see this. Their convention is when they look south, they describe the Southern Cross rotating around that southern point of axis, right? It's not rotating around the north, it's rotating around the south, dude.
Yeah, no, that's correct. But the thing is, there's also.
But Jedi, you did not answer. Can you see the southern point of rotation from the equator or no?
I don't know. I've never been to the equator. I would presume as much as the North Star, right? Both things, and I've seen these things with like photographs of star trails. To the left, when facing east, which is north, you'd see like Polaris and like a cartwheel of stars kind of converging with the horizon. You kind of look to the right, which would be south when facing east, and you see that kind of cartwheel in the sky again. But I don't know, and I've always wanted to ask where these photographs are taken from, and how the panoramic view, or how both shots are like taken from north to south, how you get that captured in that image. Because I want to know, like you want to know, are you standing in a straight line between the two, or is there an angle that isn't 180 degrees? Is the angle between the separation 175 degrees, for example, depending on your location? So I need to know the locations of where these observations are being taken from. I get the equator. Where? Like everywhere? I don't know.
I mean, it would be. You just have to wait for it to get dark.
But if it's everywhere on the equator,
well,
Then it's not
it doesn't
even
even.
dude. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. All right, it can only be in one true location. If you can, we'll go with this argument. Stick a pole in the ground underneath the north, and stick a pole in the ground underneath the south. Then there's going to be certain things that are going to apply here, right? There's going to be consequences to this. Like, for example, if you were to follow the circle around the north that we'll call the equator, then obviously 180 degrees around you isn't going to end you up in that South Pole. And obviously, it wouldn't be visible in the sky if it's an actual, like, above a pole on the floor. You wouldn't describe that in the north, would you? If you were at the south and you had this southern hemisphere bias, where you saw the southern rotation and described the North Pole as always being around you, even though it's an actual point on the floor. It couldn't always be around you 360 absolute location, right?
Well, it's an actual point in the sky too.
Yeah, which we stick poles under and say that's north and south.
Sure, yeah.
So does the southern one move?
What do you mean? The southern
Does
pole?
does the southern pole move based on the observer walking around the equator in the sky?
I mean, no. If we're playing the game where it will match, word for word what the North is doing, no, it wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. This is my point. It wouldn't. It's an absolute directional location like the North is, right? You stand there
Right.
underneath it, you're there. So consequential to that, walking around the equator, for use of language, around the North, let's say, then you wouldn't see the southern point of rotation always 180 degrees behind your back when you face north. So this is my question now. Do we observe this on the equator if the equator is that circle around north? Do we observe the southern stars 180 degrees behind our back at all times? I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be a smart ass. Repeat what you. I'm having trouble processing what you said. When we see the full rotation 180 degrees at our back, like could you repeat that part you just said, just so I can process it.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean by pointing at the North Star and then 180 degrees behind your back. That's what south is, right?
Right. Yeah. But I mean, that's true. It is 100%. That is.
Yeah. No, that is 100% true. If we want to convey that direction of 180 degrees north being, but that can't be true if south is also a pole on the floor. So if we're walking around the northern pole, calling it the equator, and we're trying to look behind our back 180 degrees behind us as we walk around 360 degrees around the pole, then in the sky that point of rotation wouldn't be behind our back if it's always above that point on the floor.
Right, but the issue is, it already is 100% true that if you are facing 100% north and you turn 180 degrees, you will be facing 100% south.
Yes,
That's
that's a convention. Right. That's a convention.
Yeah, but that's a. I mean, if you're facing north and turn 180 degrees, you will indeed 100% be facing south. That's already a fact. So that kind of already negates what you just said, because you said that it's true that.
Dude, what's the definition of a straight line? The shortest distance between 2 points. If these points are described as north at one end and south at the other, then what you said can't be true.
Yeah, but can't lines continue on forever? Do lines have to have a fixed endpoint?
Yeah, no, dude. If you have a circle around one pole, right, and you can travel east or west around that one pole, and we'll call that pole north. Now, if you were to travel away from that pole, you're standing on it, and you walk away in any direction, you can describe that to me as going south. But consequently, every single one of these lines of radius away from that central point will not meet you at that other southern pole. There's only one straight line between 2 points, right?
Yeah, but isn't that why you said only one line of longitude would work? It would only be 1 point, but you could have many different lines of longitude?
Yes.
Right, exactly. So in order to hit the South Pole from the north, you would have to travel 100% perfect south on a very specific line of longitude. What line of longitude would that
I don't know, but you are correct.
Again, that's why this whole conversation is a catch-22. It's just something that I don't think it's like unstoppable force versus immovable object as far as, The thing is, though, other guy, like, just the fact that we're having this discussion, me and Jedi, the Earth's already a fact that it's flat, the globe doesn't exist, it's made up. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's a sensitive question, I think, for Flat Earth,
Oh, yeah.
because if,
Question I've ever come across in this entire subject. Because the thing is, me and Jedi 100% agree on literally everything else. This is literally, I think, the only thing that flat earthers will argue with each other over. We're not. I'm not an Aetherite. Jedi's not an Aetherite. Like, so there's like, we're not going to argue about that. We'll argue with Etherites about that shit. But as far as just us normal, everyday Joe flat earthers, that just know how the Earth is measured and how it requires a horizontal plane, like in the fact that space can't physically exist because it's just impossible, and the fact that there's no scientific cosmic we're not going to ever argue about anything of that. In fact, we probably tag team the shit out of people with stuff like that. It's just this one thing we don't agree on. It's literally just one, I believe. I don't think there's anything else. And it's literally just my opinion versus his opinion. That's literally, when it boils down to it, there's nothing I can do to 100% prove without a shadow of doubt what I'm saying is 100% fact, and vice versa. It just is what it is.
okay, let me just ask you something to Jedi. But Jedi, if you if you came to the conclusion, it was presented to you that you can observe both celestial poles at different parts of the equator, and you had evidence of that, and there would be 180 degrees in different positions of the equator, your conclusion would be that
Sky magic and the heavens above
right.
are spiritual, because that won't blow my frigging mind, dude, to be honest with you. I've rationally thought this out, right? I've tried to explain this as best as I can, and people agree just logically with the scenario that we've put forward. And consequently, yeah, if this was observed, then my brain would scramble. I don't know what I would do. It wouldn't invalidate the measurement of the surface of the Earth, but I'd look up at the sky and just think, fuck, that's crazy.
Because you are of the opinion that if you are in Norway, for example, you don't know where the South Celestial Pole is. You have no idea. It could be right.
Well, again, I think this is a trick of how we navigate. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Not really, say in Norway when facing north, could I really say that south was 180 degrees behind me. I could describe it that way. Of course, we could. We've said that. But no. What I would do is I'd get a compass out and I'd follow those field lines, right? That compass would have embedded within it south always being 180 degrees from north. As I followed those field lines, though, that's how I would then navigate to find in the south. The southern stars would start becoming visible to me the more south I went, closer to the equator. So I would then navigate using those to find where south was, or the southern point of rotation, to know actually where south was. It's a freaking mind bender, dude. But I love your questions, mate. You're spot on.
It's like if you're in Tasmania and you say, point to the North Celestial Pole. But, it's there. Prove it. Prove it's there. Well, I'm 180 degrees from what the southern celestial pole would be, even though it's vacant. So north is that. Oh no, you can't prove that. You can do the same thing with Tasmania and saying point to the north. You know.
But my friend, if you think in terms of 180 degrees, you are thinking in globe logic.
By the way, buddy.
Sorry?
I said flat Earth is going to be required for that 180 degrees. Just FYI.
But that's I think that's globe logic, honestly, because on a globe it's 180 degrees, and you are thinking that on the flat Earth
on
is
a compass it's 180 degrees. Also, that's no necessity for a globe to use a compass.
I think okay, right.
The
But
just say
on the compass, the compass I think it's built for a globe.
When you hold your compass, how do you have to hold it? Do you hold it at an angle, or do you have to hold it perfectly horizontal?
It's just a trick of the convention. All right, we can talk about the horizontal bit, but I understand what you're saying when it's like a globe, but really it's just a convention of the coordinates and how we express north, south, east, and west. Right? From any point on the compass, even on a diagram of the four corners of north, south, east, and west, south is always 180 degrees away from north behind your back when facing north. It's just a convention. It's a trick, though, and a very, very handy one. I wouldn't put it past Satan to use this as a part of his deception, right? The trick of navigation, getting us circling around poles when we only think there's one or two, and blah blah blah. But the trick is within the convention, I think. All right, there's two souths. One is 180 degrees from north. The other one, if we're going to agree with a southern celestial pole, is a pole underneath that southern celestial rotation in the sky. So it's a trick within the convention.
Okay, but you agree that when a compass is built,
two, but every other, but north literally only has one direction. I don't. It's fine. Sorry, go ahead, dude. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
When they build a compass with the south 180 degrees away from north, they are doing it thinking about the globe. You agree with that? Or not?
They're doing it thinking about magnetic. I think the globe may just come after that, but really they're just following a line, right? That will be a magnetic field line which the compass will follow, because it's on a bezel, a rotation in the middle. Then just by consequence of this, then that line is always going to have one arrow pointing in one direction and the other one always facing in the other direction. It's just the convention that calls it south. It's a handy tool. It follows a field line.
You prove for magnetic declination. Like, how do you prove that you have to north? Sorry, if I'm holding my compass in Sydney, and my compass is pointing north, but then I'm also holding a compass in Tajikistan or whatever the fuck and pointing north. How can you prove that those two compasses aren't pointing in the same thing. I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to be ignorant. I'm just, I am curious. I'm a fucking idiot.
Look in the
I
side
kind of
chart.
feel like, oh, you got something? Okay.
There's a mag deck map. The grid lines that are on the map that you can see faded in the background is Polaris centered north. So it's the difference between where Polaris is, or the projected, or azimuth, the projected dot on the ground underneath Polaris, to where the compass points north. That is your magnetic declination. So basically, they stand in a position. So just imagine you're standing on one of those grid lines, not the red or the blue, the grid lines underneath them. You grab your trusty compass out. Your trusty compass will point to magnetic north. Those blue and red lines will show the difference between the grid line and magnetic north. That's your mag deck. So depending on where you are, you may have to go, oh look, add 5 degrees. So whatever you take your reading as, plus 5 degrees. You know how some compasses have got that ring around the outside of them, and you can adjust the numbers? So you'll go plus 5, and then you'll go on your merry way. That's what it's for.
To being on the, that's the Mercator, right? To being on
man.
that, just,
You notice that there's 3 convergence. If we're to superimpose the northern one, there's one south of Australia, there's one in the Antarctic, so we're told. So there's 3. These lines are all over the place. Again, this is, as I'm coming to discover over like the recent year or two, this is just a handy, convenient trick that we have to negotiate to figure out where the fuck we are. And this is magnetic declination. Your compass isn't always pointing north or south, right? At some instances, if you're to look at this really wavy map, we can even extrapolate it. It's what, 45 degrees off, 50, 60, 90? Some of these lines are well off depending on where you are. So then you have to go to a coordinate system and another convention to figure out where you are. So we've been going around in circles for ages, but not just around one pole, around 2, in my opinion. I don't want to piss anybody off. But using this, they've been keeping us going round and round and round in circles. We're never actually going to get anywhere, right? Because we just keep going round in circles. And the only way really to breach the system, I would have thought, is to go in that straight line that we hate talking about. And I don't think that straight line is going to end us up in Antarctica. And if it does, that's only because we've gone through the south and out the other block. Where that line ends up, I have no idea. But I don't think it ends up at the North Pole. But that's just reaching the logical conclusion if we entertain that one. That's just the conclusion of it. You can only have one straight line between them, and if you carry on going in that straight line, then you won't come back where you started from. Unless you're in some kind of wormholey, Pac-Man-y environment where, you come back where you started because you went out the edge of the screen and on the other side. Apart from that idea, logically, that one straight line will then probably reach you to the edge of the earth. But we're going round in circles trying to figure out what south is.
so if you do travel north in a straight line, like if you're, let's say that you're just in a hoverboard 10,000 feet above the surface, and you just keep going straight, Polaris will go up and up and up. I mean, there's again, like I said earlier, I don't know if it's, I don't want to say it's physically impossible because I don't know that. I don't think we would be physically able. We would be physically stopped by another person to continue doing that. But again, I mean that doesn't matter if you're going 100% north or 100% south, which is just based off of north, which is all based off the star in the sky anyway. You wouldn't be able to do either. But again, like I said, it is what it is. Now, clearly this guy's a glober, so if he, other than getting us to argue about flat Earth, like why does he know for a fact it's a globe? Like what's his thing?
I think a lot of the sky phenomena for us is because every second glober comes in here and points to the sky. But the sky does this, therefore globetard. But the sky does that, therefore globetard. So our next logical step is to understand what the sky does. So the next clown that comes in, but the sky does this, not a globetard, because this is what the sky's doing. That's why a lot of us are probably so interested in it, is so we can understand it and shut people down when they start making crappy claims.
To explain it better.
So how do you guys explain like time zones, like the flat earthers? How do you guys go about that?
We explain them how we measure them, dude. The sun moves across the sky, dependent on your location. So as the sun goes from east to west, you can measure the sun's motion across the sky in angles, right? Say 15 degrees, whatever. When it reaches that 90-degree position, this is going to be solar noon. This is going to be your line of origin. This will be time for you. Me, further to the west, when I'm looking at this light that's, let's say it's above your head, it's not above my head. I have to point towards the east, towards the horizon. And then over time, as the sun moves, I'm echoing.
It's not me.
Yo,
Can you? No, thank you. So when I'm looking towards the east and the sun moves away from your location and you point towards the west in those decreasing angles, the angles to me measured upwards towards 90 degrees. Then that will be solar noon for me. This is how a time zone works. Sun's motion across the sky.
Yeah, I mean that is true, of course. But also, not only that, time zones are completely arbitrary. Like they're just made like 1.4 billion people all have one effing time zone. Like they're just like some of it is just like some dude decided this is the time zone. Like China only has one. Like to say time zones, like it's stupid. I mean the concept of a time zone, it 100% Jedi is 100% correct. It's literally just based on the sun and where noon is relative to you. Like all of it.
Any more questions? I see lots of people jumping in the chat. Good morning or good night or good afternoon to you all. Well, like I said, if you've got any more questions, please. I've had 2 cups of coffee now, so I'm a little bit more awake.
You're ready, huh? You ready?
Yeah, man. How you doing? You good?
Yeah, I'm driving to work.
Good stuff. So, any other questions, my friend?
Mr. Jedi, I just think it's interesting that a glober and a flat earther can be in a situation where the glober says, okay, the South Pole is this way, and the flat earther says, no, it's 180 degrees to the other way. Isn't that like fascinating?
Yeah, the idea of how two celestial poles is 100% a globe thing. Yeah, it is what it is.
With both ideas, right? We talk about circumnavigation a lot, and we always end east and west, circles around poles, blah, blah, blah. And within the investigation, we look further into it, and we know that the north-south and back to north, following one line of longitude the entire trip, or as close as you can, minding refueling, doesn't appear to have actually taken place. It's a little bit of propaganda around it. Was it One Last Orbit, or I think it was called, or maybe one in the 1980s, Pan Am or something, I can't remember. But apart from these standout alone pieces of propaganda, this type of navigation
doesn't seem to be done. By satellites, it appears to be maybe a figure of 8 across the sky. That can be traced out on any map. But the point being is whether we Vaxwax agree or not, we still have this understanding, right? It's not hard to disagree here.
No, absolutely not.
$180 degrees away from north in either idea for me or you, not going to end us up back at north again. Doesn't matter what we do. If you think north is 100, there's always an expanding circle away from north. And obviously you're not going to come back to north. And if north and south are two sticks on the floor and you follow a straight line, then obviously you're not going to come back to north again. It's interesting that this type of circumnavigation doesn't happen from a globe point of view.
That's a good point, man. Very well said. I appreciate that. I mean, that is true. Regardless of one pole, two poles, you will never circle back north. You'll never go north, like travel south and then circle back and back to the same spot. You know, it is weird how the Glovers just kind of like skip that. Huh. Man. Memorial Day weekend. Ugh. And it's gonna get thunderstorms and all weekend. Cleveland, you guys gotta have something going on at this point because I mean it's May. That's when World War II ended. You know, Russia has their thing on the 8th. We have Memorial Day in North America, in the United States this coming Sunday. Do you guys have like some kind of a holiday around this time?
Yeah, so we got 2 holidays around the spring. We're having one over this weekend as well. Bank. Can't remember exactly what it's for. It's probably some war thing, if I think I remember correctly. But yeah, we're on holiday as well.
Ah, funny. It's gonna be war related because, like I said, Russia's Victory Day was a couple weeks ago, and then Memorial Day today. So I wonder what Japan celebrates. Oh, speaking of Japan, when AI was in here the other day, the topic of what's that thing? The Georgia Guidestones came up with like seeing Polaris through it. Again, not related to arguing about polls or anything, but it is weird because I completely forgot about this, and once he started talking about it, remembered, and he didn't even know that this was a thing, which I was surprised because he's pretty, he's not, say what you want about AI, he's not stupid. That the Guidestone exploded or got blown up. That Japanese guy was assassinated, Shinzo Abe, and then for the first time in FE, like modern FE history, everybody realized that 99% of Earth, 99% of humans experience daylight simultaneously, all within like 2 days of all 3 of those events happening. Because up until that point, that was never a talking point. You guys know what I'm talking about. What is it? It's like July 8th when all that shit happened, and then that was the day where everyone realized that all of 99% of the human population has simultaneous sunlight, which is weird.
Sorry to interrupt, Dave. It's not. I hate when I get things wrong because I have to double check. It's not military reasons; it's religious reasons. What holiday tomorrow? It's to do with Easter, which was a few weeks ago. Different calendars figured that shit out and move it around, but because it's Pentecost tomorrow, it's Whit Sunday on Monday, which is I don't know what that even is. Some Christian celebration. But yeah, it's Pentecost tomorrow, or today, sorry.
I mean, Pentecost for everybody. That's one of those holidays. Damn, what the hell is? Hold on, well now. Yeah, that's tomorrow. What even is Pentecost though? The movable feast falls 50 days after. Oh, okay, so 50 days.
Pentecost. That was the day that
Okay.
the Spirit came down to the guys up in the upper room. and they started going out to the people preaching in different tongues.
Ah, okay,
It's
okay. Yeah,
50, it's 40, but 50 days after Jesus was resurrected.
Everybody could
Oh,
understand him.
let me ask you: do you have with you being in England, do you have the Pentecostal church at all, or anything similar to that?
Yeah,
Where they
man.
speak.
That's why I went to church and became a Christian at a Pentecostal church. Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I wasn't sure because we get a little bit of that up north in the United States, but in the South, it's huge. And I've been to a couple Pentecostal churches, and it's just, oof, man, that takes some getting used to. They get really, really like into it.
Yeah, man. I guess you got to be in it to see it for what it is, right? I'm lucky to have been that in position. I'm not a Pentecostal Christian now.
Right. But just the fact, see, I honestly thought that whole thing was strictly like a North American thing. I didn't realize that was like world. No, I guess it is worldwide. I just
No,
never
it
really
is
thought of that.
worldwide. Yeah.
But it's so prevalent in the South.
Well, everybody knows that we're in 2000 something AD, or they even could have changed the calendar, but everybody's calendar is based on when Jesus resurrected. Same.
I never bought in.
What kind of bird is that in the background? I am dying to know.
Do you know what? I've been trying to figure this out for the last few. I think it's some kind of goose. We've got a Condor Lake just down the road. It's not Canada geese. I know that. So this motherfucker, I'm going to
Use the
find it
Merlin
and figure
app.
out what it is.
The Merlin, they have an app on your phone if you have an iPhone, the Merlin bird app, and you can literally find out any bird. If it makes a noise, you just turn it on, and it'll be listening in the background, and it'll tell you what bird it is.
That's
Okay,
fucking
cool. It better not
cool.
be big. I think it's going to fucking hit me. It sounds massive.
No.
Dude, I got and this thing's probably like almost a mile away. There's a peacock that one of my neighbors has. Man, that thing sounds like somebody getting murdered sometimes. How loud it is. And the way that thing would just echo, like they don't make noise at night, but man, that peacock, man, they make crazy noise. How far they travel. Some bird outside of Jedi's house he's been listening to for years and can't figure out what it is. That's funny.
See, I only moved to this property just before Christmas, so I haven't experienced a full year of seasons yet. This motherfucker's just migrated here. So, yeah.
Do you like live in like a rural or an urban area?
Say that again. Your connection's a bit shit.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I've noticed my connection in here has been kind of choppy. I said, do you live in a rural area or like an urban area?
That's a brilliant connection, dude. In a very, very, very rural area.
Oh, nice.
I live in the part of the country called the Garden of England, and I literally live right in the middle of the Garden of England, called the Heart of the Garden. It's fields and hills, and if you know what the Shire looks like from Lord of the Rings, basically that, just with a lot more sheep.
Yeah, I love going on Google Earth and just like looking at the countrysides and stuff in the UK. It's probably the prettiest place in the world. Like that's why like I find Massachusetts so beautiful. But at the same time, it's pretty because it's kind of mimicking a little bit of what England looks like. Just hills and little lakes.
Yeah, we've all got ideas of what beauty. We've got our own beauty standards, right? And we apply that to scenery as well. I think there's something very calming about rolling green hills on like a nice summer's day. Green's a very calming colour anyway, so it's not surprised that we as people like that type of environment.
It also speaks about lushness and vitality and fertility as well, because it's green. So it appeals to us in many ways. I understand, like fjords, for example, outstanding beauty, right? Deserts as well can show magnificent colours, but they don't always, please us in the way that green rolling hills do.
Right.
Maybe it's just an aesthetic thing, or maybe I'm talking out my ass. I don't know.
It might be just a survival thing because green rolling hills generally, like, it's a lot less harsh than being in the middle of a desert.
Yeah, green's generally a calming colour. That's why we have green rooms and so on for superstars before they go on stage. But yeah, green's a common colour, dude. I understand why. I don't like being around cities because of the greyness that you can feel. I always feel much more comfortable when I'm around greenery, forests and green hills and shit like that. Nature has always appealed to me, but specifically this part of the world that I live in, I couldn't really be any happier. Literally walk down my driveway and I can see for about 4 or 5 miles to an area of outstanding natural beauties. It's gorgeous.
That's great, man. See, I'm jealous. I don't have a good view of, because I like where I live. I live in pretty deep woods myself. It's wonderful, but like I live in like at the very bottom of 2 hills, so it's like everything. Like my whole, I got about, I think it's like 2.4. My yard's about 2.4 acres, and it's nothing but just slopes. And there's a creek in the middle. It's beautiful. I don't see any of the sky. Like the only thing I can see in the sky is just like what's almost directly above me. It sucks. But I mean, trees do that. When I first moved here, I saw a baby coyote because when coyotes are about like 3 months old, they get kicked out of the pack. Well, the males do, and either they go and mate or they start their own little group, or they just stay like loners. And when I first moved here, like I saw a baby coyote trying to climb a pine tree, like because apparently I didn't know this, but like they won't climb up into the branches, but they'll climb themselves up high enough to where they can't get eaten by something. I never knew that. So it's just great. When you live in the country, you're like admiring God. When you live in the city, you're just looking at what men built. It's not the same. It's impressive, but it's not the same fucking thing.
I mean, we're here to create, and we do create some gorgeous things. To be fair, architecture as a study and as an occupation, as a field of design, is fantastic. We do design some beautiful things, dude. Yeah, shit falls apart. And yeah, we don't always look after it, and we spoil nature really, and it's always better to be kind of in tune with nature. But from an architectural point of view, we can design some stunning shit, let's be fair.
Oh, absolutely. No, totally. You know what it is? The thing is, dude, I love I've only I used to go to Boston a lot, and that was pretty much like the biggest city ever as far as I was concerned. I've been to New York City like twice just because of at Times Square because of a Greyhound bus. And dude, driving through New York City and just coming up to that skyline because it was so new to me, it was the coolest thing ever. Dude, I would totally just I would get lost just walking around there for hours, for a week. But the thing is, I would never want to live there. I couldn't. I would much rather listen to owls than a fucking bus. There's just something about being in the countryside. It's just it hits different. But not the architecture's awesome. Like the flat the what they call the Flatiron building and some of the stuff. See, this is why I think Boston, which I think. But then again, Boston's very similar to the UK on a much smaller scale. Like Boston is really the only mate. Well, I mean, you can in New York, but what's so beautiful about Boston is the blend between what we consider old 1600s, which for you guys was last week, and in the modern.
It's still pretty old, dude, to be fair.
Oh yeah, dude. Again, I remember very one time I was on FED and I got in there super early, and Nathan popped in. It was just me and him in there, and I'm like, we just chit chatted, and he was talking about how he went to his parents' house, and there was some kind of like a not a root cellar. It was an above ground structure, but he was telling me how the doorway of that structure was built in like 980, and it's just being a North American. I can't fathom stuff that old. It's so cool.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
The village.
it's something that gets lost on Americans. Like we just don't understand. Like because like my house was built in the 1880s, and like I don't know anyone that has an older house than me ever. And it's like, you're like, oh yeah, dude, my house was built in 1401. It's funny.
Yeah.
There's just something cool about Europe and stuff that, and again, Australia's kind of saying like we just don't have that old culture, you know.
This is part of the manipulation, again, isn't it? Really, taking people off of the land, removing them from nature, removing out of synchronicity with nature, and relying on or us with what we need, moving us into. I understand the benefits of like close living in towns and cities and so on, so I do, but the negative is taking people away from the natural parts of life, right, and living that way. This is just another mechanism that they've used, and I say they are ambiguously, but this is just another mechanism that they've used to take us away from our reality, right? These things have definitely been manipulated. Even where we live and how we commune with each other has been manipulated.
I
It's
mean,
all a
would
trick.
you not say that it is I mean, I'm not a Marxist, but would you not say that, unregulated capitalism and the force of that has been a driver in this?
Yeah, I think, and when you turn any one of these ideas up to the nth degree, there's a cataclysm at the end, and capitalism has this consequence.
Sorry, has nothing to do with capitalism. I mean, the whole goal of any ruler is to get all the people in the cities and fucking work their asses off for 'em. Make shit, sell it, make money, make me richer. That doesn't matter if it's capitalism, communism, fascism. You know,
No, but
that's
without
just
regulation, urban centers suck up the surrounding areas. This is a very well documented phenomenon.
Are you
Like
not saying that there were
metropolitan, like
gigantic urban centers in Europe before the United States existed?
no, this is in like U.S., like developing countries, India. Like it's called like the urban rural. Divide. But the other thing in the U.S. is that there used to be a lot more intermobility. People would move a lot, and that basically ended at some point in like the 80s or 90s. I don't know.
Yeah, it's called shit got too expensive.
But people
What
also
about
don't
China?
move
Though?
around
I
to
mean,
where it's cheaper.
China's not capitalist, but look at them, dude. I mean,
Well, they're state market, so they're pretty capitalist, but they are also
I mean, I guess
they
an
control
individual can get
capital
rich
though
in China.
stronger. They also
Yeah,
have
it's
much more
not.
control over capital.
Yeah, capitalism's not good.
But they
Capitalism.
mismanage. So,
Yeah, but isn't that capitalism? I mean,
but
the big dog in the yard fucks all the bitches in capitalism. Part of my language, just is what it is. And you know what? It sucks. I'm not a fan of the system that I live in the United States. I think it's fucking terrible. I mean, capitalism is the reason why it's $7,000 to get an MRI, but then I could go over to Mexico and get one for $160. That's capitalism.
and it's politics. But
But yeah.
yes.
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, making the most money, the biggest dog fucks the bitches. It's trying to squeeze every penny they can out of anything they can. In capitalism, you succeed once you're wealthier than your competitors. And then you can outperform your competitors and provide more products or more perks than what your competitors can. Then why would anybody go to that competitor? They're all going to go to that one. That's capitalism. It's all about.
I think one of the issues is that capitalism in the world has morphed and mutated at scale, where it distorts the entire when they have trillion-dollar companies that they can suck up one company can suck up entire like the livelihoods of like 80% of towns, like, or this is what Walmart did, this is what Amazon did, this is what and many companies did. It's
Yeah, but in
technological change
communist
too,
countries,
honestly, but
yeah, but with communism, you're not having some random guy, make something that works, or come up with a system that works, or builds a store where you can buy tires, gas cans, lawnmowers, pork loin, and
well,
baby
I don't
diapers.
mean, yeah, I
You
don't, I
know,
didn't mean capitalist in that broadly.
well, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, like, just like specifically, just like kind
yeah,
of the idea that we should be approach like a society be worried about this to the extent that we should be pushing, through legislation and policy ways to fight, correct this, and uh, that's kind of like that's kind of where what I'm coming from.
I mean,
I get you, but I feel like I've dropped into the politics channel.
sorry.
Fair point.
No, that's fine, guys. I appreciate it. I'm not being rude. I hope I'm not being, but round it up if
Back
you
on
can.
topic.
Okay, here's an architecture question. What do you guys think of the mega projects by the Middle Eastern oil-rich, sheiks and so on?
Well, like the
The
line and
neons
so
and the
on.
super talls.
Like what mega projects?
Like the super talls, like build like they keep trying to set new records for the tallest building that they're building on like sand and shit. The neon city, which is being constantly reduced because it's like insane. There's all these kind of infrastructure mega projects that are just bizarre.
Yeah, so he's got the biggest stick in the desert. That's all it is.
Yeah, God bless him, dude. I wish my country was doing something cool like that.
I know, that's how I feel conflicted. On one end, I'm like, that's sick, but on the other hand, I'm like, is this the
Yeah,
correct
but
use
if you
of
have somebody
resources?
like Jeff Bezos, for instance, could most certainly say, "Hey, I'm going to build the tallest building in the world." I mean, whatever. One got
That's
rich
just
off of
happening.
capitalism. One got rich off of, hey, his dad found $75 trillion worth of oil in the jar.
Well, this goes towards my point, which is that I do live in Manhattan, and our skyline is about to be fucking raped by the emerging there's several different like super talls, which are buildings that are taller than I can't remember the
Yeah,
specific height, and
yeah, tall
they're
squiggly
planned
helix.
throughout lower and mid Manhattan and in other parts. And in the next few years, this is what's been going on. The development of like insane luxury properties and real estate is what I viewed has been destroying or driving out this
I'd
city,
agree
at
with
least.
that. I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount of over expensive, unaffordable housing that goes into inner cities like here in New York, exactly the same. And what that does as well is that drives up the property prices and the land prices of the surrounding area. So everything goes up and everything becomes unaffordable. And who moves out? It's the poor
And this is
people, right?
if you want to know why people put their money in New York real estate besides tax reasons, well, this is a tax reason. Besides sheltering, the way that you're taxed is that the mayor of the city filmed an ad where he announced a terror tax, which is a tax on second homes for people that don't live there. And the idea is it's like a home ownership tax, but it's not for really really rich people. And he filmed it outside of the building of a CEO named Ken Griffin, who runs Citadel, who bought what was the most expensive purchase, I think, in the country, which is a penthouse. They evicted a half a building to do this, like $260 million penthouse, whatever, that he barely even lives in. He doesn't even stay there. And he bought it when it wasn't even open. And this is the idea is that I view that the reason is because the way that you're taxed is you would think, oh, property tax are going to be high and the Peter tip tax are going to work. And I kind of like the mayor in many ways, but the thing about the tax is better than not having it. But the way that New York property is taxed is that if you have a luxury condo or a non-traditional unit, it will be taxed at market rate, the rate at which you would be able to rent it out. So his property is being valued at, he bought it for 260 million. It's valued at like 9 million. Like you're paying taxes on nothing. if you have a luxury unit. So that's why all this luxury condos and real estate happens. Infinite money demand.
Yeah, I did want to add what you said about the skyline. And again, I don't want to talk about property tax because that's like politics. We're not supposed to be talking about politics. The New York skyline's never going to be obsolete to any skyline. Just because there's some buildings that are bigger and taller, New York skyline is what a skyline is. Like New York invented it. It's classic. It's unless the buildings fucking disappear. And I mean, that skyline's going to be the quintessential world-class skyline of all skylines that have ever existed. But New York's fine.
Yeah, I'm just pissed that the planned ones that are coming up in the next few years and this next year or so, they're all like slightly bigger than, or a little bit bigger than like the One World Trade Center, and I just think it's gonna fuck up the. I think this like I don't want those being the
America,
tallest.
I'm going to say this and I won't say anything else. America's a dying empire, and it's like just thrashing out as it's dying, trying to hit anything it possibly can. It's human nature. Like, we're not number one anymore. We're not going to ever be number one anymore. It just is what it is. Our military is like not that good. NATO tactics are trash. I'm sorry, I'm done, but America's done, dude. There's going to be
What do you
other
think
people
number one
moving
is?
in. China.
That's to be decided. I don't think it's China. I don't
China's
think
just
it's.
on a
I
different plane of
don't
existence.
think it's a nation. It won't be a nation. It's never like a nation, dude. It's the people that are international behind the scenes, right? They're here, they're there, they're everywhere, smoking daggers and shit.
There are
So
alliances.
it's yeah, of course, there are alliances with America until America's plan has come to an end, right? It was useful for 400 years, for example, or 200 years, whatever. But now that time's come to an end, as all these things do, right? Same with the British Empire. It's useful for a fucking long time, but then that had to come to an end. And it wasn't because, it just fell apart because of time. It was taken apart from the inside. The First and the Second World War, for example, the dissolving of the British Empire and now the Commonwealth, right? These things take time, and it's all designed to happen over time. So America, yeah, you're falling apart, dude. Same with
I will
Britain.
say,
Same with Europe.
For the same reasons as the British Empire did. We've overstretched everything. We don't have enough people to maintain all the power, and we can't afford to make new shit because we're way overstretched.
Which is
also,
by design.
I do think it's the overstretching though is because of the interests that control policy are not the public will. And we have trillions of dollars in capacity to spend each year, and it's on dog shit. It's like handouts to corporations and overpaid price contracts and $40 billion to Argentina. It's just like tax cuts
No, it's
for
the
the wealth.
petrodollar, and it's not.
We
It's the
could be
petrodollar
investing in the
debt.
people. It's we have a corrupt system. We don't have controls on foreign, buying politicians, buying government.
Yeah, the
We don't have
system is
to. We
corrupt.
need a complete overhaul, like on money, politics, elections. It's horrific.
Yeah, bro.
He's doing
The system is so corrupt, it told you Earth is a ball.
Well,
Sorry.
the way you deal with it
Yeah.
is you strengthen the public public corruption, basically public corruption laws. Basically, you actually you make it like people will go to
No,
jail.
JJ.
There needs to be people going to jail.
Yeah, that's
like
great.
when-
The system is going to protect itself if you continue using the system as it is. You have to do things that you can't mention on Discord due to TOS reasons. That's the way to fix the problem.
Yeah, and that's why America itself is such a catch-22 because we're really the only population. Like the thing is, if we got our shit together and set an example, but the thing is, we won't do it. If you get what I'm putting down, we're fully capable
Right.
of it, but it won't happen.
I was thinking this the other day, right? The American people, as a people, if I look back in history, let's say over the last 56, that you have are kind of exemplary. Right, your community spirit is fantastic and always kind of has been. And there's many things about the American, as as a person, as an individual, has got good morals and good standards, like good family. Most of it is from like a kind of Christian background, like your morals and ethics are kind of, or were, really, really high, kind of comparable with, let's put like the British into it. But slowly over time, that's not the fucking case. I'm sorry, and I'll point to British people as well, or anybody really in the Western world, right? We've been made to look stupid. We've been dumbed down. We've been poisoned. This has happened to us. Our families have been ripped apart. Our communities have been ripped apart. All right, we're fighting amongst each other. It's not just man and woman. It's not just whether you're black or white anymore. It's fucking anything and everything. And all of this is by design, including the politics and stuff, and the reasons why we find ourselves in this shit. It's kind of obvious, right? The whole fucking system's corrupt.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, the United States, Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, any country where English is the predominant language, we are the number one targeted population for all the bullshit that happens.
Right. What have those countries got in common from the language?
Honestly,
Five
core
Eyes.
values are pretty much the
Wealth.
same between.
Wealth. I mean,
yeah, we're
I
wealthy.
would say the U.S. compared to the U.K. I would say the corruption issue relatively in the U.K. The culture, the laws, the standards, and the physical and economic reality is, although there is a kind of more heritage, cultural kind of elitist element to it, but I would say the corruption thing in most countries that are developed, at least they have laws of people going to jail and shit. Like you can sometimes, I feel like horrified that we call it lobbying. Like
If
the
you
word
get
lobbying
caught,
should not exist.
but money laundering exists, man. There's
countries.
ways to be extremely corrupt and not have a shred of evidence against you. And when you have lots of money and judges in your pockets, but that's any country anywhere.
All of those countries that we listed, right? America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, primarily the English-speaking ones, but we can throw the European nations in there as well, the Western world, and how that's progressed. But we'll speak about the English-speaking ones. Primarily, they're all Christian nations, right? In actual
I
fact,
mean,
all of
by claim, yeah,
not
they claim to be.
Yeah, it's a kind of, I guess, I would call them
it's like
relatively secular.
how America and Canada were founded, right? Christian pilgrims.
Definitely culturally, there was a Christian culture.
I'll go with that. Yeah, culturally, whether believing or not, definitely cultural, and that's what I mean. These countries are culturally Christian. So you want to know why attacked is because you're culturally Christian. There's something in that, right?
I mean, it diversified pretty quickly in a lot of these.
Right, but all these pilgrims, which I mean, all the people that went and traveled to all these different places and formed these massive countries were all fleeing a Christian country as well. They just didn't want to follow their church. That's pretty. Now Australia is a little
Sorry, this is
different.
a brilliant point of propaganda. That's what
You
you
think
get
so?
told in your country. That's not the story we get told in our country.
Really?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
specifically, no. So
No, I know Australia
it
was like a
depends on the
penal
crisis. So
colony.
the Syrian refugee crisis specifically hit. It hit. Turkey the most. Its neighbors absorbed a lot of it, but it hit Europe
Hold on.
several countries took them. But those aren't necessarily. There was a large. It's a Christian country in many ways, but like in the U.S., like Mexico and a lot of the South American countries, there's a lot of them are Christian, which is why a lot of them, especially ones who come from left-wing governments, so we're like Venezuela, left-wing dictatorships like Venezuela and or Cuba, are very right-wing economic, or like they're really like overall, but which is why generally but they are all Christian. A lot of or not all, but a lot of Christian, especially for border crossings and so on. It's not like there's Muslim Mexicans and so on, or Jewish Mexicans.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Jedi was just laughed in my face at what I just said about how the United States and all these other places were founded on people wanting to separate from the Church of England to have their own
Yeah,
religious freedoms and worship God.
yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like you're about to call bullshit on something that is 100% ingrained in me as like George Washington and apple pie and shit. Like, so what do you guys say actually happened? I'm curious.
It's okay. So it's the point in the narrative. It's the point in the narrative of running away from persecution, right? So what we have are the Puritans that were leaving the UK, right? This is the Pilgrims, right? Puritans. Now, Puritans didn't accept anybody else's way of doing things, right? Everybody was a heretic. So in the UK at that time, in Great Britain, there was freedom of religion, right? As long as you didn't persecute anybody else's religion, then you could practice your religion. So the forefathers were excommunicated from Great Britain because they were going around not letting everybody practice our religion. So we kicked them out, and they ended up in America.
So the Pilgrims are pretty much walking around beating the shit out of people.
We kicked you out, and you say that you're running away from persecution, where you were the ones we're told that were doing the persecuting.
The
Quakers.
You know what? Hold on. You know what, dude? No wonder we burned a whole bunch of people as witches and crushed people with stones and shit for like 200 years after we got here.
Yeah, don't get me started
that's the
about that.
Puritans for sure. That's the Puritans.
So the United
Don't get me wrong. I will finish, right? Just quickly, dude. Just finish. That's not to say that only Puritans came over, right? Obviously, other denominations of Christians followed, but the Puritans were definitely kicked out.
Yeah, but there's also a bunch of Dutch and French and Portuguese and Spanish already kind of hanging out around
lots of Catholics
and everything's mingled into. Dude, the United States is so fucking weird. We're like the ultimate like reality TV show in our history. It's so fucked up. No wonder. Like, and that's the one thing about the United States. It's like we're like we got to be the most bloodthirstiest culture that's ever lived. Like everything that Americans do is like violent as fuck all the time.
No, it's because it's like violence is so repressed comparatively to what it once was. Like we're not.
I
Like,
mean,
America's not
violent, like
inherently violent comparatively to other places in the world. Like
no, I wouldn't say violent.
It's so deep down. Like
no, but it's always like America has to have the biggest dick. America has to win everything.
You can
like
go to
America,
lots of You can go to lots of South Asian countries. Like, violence is fucking bred into them, dude. Lots of South American countries as well. But what I will say about Americans is the same as Great Britain, right, and the Western world as a whole, but specifically America, because it looks like you're the petri dish for this. You've been brainwashed a lot, right? As in propaganda on you, and I'm not pointing at you laughing. I'm saying the propaganda on the American public is immense. It's crazy, dude. I feel really, really sorry for you.
Jedi. Okay. Again. Okay. Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the very first one that came out on PS2 and Xbox 360, right? Like back in like 2007. When that game dropped, do you know how many people fucking just decided I'm joining the military to go to the Middle East and kill Iraqis and terrorists and shit? What that game did because of the campaign?
Yeah, probably a lot.
Dude, like so many people would play that. Be like, I can't wait to join the military. Like, it became this fucking, and I was one of them. I almost did, except I backed out because I was afraid of boot camp. I got so close. Like I went and did my ASVAB. I passed my physicals, everything. I signed my papers. All I had to do was get on the bus and go. And I'm like, nope.
It's crazy though, is it? And also quite scary. That's just desensitization. Sorry, desensitization to violence and killing and so on. All of a sudden, it doesn't harm you when you're on a computer screen and you get it all of the time. Now you want to go and experience the thrill for the real thing. So you join the army, right? It's a recruiting mechanism.
Yeah, but also the first 7 years from 2001 to about 2007, 2008.
They spent a lot on it. It was heavy.
Oh, dude,
a few days ago, I was reading the script notes. A few days ago, I read the script notes from the from the military that they gave to Michael Bay in the production of on Transformers. I think it was Dark Side of the Moon. I don't know what fucking Transformers 3. I don't know, but they did it for all of them. But the detail in the demands that are contractually obligated, like in the document, like these are the things that are good. The financing, the loaning of the equipment, everything are so specific down to the specific gender ratio of background extras, the temperament and the plot structure surrounding the generals, in this. It is there is a lot of, I didn't realize, a lot of propaganda still every day. I mean, from in ways that are just like Transformers movies, like the whole thing with Iran, where the Transformers were like on a mission to like take out a nuclear facility in a country that had like an Iran flag. The same thing that happened in Top Gun Maverick 2, where a downed aircraft guy, a guy who's doing a mission over an unnamed country, which is ostensibly Iran with nuclear facilities, and then a guy is downed and they have to rescue him, which is exactly what happened apparently, supposedly, in Iran with the downed guy.
You ever flown to another country?
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
Cool. Next time you go for a flight from US to, say, Australia, or Australia to US, or wherever you go to, it doesn't really matter. I want you to take note of what films are available on your TV headrest thing that you can watch. Something I did notice is whenever you fly towards the US, there's always the military-based hero movie where someone's there to save the day. And whenever you fly away from the States, it's always movies that make you think.
Dude,
Next time you
I'm
go
gonna
for a
pay
flight,
attention to that.
check that shit out. It'll
Here's
fuck
what
with your
I'll
head.
say. Here's what I'll say.
I literally do that. I do that every time I fly. It's hilarious. I always find it hilarious to see the differences in what they allow. And also,
Really?
you can look at the same movie, the same title, and the same picture will have an altered photo for the title, for the cover of it. They'll have
I mean, they'll
altered scenes.
change.
They'll have different movies.
Ah, okay. So you mean to tell me, like, if I'm flying from like the equator, right, and I'm going towards the United States, like, I'll be able to watch Saving Private Ryan, but if I'm
No,
flying
not
from
from the
like,
equator. Pick a country from
I'm just
Australia to
saying,
US.
No. I don't think
does
it's
it
like the
have to be
same movie.
only
I don't think the
Australia?
same movie like changes mid movie or anything. I think it's like
No, it's
when
not
you
gonna
log into
change
the
your
interface.
options. Yeah, exactly. It's like from wherever your point of origin is to wherever you're going, you're gonna have those options from that point of origin. Apparently, it's just Australia to the United States. I wasn't sure. I didn't realize that that's what he was specifying about. Anyway,
No.
my bad.
Yeah, I think it's when you're like flying into the states. It's like the patriotic thing. When you're flying out of the
Yeah.
states, it's not right.
Okay, yeah. So if I'm going from like Poland to the United States, I'm gonna watch Saving Private Ryan. If I'm going from the United States to somewhere else,
Yeah.
Truman Show. Okay,
Yep.
interesting.
That's the claim.
Fuck, that's all I was getting at. I don't know why he's being so
Because
upset.
other places have their
Yeah,
own
we
versions
just
of
we're
restrictions
on
that
the
are
same
also
page. I'm
insane.
gonna be. Yeah.
Right. I like watching those Chinese movies where like it'll have like the evil American guy. Like there was this one I saw. It's like these Chinese soldiers are like
I think I know which one
one
you're
guy.
talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one
it's like
guy's
it's their
getting
biggest
shot
action
in the elbow.
series.
He's getting shot in his knee. He's laying there. He's screaming. He's like the youngest kid in the group. And the American guy's like hiding behind like a fucking burnt out, like tipped over Jeep, of course. And he's just like, I'm gonna kill these motherfuckers. And he's got like a bunch of like he'll have it's just so over the top. It's like the most cartoony looking. It's an American person probably, or it could be a German actor. I don't fucking know, but someone just portrayed in America. So it's just funny to see the opposite because that scene is literally is literally copied from Full Metal Jacket with the American guy getting shot in the elbow and in the knee and stuff by the female sniper in the building. And it was just like, oh, they ripped that off from Full Metal Jacket. But it's just funny seeing America as the evil, bloodthirsty invader. You know, it's just funny.
Yeah, one of the
Which is what
highest
we are.
grossing action franchises. A lot of the highest grossing action movies in China are always often like there's an American villain. Sometimes there's an American sidekick, but the villain is also American. But yeah,
Doesn't
it's
China have a
hilarious.
thing called like the 200 Years of Humiliation, where they're
100.
just like really,
It's 100 years, and it's because of
Oh,
the British, right? The British like
which is
absolutely
America
just
falls under
fucking
that.
rickrolled them. Like if you look up the Opium Wars, like it's
Yeah,
super fucked up.
yeah,
Yeah,
where
baby.
like
You're welcome.
the British, the United States, if it was the past 100 years or whenever that 100, no, that may have been. If it's
Yeah,
after the
no,
Revolution, America was fucking around too.
yeah, no, it's basically from like the 1840s to the 1940s, I think, pretty much. Like,
You see, what, this sums it up perfectly, and this is like literally true. From the time the United States was formed up until present day, there's not been one single decade where we have not been fucking starting shit with somebody. The that's that's what I mean when I say that America's culture is violent by nature. Like there's never been a time where we weren't either ankle nipping or we weren't being the big dog in the yard killing a chihuahua. Like we've always been fucking around.
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, and there's a ton that people don't ever talk about, like all this shit in like El Salvador and Panama and fucking, basically all of South America, basically,
Dude,
right?
we had a boring time in our history where Teddy Roosevelt's like, "Fuck it, let's go kill some people in in Central America." He's still like our number one hero.
It's funny. There's a British dude named Kevin Lee who's become like typecasted as like the go-to or Western villain in Chinese movies, and the dude is like iconic in China of just being like the American or the Western white villain, and he's constantly trying to explain like his whole cinematography career is just like huge grossing Chinese movies where he's the villain. Imagine that's your career. It's like that must be something.
I watched. There's this dude on
One
YouTube.
way
His
to
name's
do it for
Baldwin
sure.
Bankrupt, and he went to China and shit. And I was surprised because because you got to think if you're Chinese, you don't know if this dude is English or American or Canadian. Like he's someone that clearly speaks fluent English, and that's his language. He speaks Russian and Hindi really well. He's fluent in those two, but he never knew Mandarin or Cantonese or anything. And he's trying to communicate. And the one thing I was surprised by was how friendly and bubbly the normal because he's just he'll go into a country and he'll just hop on a train and just go to random little towns and just like the local people were like super super friendly and just happy. I didn't realize Chinese
Are we talking
people
about in
like
China?
that.
Oh yeah, dude. Have you guys seen the fucking shitty series Tip to Tip from fucking whatever that YouTuber is? They went from the tip of China from the south tip to the north tip without using a map, and they couldn't get on any major highways or use any trains or anything, and neither of them speak Mandarin. So they're like fucking, and they went through a bunch of little tiny towns, and there was places they went where they were the first white people the people in that town had ever seen in their entire life, and they were super friendly.
Yeah,
I don't know. When I
I
was
gotta
in
be
China,
honest.
the people were very nice to me. I mean, I was in major cities, but people were
Yeah,
very friendly, especially for the city. Like having grown up in American cities, like I was in cities of millions of people, like way bigger than any cities here, and people were genuinely nice the whole time. I enjoyed
right.
it.
It's just my impression because I've never been to China, obviously.
Yeah.
But like just Chinese people that I interact with. It's funny in the United States, they're really. That's not true. They're not friendly. The kids like. Again, I'm just talking about
Yeah.
like it's no
Dude,
like
here's what I'll say. Here's
other
what I'll
ones
say.
that I
When I
used
went to
to.
let me put it
Yeah.
this way, dude. Let me put it this way. When I went to Chinatown in Sanford or in L.A. When I went to Chinatown in L.A., I was there for like I don't know most of a day, and I tried to say hello to every single person I saw. Probably like 80 people I tried to say hello to on the street. One fucking Chinese person acknowledged my existence. The other
Right.
79 people absolutely just ignored my existence completely. Like I did not fucking exist to them. Like whereas when I was in actual China, people were way friendlier.
Because of the culture shock is completely different too. Like just the way. Now the thing is like they're just reserved anyway. But that's
Yeah,
but they're an extreme minority here. So like when they do have their little
yeah,
community.
it's totally different. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's yeah. Like if you're in their community, it's probably different. I don't know, but in Chinatown in LA, it was terrible. LA in general, though, people in LA in general are just assholes. So, if I'm
Can
being
we
real
start
about
arguing
it.
about the flat Earth now?
Yeah. China has one time zone, so like to say that time zones in the globe are correlated is silly. God, it's 1:46. This is the longest I've been on Discord in a minute. It's been very fun. I've been enjoying this. And Jedi, I'm sorry for any crappy arguments we've had.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there anything else that we disagree upon?
On
Being as
Earthwise,
we're
no,
both in
not really.
we understand what triangles are and are not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, we do disagree on that, too. I forgot. That was another one we had a big argument. My bad.
Awesome.
I
That's fine. I'm
don't
on
like
the third cup of
getting into
coffee.
that.
Let's go.
I don't feel like it. It's way too late. I've had too long of a day.
All right. Fair enough. Until the next time.
Yeah, we'll do that during the day. Because it's fucking 1:46 where I'm at. Jeez. So, wow. Yeah, it was a night tonight. I'm a line cook, so like, and plus it's Saturday. Saturdays are for any restaurant anywhere in the world. It's always going to be the busiest night. But it wasn't even that busy. It was just dealing with teenagers and trying to get them to like understand, like to be quick about shit. It's so tiring.
You mind me asking where you work?
Like which restaurant I work at?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that would like pinpoint exactly where I work.
It's it's like a mom and pop
Yeah,
shop
it's
kind of
just
thing.
it's
What kind of
it's
industry
nothing
do you work in?
special.
What kind of food is it?
Yeah, it's nothing special. It's a small chain. I think there's like 7 or 8 different restaurants, and they're just steakhouses. And honestly, it's just where I live personally. Like if I was a line cook in Boston or New York, I would have much different caliber of places to work at. But like where I'm at, it's very mediocre, but it is what it is. I don't mind it. We're not winning any Michelin stars. We're a steakhouse. It's so fucking expensive. Like if you and your girlfriend were gonna go out where I live, I mean, you're gonna be spending a minimum of like $160.
Jeez.
But it's masquerading as something it's not. Our shit's not fucking. Like let's
That's
put it this
hard,
way:
man.
people
That's hard
keep putting the garlic in the freezer because they say it'll make it last longer. When fucking garlic already has an extremely long shelf life. When you freeze it, you're just fucking killing it. But you know what? I don't care. It's whatever. My bosses are chill. We're busy. We do the best we have of what we have, but I'm not going to learn anything here. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough.
But for my area, which is a very small, poor southeastern part of the state, and just is what it is.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Have you ever considered moving, or are you pretty tied to where you are?
No, I would never go back up into because I'm from New England. I would never go back up there culturally. Like just again, not to get political, but just okay. For instance, I was at a strawberry patch the other day with my girls, and we were picking strawberries, which is again one thing you're not going to do up there because I just live in a very country area. We're picking strawberry patches, and I ended up fucking dropping $60 on fucking 2 giant ass buckets of strawberries and a couple little T-shirts because the girls have to have their T-shirts and shit. $60, whatever. It was fine. But while I'm there, and there was probably like 40 people there, we heard a shitload of gunshots, just pop, 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 pop. And the thing is, nobody even fucking looked. I'm like, oh, someone's off doing target practice because we live in, the woods. But it was like 7 or 8 just rapid rifle shots. And it's like it's just funny because if I was in Massachusetts, people would have fucking fell on the ground, started screaming. But there, where I live, it's like no, literally none of the kids flinched. We're all just kind of hanging out, and they're playing in this big giant sandbox. Nobody cared. And but the thing is, we know what it is. It's just there's a farmer doing target practice. Somebody shot a rattlesnake. It's not like we know that it's not some gangster driving by in a Honda Civic blasting stuff out a window. Like Whereas
Yeah,
up
no,
north,
I
if
get
you
that.
heard gunshots, people would absolutely panic, and rightfully so. It's just, because I might do some shooting tomorrow. It's just, the thing is, like, we're the only, like, the thing is, like, Switzerland has guns and all that, whatever. But we're the only country where you can literally do that and no one gives a shit. Because you're doing
Yeah, no,
something
I
on
don't
your
disagree.
property and nobody can tell you
I
shit.
grew up in Montana, which is like super gun friendly,
No,
very
yeah,
very
exactly.
rural, very
hmm
like we had like you hear a gunshot where I'm from, and the only thought is, oh, I wonder if he got something.
Right.
Like, oh, I wonder if he hit. What did he get? If it's the right season at least.
And,
Um,
see, and that's what I was like mentioning with Jedi earlier about New England and Massachusetts and the landscape. For whatever reason, that region of the country is the most European mindset of the entire United States is New England, Boston, Connecticut, New Hampshire, like that area. And it's even by the way their laws are. Like the most restricted gun laws in the entire country, even like millions of times worse than California. Because people forget California is bigger than fucking Iraq. 99% of the people in California are extremely right wing Republican. It's those little cities that have a couple million people that outvote everybody else in the countrysides. Like California is huge. New England is not like that. New England is tiny.
yeah.
Like Massachusetts, like you could probably fit like over
No,
100.
California is still one of like the most left wing states in the
Not
country. Like,
not if you look by
Look at
county
the
though.
city.
Like if you actually look
Yeah,
by
not by
how
county,
no,
votes
but
not
per
by
when you add
county.
up
county,
the
it's
amount
not.
of but like when you add up the amount of people,
Right, that's what he's saying. The
Sure.
no,
cities
no,
are
no, but
outvoting all the
not on a
counties.
city but not just on a city basis. It's like totally. It is very even what people who Republicans in California are liberal compared to the rest of the country. It's like Republicans in New York.
Yeah, I
Right.
would agree. I would agree there. I would agree there 100%.
Yeah, but there's parts of California
Like
where you could be at a strawberry patch and someone starts doing what happened to me the other day, and they just start firing rifle shots, and no one's going to flinch, no one's going to panic, no one's even going to think about it because it's very commonplace in that culture. There are
Well,
there are very large areas in California that are exactly like that.
yeah, no,
Massachusetts,
well,
no.
like
or not
Northern
Massachusetts,
California for
Even
sure.
yeah, it's a divide. And also, I used to live and work in upstate New York. Gunshots were a
yeah,
regular sound because people were just testing guns. You had
well,
space, it's like, and also there's a cultural thing in specifically in some areas, but it's it's
yeah.
it doesn't work in rural or in urban contexts. You can't just start shoot guns. You can't. It's hard also in
Oh,
like metropolitan
right.
outskirts.
Dude, if I went 20 miles to Montgomery, Alabama, and we were in a strawberry patch and we heard gunshots, I'd fucking panic because I know for a fact that's somebody shooting somebody over drugs, or that's somebody just trying to kill people because they're it's a ghetto, like, of course. But just a 45-minute drive, which again, that statement in and of itself I find funny because that's strictly an American thing to say, 45-minute ride, whereas
Yeah,
all the other English speaking countries will say exact miles. But
well, not Canada doesn't. People in Canada don't. I'll tell you that.
oh, they do that
People
too.
in
They do
Canada
the
say the
that's five
time.
minutes
Yeah, it's
away.
time. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
time. Yeah.
yeah. Again, because I was really surprised when I found out that in like the UK and stuff. Maybe Australia might do it too, but I know for a fact in the UK they don't speak about distances like that. Like they'll like like someone from England will never say, "Oh, it's only 10 minutes down the road." Like they'll say it's about 3 miles that way. And I find that I thought that was odd when I found that out. Again, anecdotal. It might just be to that one particular British person that said it. Maybe he never heard it, but it might be used in other parts. I don't know.
No, we also.
So you guys use time like, oh, something's 10 minutes down the road.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, maybe Nathan Oak was just full of shit because that was something that me and him were specifically talking about
Well,
one time. That
it is definitely something that people do differently. Like I hear people talk about it all the time. Like it's definitely discussed differently.
or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just someone else on the server that was British that said that. It might not have been Nathan. It could have been Adam or
Usually,
something. It was somebody though.
usually describe everything in the time it takes to get there. Really.
I would say
Oh,
that it becomes increasingly less useful if you live in an area that is high variability in traffic, like New York or any dense urban city
I don't know.
that's
I
hard
feel
to
like it's
drive
actually
around.
more useful because, like, if you say, "Oh, it's only 5 miles away," it's meaningless when it's
Oh no,
variable
you're correct.
because
You're
Right,
correct.
yeah, 'cause that 5
You are
miles could
correct.
literally take
Actually,
3
you are
hours.
correct. It is more
Yeah.
useful. It becomes hard.
yeah,
You
because
guys
like
talk
for
about
example, for
time.
me, like I
That's
don't know how
all.
far. Like I live in DFW, and I don't know how far it is to my bro's house, like in miles, but I know how far it is in minutes on like the different times of the day. Like,
Right, yeah, if it's, like, right at 4 when school's getting out and you get all the school buses. Okay, normally it's 10 minutes away, but right now, if you leave now, you probably get there in about 20.
This
Yeah,
is
and
also
I
different.
live sandwiched in the school bus area where they spawn. It's horrible. I know I can never drive or get a car to work. It's
This
insane.
is also a difference, right? You're all talking about how long it takes you in a car.
Right.
Now
yeah, that's a big difference. Yeah.
we'll express a walking distance or a walking time as
Oh,
well. So
In
depending
long
on how
necks,
we get there, that will be in time as well. So it'll be a 10-minute walk or 1-minute drive. Do you know what I mean?
true. And you can do that
so
because,
when you're walking, Jedi, it
sorry.
gets measured in
Yeah,
beers.
you can't walk here.
So
You can
depending
only
on what size
walk.
beers you drink, so it
It's
might be a
measured in
stubby
pubs,
or
dude.
it might be a long neck.
It's about, I don't know, about 3-4 pubs away at a push.
So 3-4
Right.
pubs away. So well, that's another measurement. So you're probably looking at a long neck between each pub, and then when you're at the pub, you get another larger and keep going.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But again, it's fascinating because it's just a difference in comparison to the size of the countries. America and Australia, it's vast, huge, and you express it's different. All right, even your cultures are different because you've really got to place to get anywhere, and your culture's built around, you driving places. It's not like that. You can
See,
walk most places, not that you can walk between like Manchester and Birmingham in the freaking day, but most places are kind of in a local environment because it's built on that, walking or horse cart kind of in the
right,
beginning.
right. Now, I got a friend, I was just on the phone with him a couple days ago, and he's in Massachusetts, and I'm in Alabama. And he was talking about possibly maybe moving. I'm like, dude, because he doesn't have a driver's license. He just, because where he lives, I used to live in the exact same town. You don't need to have a driver's license to get to work. You literally just hop on the bus, get an Uber. Your job is literally usually no more than just, a 2-hour walk from where you live. And he's just, he never had, he'll walk 2 hours to go to work. He doesn't give a fuck. And he wanted to move down where I live. And I said, dude, it's physically impossible to live down here without a vehicle. You have to have a car. We don't have public transportation. We don't have buses. Like
Depends where you live.
my
So
place of business
if
is
you're
literally
like in New
15
York,
minutes. Yeah.
you're not going to own a car, really. Probably
Oh, hell,
will,
I wouldn't.
probably wouldn't. Same in
I wouldn't.
London, right? Okay, you've got a car, but you're
$45 an
probably
hour to
going to be
park.
using it
Fuck
to move
that.
around London.
Sorry.
Sorry, dude. I think me and you are lagging into each other. I hope it's not me.
No, I was just talking over you. That was my bad. No, I was just saying you wouldn't own a car in New York. It's $45 an hour to park in some spots.
Yeah, I live in like the opposite. Like it's mandatory to have a car here. It's fucking absolutely mandatory.
Right, no, yeah, and that's all I was trying to get to my friend because he doesn't have a car. He doesn't even have a driver's license. I said, dude, you cannot live here without having a vehicle. Like I said, my
Yeah.
work is literally a 15-minute drive, but I mean, I'm going 45 miles an hour the whole time, and I don't have traffic. It's just literally a straight line. And I said, now the thing is, I could go to his town in Massachusetts, and my work could still be 15 minutes away, but there's traffic, there's street lights, there's pedestrian car. I don't have it like that. Mine's just a county road that goes straight.
Yeah, I don't have that. So there's definitely lights and shit here. But I will say DFW is really well built with highways, so it's pretty good. Like most of the time I'm on a highway going 85, and then I'm getting off the highway and I'm driving for like 5 miles to where, or 3 miles to where I need to go, something like that. A couple of lights.
Yeah. Just again, New England, Massachusetts, that whole area is way more European. The way it's set up, our cities are similar. They're all just made off of cow trails and shit. But anyway, I didn't mean to overtalk you earlier, Jedi, but I do have to. It's 2 a.m. here, so I gotta hop off here. I enjoyed it, man. This was, pretty chill. It's nice being able to have a, relaxing, non-aggressive chat for once.
You're all right, man. Like I said, it's good
Yeah.
to catch up. Whether me and you agree or disagree on this point, we do understand that the Earth is still flat. So I'm not against you in any way.
Yeah.
You understand my position. I understand yours. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll catch up on triangles another day when you've had some sleep.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just, but you know what it is though? Like, dude, like I said, like from Christmas till now, I haven't talked about that, thought about it. Not just our argument, just sell nav in general. And it's like it's still there, but it's like man, I gotta go back and read it again. It's like when you like take off working out for 3 months and then you start again. It's like whoa, you stop talking about flat Earth. That shit, dude. I caught myself. I accidentally said planet the other day when I was at work. They were talking about Michael Jackson, or they were talking about Michael Jackson, and then someone mentioned Hulk Hogan. I'm like, they were talking about their popularity. I'm like, you don't realize they were the most recognizable individuals at their time in the '80s on the entire face of the earth. Like the entire planet knew exactly. And I saw myself like, fuck, what did I just say? Like, but I mean, that's gonna happen whether I'm in here every day or not, or talking about it every like. It's hard to shake the vernacular sometimes.
Don't read too deep into it, dude. Sometimes you're just in a social situation where your subconscious takes over.
Oh yeah,
it's fine. Don't do it. It's fine.
Well, dude, see, the thing is, like, I don't even want to talk about it at work. Like, because there's been times in the past where it'll pop up and I'll talk about it, not care. But now it's like, I don't even want to talk. I don't even care anymore. I know that sounds bad, but I just don't even give a fuck. Like,
It doesn't
I've come to
sound
the
bad. As long as you're occupied and you're learning something else, I can understand how flat Earth can kind of not lose its like awe and like magnificence of like what a great subject it is. But when you've done it, hopefully you move on to other things, and flat Earth can seem uncomparable to the other things you find out at some point. So hopefully you're looking into other things, dude. I hope you haven't stagnated.
Oh no, it's not that. But you know what it was? Like, it was nice knowing that. Like, this is gonna sound weird, but like the moon thing that just happened, Artemis.
Yeah.
I didn't waste a single piece of energy on that. I didn't watch it. I just didn't care. And then, a couple weeks ago, because it's been almost 2 months since it happened. A couple like last week or 2 weeks ago, I was thinking, you know what? It's kind of nice not giving a shit. Like, because like I already know it's not fucking. I already know it's fake. Like, it was nice just not even worrying about it. Not worrying. That's not the right word, but arguing about it with other people on here. Glober's
Not
bringing it
spending
up.
it.
I'm like, well, yeah.
Yeah, not spending your energy on it, dude. I get it.
Yeah, flat Earth can be a fucking energy suck.
Yeah, it can,
It really
especially being
can
in
because
this
there's a lot of
environment, right?
debate and a lot of anger can get brought up in it. People get pissed off talking about it.
Yeah, man. Sometimes it's good to take a break.
What
What's
the
funny?
fuck's so funny?
It's just funny because I think the most heated person I've ever heard on the topic is a Jedi of any people. Like, I've heard this motherfucker get so heated on the topic.
Yeah, but
You
Jedi's not
fucking
an angry.
what?
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
wait,
I was gonna. Oh, yeah, thanks,
a
Matrix. You
second.
have met
Jedi's not the
Matrix,
most
right?
angry.
That's fun.
Yeah, but I will say, Jedi, you don't get angry. You'll get snarky and nasty, but you don't get like you're not you don't get like your blood pressure. Like it may. You just
I mean, he gets to the point where he's like muting anyone who's opposing his
oh yeah,
ideas.
he's a
He starts
mod.
like saying derogatory, slanderous slurs constantly. Like completely
Oh,
breaks
that's
from the
kind of
point of the
gay. I've never
conversation.
heard.
Oh, I've almost every. This is the first time I've ever been in here, and he wasn't being like that personally. So I
Would
actually
it
wanted to
would it
say
would it make you
I was
feel
actively
better if
gonna
I
say
called
that
you?
to him, but I appreciate that he wasn't. Sorry, what did you say?
Oh,
I was talking there.
no, that's fine. I do apologise. Would it make you feel better if I called you a cunt or something?
Maybe, dude. I was getting a
Maybe.
little worried you might be sick or something for a little bit there. Like I fucking wasn't sure. Like.
I appreciate your opinion on my emotional state, dude. I won't agree with completely your opinion, but I respect it. It's funny.
I don't think any of that's. I've never ever seen Jedi do anything like that before, where he's personally like, "Oh, you fucking." Well, I mean, you call people cunts and shit. No, but I mean, like,
Sure, bro, you're gonna bet.
well, I don't know. When you said derogatory, my mind instantly went towards like
I mean, it gets pretty derogatory. I mean,
attacking the
definitely. Like,
individual in
oh,
a sense.
absolutely, yeah.
No,
Being
no, no, no.
racist
I
or
don't think.
something.
No. I don't get
Bro, I've heard
really
you.
derogatory. Definitely don't get really derogatory. I'm
I
just
was gonna
kind of
say
handy with the
derogatory
words
wasn't
that
a
I
good
used.
word.
You still talking, Vaxwax? Shut the fuck up, man. But
Well, no,
yeah,
I was
I'm
I
not.
was saying when you said that you're derogatory, I said that's not true. That's not fair to say that.
Yeah, I'm not derogatory, but I'm
Yeah.
handy with the words that I use. But maybe to some of you it sounds derogatory, but I don't think it is really.
No, I think you're more snarky than anything.
I'm definitely sarcastic and dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
would
your
say
British
that's.
side,
I
Tony.
would say
All
that's
British
like
people are like
default
that.
mode, though. That's like default. Like,
Because he's British and we're
modus
not.
operandi.
We're North American.
Well, that I don't even have a problem with. I actually enjoy that.
Like all like people from like it doesn't matter if you're from fucking Canada or the United States. We all think British people are way smarter than us, regardless, simply because of the way that they use the English language. That's
What?
one. I mean,
Oh.
it's fucking true, dude. If a British
Hell yeah,
person is
man.
breaking bad news to you, you'd rather have them be a British
No,
person than a fucking
no,
American.
incorrect.
Yes,
I'd rather they be Australian 100% of the time. If they're breaking bad
Australians are the
news,
most.
I
That's
totally want
true.
it to be an Australian 100% of the
Yeah,
time. Like, no
Hey
way
mate,
around
it
it.
turns out you banged your dindy on the tuna. You'll
Yeah.
be all right. You know, it's just like they just like Australians are the funniest.
Best.
you'd always feel like your
If
mate
I ever
turned
get
up, wouldn't
cancer, I
you?
want it to be an Australian doctor telling me I'm gonna die for sure.
You'd
Yeah, the
always feel
British
like
are a
your
lot
mate
more.
had turned up to deliver your bad news, right? If he was Australian. I'd agree with that. For
Uh,
sure. I think it's
Yeah, the
brilliant.
British sound a lot more sophisticated. The Australians sound a lot more like hillbilly.
They are awesome.
when I meant like a British person giving bad news, like let's say that there's an issue and they're gonna try to like let's say you go to the doctor and you're sick or something wrong, right?
Nope.
And
Australian.
then a British person is like
Australian.
explaining to you step by step what's going to happen. Like you'll be okay. We're gonna do this, that.
Australian.
I feel like they're more like they have a more
No, see,
authoritative
but for that,
way
I
of
want
speaking.
a 55-year-old Asian dude, like 100% of the
Well,
time. Like, so that's what we're
I
talking about.
don't know about that. Sometimes you
Well,
can't understand
actually,
them. But I'll give you this. I'll
Yeah, I
give you
want it to
there's
be
this,
an
right
right?
on
Asian
the
guy with
line.
a
I want it
British
to be right on the
accent.
line, just where you can barely understand him. Like, just barely understand
I'll give you this, right? Usually with an Australian giving you bad news, probably behind his back he's just about to give you a beer or something. With an English person, they're going to give you a cup of tea. Now, which do you want, the cup of tea or the beer? You fucking decide, right?
Yeah, I don't know what
English,
I've never been addicted enough to caffeine to think that tea is a drinkable fucking fluid, but I mean, more power to you. You guys want to drink
oh,
your
tea's
dirty water?
delicious.
Drink your dirty water.
Dude, I'm
I
a
appreciate
caffeine
that.
addict and I still don't appreciate tea.
Yeah,
What are you talking
exactly,
about?
dude. That's
There's
what I'm
no tea.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no caffeine in tea. Yeah, or barely any. Compare like the shit that I drink.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, comparatively to other things, yeah, that's all relative, though, right? There's definitely
Dude,
caffeine.
Southern iced tea is the most refreshing beverage on the face of the earth.
Yeah, but
Well, I
Southern
drink
iced
it
tea
in
is
night.
nothing like English tea, dog. So don't even compare
Yeah,
the
but
two.
it's
Like, you
also
can't
not
even. Like,
107 degrees in England from April to November with
Hold on.
90%
It's
humidity every single day. That iced tea just hits.
going to hit about 93 degrees today.
93 for you, really?
Yeah, so like 32 degrees or something for us in Celsius. On the same latitude
Yeah,
as Canada,
really.
by the fucking way.
Oh, you were saying 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Duh. What, dude, if it was 90 degrees
dude,
Celsius,
yeah,
oh
I
my
was gonna
god.
say, bro, he'd be fucking what, bro? Like,
I'm just,
huh? Like,
I'm just,
he's on fucking Venus or some shit.
no,
Like, he's just on vacation. Like, the fuck?
I'm just so
No, he's
used to
been
British
hanging.
people on Discord speaking automatically in Celsius. So when he said 90
Oh,
degrees, I instantly went to 90 degrees Celsius. And
I
I was
will
trying to
admit,
convert him.
I
I was
appreciate
surprised
that.
that he answered it in fucking Fahrenheit. I was,
Yeah,
That's
it
what
was.
happens when I speak to a lot of Americans all the time. I try to translate before I
yeah, that's
speak.
Yeah,
true. Have you
I
guys
was
seen
just gonna. I was
the
just
whole
gonna say you have
Canadian
been hanging.
measurement? Oh,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Jay, you've been hanging around in here too much, man. I get it.
It's what it is, dude. It's what it is. I say
I'm fucking
dude
talking in
far too
miles
much
and
for an English person, to be fair. Far
I
too
think
much.
I've said the word mile more often this year than I have kilometer, just
I
because I
think
hang
I've
out
said it.
here.
Yeah, I think I've said it the other way around to try to do things in kilometres now. Try to. It doesn't always work.
Yeah, but in England, you guys use mile a lot. I mean, more than you
Well,
would
yeah,
think.
because we go everywhere in miles. Yeah.
Right,
We're,
exactly.
we're ambidextrous in this regard, right? Some things we go imperial, some things we go metric, some things I don't even know what the fucking thing that we use is, but it's not anything that anybody else uses. We still use stone for weight and shit. I mean, what the fuck's that?
I know, dude. When an English person says something's like 5 stone, I'm like, dude, that could be like 38 pounds, or that could be like 500. But I have no fucking idea what a stone is.
Yeah, dude, I heard that the first time in my fucking life when I was speaking to Loggy. He's talking about his weight and stuff like that. I'm like, what the fuck is a stone, dude? Like, he said it about 10 times before it clicked in, you know? It's like, oh shit, that's
There
a
was a
weight
factory
thing.
I worked at, and we would make like the bumpers and like the casings for headlights on Kias, and all of our plastic, it came straight from Korea. It was getting shipped from Korea directly to us, and they were just little plastic pebbles, and we'd have to melt them and then run them through an extractor and mold the pieces. And all those bags, which were, I mean, they had to be like 800 pounds. Their weight was all in stone, but they were from Korea. I never understood that, because we would get it and it would say their weight in stone. I never understood why.
They're originally
Korea,
packaged to sell to the British market or something.
or did
No,
Korea have like a British imperial kind of
Yeah,
situation at some point?
maybe some influence there when they're
I,
industrializing.
I was wondering, maybe it's just because it's specifically just plastic pellets. I never understood. Maybe in some weird way it was more accurate. I have no idea. But that always baffled me, because I'm like, why are Koreans from Korea using? Why are they weighing this? Because everything else is in Korean and English. Like, not unless they had a contract with England first. I don't know. But would England use stone when they're weighing bags of pellets in a factory? I, I don't know.
One stone
See,
is 14 pounds.
again,
That's it.
so
Well,
this
yeah,
is
I know
weird.
that now. Well, I didn't know that. I mean, I looked that up before. I knew the answer before, but I forgot. Whatever. Yeah, one stone's 14 pounds. But it's just, why is Korea sending us sending us these big giant 500-pound sacks of plastic pellets to melt into like moldings? Why is it weighed in stone? I just never understood that, because we had to convert it and shit. Now I didn't. Now the
Yeah,
guys that were doing it, they knew exactly what a stone was. They could just do it in their head. Oh, 477 stone. Okay, yeah.
yeah,
3,000 pounds, whatever the fuck.
we still use both. For example, when buying meat or cheese, you can buy it in pounds and ounces, or you can buy it in kilograms or whatever. Same with like fluids as well, pints and so on. Kind of gone more out of fashion. It's kind of more of a brewery thing where you talk about those weights and measures. But if it's very rare that you get a pint of milk now, it's all done in liters, for example. It's also a generational thing, because the transition from imperial to metric wasn't really that long ago in our history. We were having pounds, shilling, and pence up until the 70s still. So yeah, you notice
Always
with the
wondered that.
generation.
What's
Yeah,
the money now? What's the money now?
just pounds.
Just pounds,
And
and then
yeah,
pound cents or something like that.
yeah. So it's still 100, 100 basic. So our pennies would represent your cent. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
In the word quid,
You guys
like when
still
someone
have
says,
pennies?
"Oh, that's 7 quid," that's it. So that's pretty much just like a direct translation of saying like, "Oh, $5." Like, that's all quid means, right? Just
Yeah,
slang for cash.
quid is pound or bucks or yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Hey
I
Jedi,
figured.
do you guys still have pence, like the actual individual units?
Yes.
Really, eh? 'Cause over
Yeah,
here
so
they discontinued the actual penny up here because it's so
fucking
expensive,
really.
so much more expensive to create.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get rid of the nickel in a few years too, honestly, because we're losing fat money on nickels as well.
It's
Dude,
weird,
I
man.
think
But this is the weird part, man. Even our fucking actually no, never mind. I was gonna say I thought I understood even our electronic money rounds it up and down, but never mind, that's not true.
No, the electronic money doesn't. No.
Forget
bit
it.
about currency. But like when they discontinued the penny, I wish I went to the bank and just bought like just like a $5 roll of pennies, or or one, just whatever of the last issue, and just never open it, and just keep it for like 40 years, and it'd be worth like
Yeah.
probably like the
Yeah,
last
I have a good.
issued uncirculated pennies.
I bought I think a mason jar's worth of 1994 pennies the year before they converted it, like to mostly zinc. I think it's 95% copper. Yeah,
Dude, my mom,
probably have it wrong.
I don't know this. I don't know how old you guys are. This is gonna like age me, but like when in 2001 when the Sacagawea dollars came out, like my mom got like $100 worth of rolls. So however many come in a roll, I can't remember. And she didn't open them for like 9 years. And all of a sudden one day, my fucking idiot brother broke into like where they were, took all the rolls and bought a shitload of weed. And I'm thinking, if you just held on to them and never opened those things are worth a lot of money now. Uncirculated ones,
What is it
shit.
called? What are they called? Sacagawea?
Yeah, the Sacagawea dollars. They came out in 2000.
They're
There were those
$1
little
gold
coins.
coins. Yeah.
Yep. My mom had a shitload of them. She had like $100 worth of them, and my brother stole it and stole them all and used it to buy weed in like 2007.
Quick question for you guys. Just as we're talking about expressing different units and so on, like either side of the Atlantic. If I was to say to you, a 2:15, what time?
It's 2:15.
Yeah, 2:15.
Yeah.
It's sometimes because of the reference of a quarter, you guys think it's 25 past the hour, right? Or this is what I've heard, like on YouTube and shit.
No. I mean, very stupid people. I've seen clips on YouTube of very, very stupid people like being asked to like figure that and like doing it as 25 because they're fucking retarded. But
Is that a common way for you to express time in America?
Yeah, hell yeah. What
quarter
time is it?
past,
10
quarter
past,
till.
quarter past, half past.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even
15 till.
yeah,
We'll
even
say 15 till. Like, see, okay, so I have a lot of busboys, and some of the waitresses, like where I work, like the youngest people that work there, I just actually now realize they're all male. We have like 3 or 4, like, no, we have like 7 or 8 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds. All the females are 18. I think that I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. But like, I'm shocked by how many of these kids cannot read an analog clock. We have one hanging up on the corner of the kitchen above one of the sinks. None of them can fucking read it, and they're not dumb. But, there's some of them are still in fucking, like, some of them are graduated or just graduated last week. But like, just these average kids that aren't, they're not like low IQ autistic kids. They're working in a fully functioning, fast paced kitchen, and they can't read a fucking analog clock. I that like, because I'm 37, that I'm like thinking, like, is this going to be a thing? Because I got a 9-year-old, she can read it, but I mean, we also, she goes to private school, and she had to, like when she was in second grade last year, she had specific math problems where you had to write down the time that says on the digital clock, put it on the analog clock, or the question would be like, write 2:30, stuff like that, and these kids can't do it, and they're 16, 17, some of them are 18, and I'm like, fuck. Like, that kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah, you lose a sense of like what the actual denomination, not the denomination, but the time in the hour sense, what the fractions
It has
are.
to be
So you
digital,
don't see it
otherwise
as
I
a
can't
circle,
read.
right? Yeah. And yeah, I was gonna say Jedi, I don't think it's I thought at first it might have just been an English thing, but it's not. Even up here where I am, we'll say it in French too. If we say 10 moins quart, it would be 10 it translates to 10 minus a quarter. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, 15 minutes to 10 o'clock, so it's 9:45. Or, yeah, it's even in French.
Bloody French.
Fucking French.
Ici au Québec, là, qu'est-ce que tu veux, toi? What do
I
you
was
want?
watching a video on how French people will say their phone numbers, and I'm not doing it. I would never want to have to make a phone call in fucking Paris. Like the way that they like rattle off the numbers and stuff, they say like the whole phone number, like one long ass weird number.
Oh,
And it does.
no. Not up
I
here,
didn't get
dude.
it. Well, no, I mean, if
No.
you clearly sound Canadian. I'm talking about in like France proper. Like the way that they like say their numbers is fucking strange.
I've never heard that before. That is weird.
Yeah.
We'll read off the numbers one by one, just like anyone, right? We
Right, but
won't say like, you know,
they'll start talking about like the thousands and stuff. Like
what?
when they start getting into that, it doesn't make any sense to me.
So, like when they read a number at like 123,400.
That's
No,
fucking
they don't say
strange,
it like
man.
that.
I'd say that's just a couple of
Well, how
random
else would you
people
do
who are
it?
doing
That's
that,
what
bro.
I thought you meant for sure. Is like what he just said there. You're like,
Okay,
like
say
it's
what
one
you
million,
said like about
1,234,000. That'd be
Okay,
weird.
say what you said about time in France. How you guys will say it's. What did you say? It was 25 past what? How'd you say
Yeah,
it in
so
French?
10 minus a quarter.
10 minus a quarter. The way that you phrase that it sounds strange to me as an American, and it's like
yeah,
it's weird the way you guys will say your numbers. It just doesn't. It doesn't want to. It's like a not a one for one translation, and I found that odd. I don't know why. It's just
yeah.
the way that the French do their numbers. And then that's why I said that this girl on YouTube, she's an American that lives in France and she's fluent in French. She was trying to explain the way that a French phone number would sound if you were to like. It's just the way you guys
Yeah.
do it is completely strange to English, and it's
Well,
almost like a grammar thing.
the numbers themselves in French are very verbose, extremely
Right,
verbose.
right,
But for
yeah.
phone numbers themselves, they're not normally read off like that. But if you were to write somebody check this out, this is the biggest fucking pain point. Okay, if you go to a bank and you want to get like a cashier's check or something like that, you want to check, you write the number, but you also write the number in words, right? Just to make sure like you didn't fuck up, someone didn't write like the wrong add a zero or something like that. It's the worst thing.
$55.17
It's
spelled
so
out. Yeah.
it's so complicated in French, man. It would almost require 2 lines. I swear to God.
Right, yeah, that's what I mean. How the numbers, like when they, like in France, like I guess maybe she was just saying if you were to say the phone number, I don't know, but like saying it out loud, it
Yeah,
was weird. It's not 665
numbers.
9949. It's like a whole, like it takes a
Yeah,
second to fucking say it.
I've never heard that, right? But just if you were to read off like your bank account to somebody,
Yeah.
it's a lot of syllables. It's a bit of a pain, yeah. Or the weirdest the one weird thing is like in French to say the word 80, the number 80, but it reads off as 420s.
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
Yeah, no, 80 is 80, so right? Or 90 is like 420 plus 10, so that's 90, right? 95 is 95, so like 420 and 15. Like it's shit like that. You're like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, that's right, because you don't read phone numbers like 65 18 41 31. Like
You can,
yeah,
but if I were,
in the United States, it's
yeah, if I were to,
777 It's just bump bump
yeah,
bump 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 bump.
sometimes we'll do it in 2 numbers at a time, right? But if I had a phone number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, I would not say 123 millions 456 like that. Like I'm not gonna say 123,450 6 whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say that.
Right.
I might say 123, 123, 456, shit like that. Break it up into small chunks.
Right. But fuck, dude, I gotta hop off there. It's 2:30. I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a good one, dude.
Alright, is there anyone still around who wants to talk about the flat earth? Failing that, is there anybody around who wants to talk about something crazy? If not, I'm going to say my goodbyes. If so, then I'll stick around.
By crazy.
I haven't seen Moses in here in a while. What the fuck you doing?
Living life, bro. Been working.
Shit.
I run a small business, so I've been just working. Sometimes I have
What
20-hour
do you
weeks. Sometimes I have 20-hour days. It just kind of depends.
What brings you in here though? Fucking 20-hour week.
You know, well, 20-hour weeks is fucking nothing, right? I got lots of free time when I have 20-hour weeks.
Oh, excuse me. Speaking 20-hour days.
Yeah, those are long. I would say I enjoy. It's like I totally disagree with the flat Earth concept. It's nonsense to me, 100%, and it's whatever. But I
Why is
love
that?
how. That's not the point. But I love how deep the people that are into it go into it. Right? There's few other topics on the internet that people will put the effort into understanding at the same level.
Why do you disagree with it? What component of it you just go, nah,
Just the
that's
idea
bullshit.
that it's flat. Yeah, just like the whole idea.
Well, it's not an
Yeah.
idea. It's actually measured that way. So whether I like it or not, whether you like it or not, it's still measured the
Right.
same. I can't magically snap my fingers and make it unmeasured.
Yeah. And I get your perspective on it too. I just disagree completely, right? That's all.
So what do you disagree with? The measurements?
This concept that you've measured the Earth flat.
Okay,
Yeah,
so there's a concept, flat Earth. What we do then is go out and measure it to confirm.
Well, I mean,
and now
right,
it's not
no,
a concept
hey,
anymore. It's
I don't-
reality.
I should just let you go to sleep.
What do you mean let me go to sleep?
Really, nigga?
It's 5:27 in the afternoon.
Oh, I thought it was they're taking off. I thought it was you. Maybe it was the other guy. My apologies.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's 3:30 for me.
Yeah, it's late for me too.
It's 8:30 in the morning for me.
Fuck, were you
Now
up
we've
all
got
night?
time. Where are we going with this?
Were you up all night or something, dude? The fuck?
No.
I thought I saw you on earlier.
For about 3 hours, I think, and then woke up because it was ridiculously hot, and I decided there was no point trying to go back to sleep whilst I was sweating like a bitch.
That's rough, dude.
Damn,
I
dude.
cannot sleep when it's hot. It is impossible. Fuck that.
I should start calling you Grandpa now. Fuck, you taking the title from India. 3 hours sleep.
Wait, are you supposed to get more or something?
No, like I've heard or I've understood older people, they tend to sleep less for whatever reason. Like they just don't need to.
Yeah, I think
Anyway.
that's pretty. I think that's true, right? I think there's a lot of reasons for that actually. Yeah, I don't recall what they are, but I've heard them discussed.
Anyway, sorry about that. Carry on there. So you're saying like the idea or the thought of it being flat?
Well,
like,
it's not so much just like the thought. It's just like I mean, it's just like it isn't flat. You know, it's like that's the problem, right? Like it just.
But how do you know that? That's the thing.
Right.
I was taught it wasn't.
Yeah.
But
no.
You know.
Right. Yeah.
But you know. Is it or isn't it?
Yeah.
How would we know?
Right. So it's just like there's just a lot of like unanswered questions that make zero just like genuine just like base logic sense of like everything else in our universe, like when you put it all together, right? It's one of those things where it's like
so what have you seen in our universe that you can just slow down. You're just jumping to these massive logic steps because you keep jumping multiple logical steps. So everything in the universe that you've seen, what have you seen in the universe that tells you you're on a globetard? That's your chance to speak, bro.
Yeah, so what are the things that I've personally experienced? And this is almost the arguments I love. Yeah, to be honest, I'm here to listen to other people argue about it. I'm not gonna I have my beliefs. You're not gonna change me, and I know I'm not gonna change you. I'm not
We're not here to
trying to
change
do
your
so.
beliefs.
Yeah, no, you
You seem to
definitely
be of the
are, though.
opinion. You seem to be of the
You're
opinion
telling me that your
we're
opinion
here
is
to
right and my
change
opinion
beliefs.
is wrong.
I'll tell
you
you.
can maintain your opinion from my
Like,
perspective.
dude, slow down.
I'm not
You
telling
accused
you.
Jedi of being the cranky one. You were false with that earlier. That was quite funny. So I'll let you go
was
with that.
not.
Matt, I'm not here to change your beliefs. I'm here to point out that you guys haven't tested the stories, aka your beliefs, to reality. That's all it is. At the moment, you've got an idea or an ideal. So go and test it. See if it matches up to what you were told. That's it. Nothing more. I'm not here to change your beliefs.
It does, right? I mean,
You
like
go and
the
test your beliefs.
The stars work exactly as they state, right?
What, they're in the sky?
They're in the sky.
I hope so.
They are in the sky. Yep.
Yeah. Outside of stars are in the sky, what can you validate of them?
It's not. It's
what
not about
shape are
stars
they?
being in the
What's
sky.
their composition? What's their distance? These are all unknown factors. But yet, the boffins tell us exactly what they are. See, this is what we mean by testing what you're told. You were taught at school. You live on
we
a
know
sphere.
some things about
you
them.
were taught
and
at school.
You can not believe in science if you want to.
And
not
now he's
going to
have a
science,
meltdown.
right? But no, I'm not having a meltdown.
Well, it's
if you want
pseudoscience.
to just not believe
that's where you've broken again. You're telling us we don't believe in science. We do believe in science. You believe in pseudoscience, and you just don't know that there's a difference.
Fair enough, bro. Fair enough. You got me, dude.
And now, is that a coping mechanism, or
that's
just popping it off?
I didn't want to argue about it, right? That was like. Right.
Well, we're not arguing. We're informing you of what you are misinformed of. You're telling me that I don't believe in science.
I guess maybe
that's a straw man. No, hold up. You keep telling flat earthers they don't believe in science.
I didn't keep.
Okay. And now I'm informing you of there's a difference. No, I'm not neglecting things. I'm not neglecting things. You're telling me that's it. No. You're straw manning my position. I'm not neglecting science. You're telling me I'm neglecting science. I agree with science, but what you need to understand, and this is the bit that you haven't grabbed hold of yet. Hold up, I haven't finished my sentence. You need to understand there is a difference between science and pseudoscience. They're two separate things.
Thank you.
Right, so what you're telling me that I'm rejecting is pseudoscience. That's what I'm rejecting, is pseudoscience.
Which part is pseudoscience?
Let's continue. The inability to apply the scientific method.
Does the Hubble telescope exist or not exist?
The Hubble telescope is not science.
It's not? How did we get it?
The Hubble telescope is a telescope.
What did we use to get it where it is?
Okay, they probably transported it.
What did we use to build it? Did we use?
No. See, you're conflating science. Hold up, I'm helping you out. I'm going to help you out. Listen, hold up.
Poetry to build
it? No. Stop. There.
Did we use
Moses, stop talking. Yeah, I'm going to help you. Moses, you're conflating scientific principles with the scientific method. Did he just run away? Of course he did, because he was looking for an excuse to bail out. Every time. Because he knows he's backed into a corner. But you don't believe in science. And the sad part is, he'll come back next time, maybe in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, who cares? And he'll be exactly the same because he just doesn't want to listen in the first place. And we'll ask him the same question. What's your issues with it? Oh, you guys don't believe in science. So my scientific beliefs equate to Earth being a globetard. There you go. There's mad logic for you.
Hey, that reminds me of something. I think it'd be worth bringing up. Yeah, I think it was within the last.
You're super quiet, dude.
Oh shit! Really? I'll try and ameliorate that. we all hear this thing about science. You know, everyone talks about it like this, right? Everyone brings up, oh, you don't believe in science, yada yada yada. And it reminds me of a conversation that came up in the last week or so with Gregory, and he made a very interesting point that I remember thinking about a long time ago, but it didn't come up for some time because, you know, in these rooms we always talk about science and natural science and scientific method, you know, all this shit. And he brought up the notion that, like, in the dictionary, right, nowadays, if you look up the word science, it seems to be a term used to encompass basically all forms of rigorous study, right? Whereas when we use the term in here, we're kind of using it colloquially to kind of mean natural science, right? Applying the scientific method to understand the natural world. But the other term kind of, you know, it's like almost like anything can be used or deemed as science. And I think that's what these people, when they come in, they tend to see it as. That's why they conflate mathematics with science. That's why they conflate astronomy with science and shit like that. You know what I mean? And I think it would be worth maybe considering that when they use that word, right? That this is what they're thinking of. Because like there's a form of study now called computer science, right? It's a real study, right? It's not science in the same way that we would mean it like in natural science, right? So I don't know if, you know, running them out with, you know, you're a retard, you don't know what science is really doing it much justice. You know what I mean? Because it's nowadays that is what it kind of means now, like the overall body of rigorous forms of study kind of all compartmentalized. Whether
He
you're
said the
using
Hubble telescope science, dude. Come on.
I know. Well, that was dumb, right? But to say like, oh, I'm taking this tool, right? It's a sophisticated tool, and I'm using it to study something, right? Like he worded it badly, but it just like, but you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know, man. But I think this might be something that could be worth refining a little bit in the way that we communicate that.
Well, the issue
Not
is
that
they're conflating science with scientific principles.
sure.
So, because scientific principles were used in the manufacture of computers, therefore computers fall under science. This is the level of broken ideals we've got. And we've got to get that out of their heads. It's like, okay, yes, I agree. They use scientific principles to build bridges, computers, cars, whatever, but engineers are not scientists.
Right. 100%. Yeah, when you're building something, you're applying science or scientific principles, you get the job done. 100%, it's a completely different category. But when you're studying something, even in the abstract or to an abstract level to a degree where it manifests as something practical, even if you're not applying the scientific method throughout the entire process or at each step, you're not doing, you know, one experiment after another until you get a result, right? Even if you're not doing that, right? The way that I remember being brought up was like that. It doesn't have to necessarily be a scientific experiment for it to kind of fall under the umbrella of science in the way that it's a rigorous form of study. You know what I mean? So I don't blame people much anymore when they come in and they talk about that, unless they're talking shit, right? If they're gonna misconstrue astronomy as being quote unquote science, it's not a form of natural science, 100%, but it is a form of rigorous study. So I think parsing that out early out of the gate would be a worthwhile consideration for the conversation.
Well, he didn't get that far. He failed beforehand.
Oh no, it was a lost cause, dude. But I'm just saying, like that conversation reminded me of that. And I wanted to bring it up at some point because, the QE treatment of, you're misusing the word science. I don't know if that's going to get us very
No,
far.
well, I wasn't up him about misusing the science. There's pseudoscience, science, scientific principles. There's all different things that science can be attached to the end of or in front of. He was just totally using the wrong thing altogether. No, the Hubble
Yeah, that was
telescope is not science. And it's just like, dude, the Hubble telescope was built using scientific principles. I agree with that.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't have a problem with that. They may use it for pseudoscience, stargazing, astronomy, whatever you want to call it. I'm all good. But no, it's a pseudoscience under traditional form.
Well, that's I think something that should be addressed, right? Anything that purports to be a science or a scientific experiment, let's say, right, that doesn't actually follow the actual procedure properly, right, but purports to be a form of natural science. Yeah, that's where the pseudoscience comes in, right? If the word science in that context is being used as like a shorthand for natural science. But if it's a rigorous study, if it's used in that context, right, or that sense of the word, I don't know if the term pseudoscience is really applicable. Really, you know what I mean? Like, doesn't it depend on what the sense, like, factoring all this in,
Well,
right?
to be a true science, it follows the scientific method. If it can't do that, then it falls under pseudoscience.
But if we
It's
look
that
up,
simple.
but where was originally? Did the word science really entail parsing things out and experimenting on things, or was it actually a term to denote a body of knowledge and derived from rigorous study? Wherein, for example,
Well, let's
applying the
do this the
scientific
old-fashioned
method
way.
would be one method
Etymology
of
online.
deriving that.
Hold
Yeah.
up, check it out. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Search for CE launch science. Mid 14C state of fact or knowing what is known, knowledge, and then in brackets of something acquired by study, information. Also, assurance of knowledge, certitude, certainty. From old French science, knowledge, learning, application, corpus of human knowledge. From Latin, scientia, knowledge, unknowing, expertness. From sciens, genitive, scientists, intelligent, skilled. Present participle of shire, to know. The original notion in the Latin verb probably is to separate one thing from another, to distinguish, or else to incise. This is related to cindiere, to cut, divide, from pi root skia, to cut, split. Source, also Greek, shazen, to split, rend, cleave. Gothic, Scadian. Old English, Scedian or Scadian, to divide, separate. OED writes that the oldest English sense of the word is now restricted to theology and philosophy. From late 14C in English as book learning, also in particular branch of knowledge or of learning, systematized knowledge regarding a particular group of objects, also skillfulness, cleverness, craftiness. From C 1400 as experiential knowledge, also a skill resulting from training, handicraft, a trade. From late 14C, in the more specific sense of collective human knowledge, especially that gained by systematic observation, experiment, and reasoning. The modern restricted sense, a body of regular or methodological observations or propositions concerning a particular subject or speculation, is attested by 1725 in 17C, 18C. This commonly was philosophy. The sense of non-art studies is attested from the 1670s. The distinction is commonly understood as between theoretical truth, Greek episteme, and methods for effecting practical results, techne. But science sometimes is used for practical applications and art for applications of skill. Predominant modern use, natural and physical science, generally restricted to study of phenomena of the material universe and its laws by mid 19th century.
Right.
So
So you see,
the next one is
yeah.
pseudoscience follows it. Also, pseudoscience, a pretended or mistaken science. 1796, the earliest reference to alchemy from pseudo. And then it underneath that has got written the term pseudoscience is a hybrid and therefore objectionable. So
Right.
where we
People
got
actually believe the Earth is flat.
It's measured as flat. Whether I want to believe it or not, it's a bit of a bugger that. Next question.
I'm just
That was
listening.
quick. All right. But anyways, that's the right up there, and that's from Eddie Mon Online. Yeah.
Right. So what I got from that was like earlier on, it was a little bit more of a broad term, and then it kind of
Yes.
narrowed down, right? So, but it's kind of strange for me because now, as much as it was narrowed down, it was still kind of like taught in the older sense of the use of the word,
Now,
right? Like in science class, right? "Quote unquote" science class
so
when
let's
you're like, in elementary school and shit. You get taught,
Yep.
you get taught about circuitry. Fuck, it's applied science or engineering or whatever in science class, right?
well,
And
the
from that
reasoning it would have
form of
got broken
body of
down.
knowledge, right? Yeah, go ahead.
As I say, the reason it would have got broken down is because at the start with alchemy, any numpty could do whatever they like. There was no rules, no regulation, no controls. So as it got more and more refined, they would have had to put controls in to make sure that person A, like standards, if you want to use that word, person A is doing the same thing as person B. So when they're out testing the same thing, they've got controls in there. Yes, I did this. Yes, we tested that. Yes, we eliminated all the other. So we've come down to our conclusion of X, Y, Z. So it was
100%.
about removing variables and as a control function. Whereas if you didn't have that, anyone could do anything and then make claims at the end of it.
100%. 100%. Yeah, narrowing down or standardizing things, and forming a standard vocabulary and method to communicate and replicate and shit like that. 100%, I'm all for that. But what area was this reserved for? Was it
All the
solely
ones
for
that could be tested
all things that can be tested? There you go.
in practicality. Anything in practicality that can be tested.
Yeah, yeah. So that's where I guess the delineation between natural and unnatural, quote unquote, would have emerged, where you're trying to study the natural world and, through experimentation and all this shit, right? Versus other things that can also be tested, right? Where you can derive knowledge from that were not necessarily natural phenomena. You see my point, right? I think this is where like the mindset is maybe not necessarily consciously, but in the education system per se, it's kind of like all bundled into one, right? And that's where I think a lot of people are just kind of coming from when they use the word, when they're in like a sincere kind of discussion. They don't necessarily mean natural science strictly. They're just throwing everything in, all tools, all techniques, all sorts of different categories that are rigorous, that have all sorts of complexity involved, right? As being science, it's very murky, dude, and I don't blame them for because I was brought up like that, but in these rooms, we tend to break it down to natural science, and I think that's appropriate because we are studying the natural world. But no wonder
whether you
they're all
call it natural or not, that doesn't worry me. Can it be tested? Yes or no? So you looking at the lights in the sky, can you test them? That's a big fat no. So it's pseudoscience. Keep it super simple, and it's very easy to work out what's going on.
You
Gotta go
don't
through
have
the
to
complicated
yell
thing.
the science. Don't yell the science, mate. You got to teach
Okay,
it.
another clown show that thinks I'm yelling.
Now, if something can only be tested, right? Like what are we testing?
Cause and effect relationships. So the purpose
Right.
of the scientific method is to adjudicate cause and effect relationships. Or as I word it, you remove all variables until you're left with one cause.
But that's what I'm getting at, right? So in natural science, that's the whole purpose. But if using the term science, not necessarily in the strictest sense of natural science, trying to perform experiments and stuff like that, but as a term used to encompass basically any endeavor or activity where you're deriving knowledge through rigorous study. It's like unfortunately that term basically broadens the scope, whereas almost anything is a science. Like I get that, and I'm not necessarily advocating that, but you know what I mean. So any form of study. So if you're studying the behavior of shit up in the sky, you're not testing anything per se. You're not removing variables or whatever, but you're just mapping shit out.
So
Fuck, at this
it
point,
falls under
cartography.
pseudoscience. It's still a science, but just put the word pseudo in front of it. Can't be tested.
But is that what that means? So,
Yeah.
like, because I would have thought something that is purported to be natural science, but doesn't actually follow the scientific method properly, right? That's where that term could be
Pseudoscience.
attributed.
Yep.
That's where the term can be attributed. But if it's something that is not purporting to be a form of natural science, just quote unquote science in the broadest sense, where you're actually studying something rigorously, not necessarily testing anything, hands on. You might be able to test, postdictions or predictions, or testing your understanding of stuff with mathematical modeling or whatever, that type of stuff, without saying that it's a form of natural science, falsely so, but just a broad use of the word science. That's where I think that has a place. I'm not necessarily advocating for it. I'm just saying, I think this is how people operate, or the world is kind of operating when they use that word more so than not. So
Yeah,
anyway, I guess
maybe. Well, the next time
more.
they drop in and they start rattling on about science, maybe you could just bring up 5 easy questions. Looking at stars, science or pseudoscience? Computer studies, science or pseudoscience? Have a couple of generic questions that we can ask people so we can get their definition of science and a rough
Right on,
breakdown
yeah.
of what we can expect from them. So
Right
when
on,
they
yeah.
come in and say computer studies is science, looking at stars in science, we can all shake our heads and go, "Ah, shit, here we go."
Yeah, like, well, what are they using the word science to really mean? Like, what is science, right? If
Yeah.
they start talking about, it's testing a hypothesis and forming experiments and stuff like that, okay, we know where they're standing from. But if they
Correct.
articulate it as just the broad, form of rigorous study, you know what I mean? Then
So that means your average tradie, so let's just pick Boilermakers, for example. They had 3 years of rigorous study. So are they now scientists?
it's unfortunate, dude. I get it. I get the
I weld
confusion.
shit and
I wouldn't.
hit things with hammers. Now I'm a fucking scientist.
It's a problem. Oh yeah, no, dude, it's absolutely a problem, because for sure, with that, from that vantage point, everything becomes science,
That's
which is not
why it gets
helpful.
cut down.
Exactly. But into what? Right? Where it's strictly natural science, or forms of rigorous study that are more abstract, let's say, right? But somewhat applicable still, because that's where it seems to be revolving around. Like, you think of, like, oh yeah, if you go to school and you take I remember in high school, at the end of high school, we took scientific math, right? Where they're teaching us techniques and
Scientific math.
mathematical. Yeah, like so when we took a math class, right? We had 3 different paths to take. Let's say some guys, they wanted to go to university, some they wanted to get more technical, some were just dumb fucks, they just needed basic algebra, because they were just going to go into like fucking social studies or something, right? They took one of the two paths, but one of them was the scientific kind of path, let's say, right? Now, not to say that the math itself was scientific, but it was the type of math that was very rigorous, using trigonometry and shit like that, all sorts of higher level stuff that would be useful if they went down a scientific path and they were performing higher, level of experimentation that required a lot of mathematical analysis. They would require this type of stuff, right? But that path also would lead them down a pure math sort of study as well. So it's very blurry, dude, and I have a hard time, letting this one go. So I don't know. I think it's just important to know where people are coming from when they use that word. A lot of people are just going to use it like a buzzword, right? But not everybody. Like if you talk to Gregory about it, man, he was really articulate the last time I spoke to him about it, and I think it's important to parse out. I couldn't replicate what he said, but I do remember it being very
Lots
very
of
specific.
multi-syllable words.
Not necessarily. not
No, Gregory's
necessarily.
cool. I don't mind Gregory.
Yeah, not necessarily though. I think the only one multisyllabic word he used was voicing that the word science is polysemous. Right. That's it. I think that was the one I remember. So
that doesn't sound like Gregory. It would have been longer than that.
No. He was the first one I remember hearing. I've never heard that word before. He mentioned it. Polysemous. So same word applied in different contexts with kind of different meaning, but not necessarily drastically different. Like this one, right? So anyway, thought to bring that up because we rip on a lot of people for using that word, but I don't even know if they even know what they mean by it. If they even mean natural
science. A lot of the time, from what I've seen, they mistake scientific principles or the using of scientific principles in manufacturing to science.
Sure.
That is very common because you'll listen to them. So flat earthers don't believe in computers or the ability to fly. And they'll just start rattling off all these stupid things. And it's like, okay, so obviously you've got a problem with the design and manufacture of things, and you've mistaken scientific principles being used in design and manufacture versus science. So your local physicist is not worried about the manufacture of computers, bridges, airplanes, and maybe your mum's hairdryer, But yeah, that's what I've noticed. It's a lot of time they're confused between science and scientific principles.
Yeah, like the worst one I remember hearing is like, "Oh, you're a flat earth." Well, your cell phone is made with science, so if you don't believe in science, the globe science, so therefore, like, why are you using your phone? That's fucking stupid.
But in their train of thought, they're thinking that science is what created that phone. But yes, there may be scientific principles in the background that have enabled the usage of specific components of that phone. But no, it's not a scientific endeavor. Your ability to press a button and turn it on is not science.
Yeah, building a form of technology, right? Depending on what you're doing, let's say you're building a computer chip or something like that. It's an applied science. Let's say, like you're taking scientific principles and applying it to use.
Yes.
Or i.e., engineering. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. So, like, what they're saying is fucking stupid. It's almost like a form of all or nothing.
Yeah, it is.
Which relation, of course. I'd be curious what Jedi might have to say about all that, if he's heard this this bit before.
He hears it every time he comes in here.
No, I mean no. What I was
Yeah, I'll
breaking
take it
down
on.
earlier. Maybe he finally fell asleep.
It's like morning
Do you know
for him.
what? I was miles away there. I was football YouTube, and I heard my name in the background. What were you saying to me, mate? I do apologise.
I was bringing up the term science. I don't know if you heard my little monologue there. But I was just saying I'd be curious to hear what you might have to say about all that. If you heard what I was talking about before, I don't mean to.
I didn't hear it directly, mate. I do apologise. I don't think it'd be.
No. Okay. Well, briefly, what I was bringing up was when the guy came in earlier, Moses, and he was talking about science and shit. It struck a thought in me that reminded. Basically, I was reminded of a conversation I had with Gregory not too long ago, within the last week or two, who articulated how like the use of the word science nowadays, it's like it's polysemous in the sense where you have the term natural science, which strictly studies natural phenomena and cause and effect relationships, whereas the term science in its etymology, as Matrix kind of broke down, right? In the olden times, it was basically a term regarded or used to denote all forms of rigorous study, right? It was a large umbrella term that you're studying anything rigorously, and meticulously, and you standardize practices and all that to derive knowledge in basically almost anything, right? That was a form of scientific endeavor. So I was just bringing up how, like, when people come in, they basically throw the word science at us in any technical perhaps conversation. It's almost like I start to wonder, like, is it worth just chucking the baby out with the bathwater, and say, oh, you're a retard, you don't know what natural science is, when they may not even know that where the delineation is. Because like the way that I was brought up, it was like almost any form of study that be technical was quote unquote science. And I'm not so sure if they were wrong in categorizing it like that, unless they were trying to specify that, oh, what you're studying is natural, like it's a form of natural science, even though there was no experimentation, strictly speaking, following the scientific method. But it was a form of rigorous study to derive, a larger body of knowledge about that topic. So, what I mean? So when people come in and start talking about all this stuff, I want to know where they're coming from. Like, what are they in the word? What sense of the word do they actually mean? And I was curious if you had any thoughts on
Gathering knowledge, knowing things. I think that's when most people come in. They think anything that's technical, and that might be science, or there might be math, or there might be geometry. I think that all of this investigation into stuff, the gathering of knowledge, is science. I think primarily most people think that. And really, that's it. It's just a convolution of again, the convolution of a term and what science is and what it does. It used to be that we'd point this out more often than not, that actually this is part of the magic trick. I like that. That it's part of the magic trick when you use a word and it conjures up an image in your head of what you think that it is. And science is what people in universities and laboratories do when they wear lab coats or something, maths probably. So some kind of idea that they don't understand it. So they jumble it all together as in gaining knowledge. Most people, even though taught the scientific method, lose sight of it as soon as they're kind of taught it, because everything else gets chucked on top that doesn't really involve that type of experimental science, theoretical physics and things like that, astronomy and celestial observations, all fall underneath the category or umbrella of investigation into the world. And I guess the entomology of understanding, where that word and how that term got used is always handy to bring up.
Right. So would it be wrong to say that chucking all this sort of stuff under that umbrella term, like would it be fair to say that it's wrong or misuse of the word? In fact, it is where it actually originated.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a misuse of the word, but also trying to express an idea. And we'd kind of rely on that as well. We talk about measurements, right? Because usually, and this is where we start convoluting our terms, we're going to use something that sounds really scientific. Like a laser is going to be really accurate, scientifically accurate. So it's a scientific tool. And we're going to make the measurement as accurately as we can with the scientific tool. So it's a scientific measurement. But just because we've done these things to the best of our ability and gained the empirical description of what we're measuring, we haven't necessarily gone any further and gone down every single step of the scientific method, although what we've done is perfectly satisfactory, right?
Right. So it's satisfactory to in the sense where we're deriving knowledge, right? I take a measurement, it's hyper precise, right? I'm gaining knowledge of the world. I'm enacting, like one could argue, you're enacting a form of scientific inquiry. As stupid as it sounds, because it's as
No,
basic
you're
as taking
right.
a fucking measurement.
No, I think you're
Right?
right. Because if you use the term scientific inquiry, and then we start with an observation, now we're probably going to want to understand what the thing is that we're looking at. So thus begins the scientific inquiry. We're probably going to want to identify it. Thus becomes the observation, measurement, study over time, probably. So yeah, we have to do these things with the caveat of scientific investigation. So when we start doing those types of things, like with the word investigation in tow, and people come in and saying, the scientists do this, they think investigation would have probably taken place. And because investigation's taken place, well, that's what you do when you're in science. You investigate shit, don't you? Especially when
Yeah.
you're trying to figure out what things are. We are understanding the physical and natural world. Well, part of understanding it is going to be identifying it. Now, identifying it doesn't follow the scientific method.
Right. So this is where there becomes like a delineation, right? If you're going to start studying phenomena and what causes phenomena, right, you're going to have to apply a strict set of standardized procedures, right, that can be replicated and all this stuff. And that's where my understanding of the delineation opens up the door of this is where natural science, quote unquote, begins, and we're not just compiling data points on the world, not necessarily phenomena. We're not just gaining knowledge; we're gaining a specific type of knowledge, the natural behavior around us, right? So we're like in a house, and there's a lot of rooms. It's a science house, and now we're diving into the natural science room in that house. Whereas everywhere in the house, it's still quote unquote science because there's different ways of gaining, knowledge about shit. It doesn't have to necessarily be phenomenological knowledge. You see what I mean?
Well,
Like,
it always depends on the question that you asked.
right.
So it always comes down to that. And
Right. So
natural
right.
science is a specific tool to answer a specific question. But even along those few steps, you're asking other questions, like I pointed out. What is it? Not even what causes it. I want to know what it is first. I've got to identify it. So yeah, those forms of inquiry, like you said, yeah.
So it's coming to mind now. So when people would say, "Oh, astronomy is a science or a natural science," right? If they're purporting to say, "Okay, I'm just going to look up in the sky and analyze, the shit that I see. Oh, this, little light, it's moving at this rate this way, and it tends to repeat itself, yada yada yada." Right? You're gaining knowledge on what's going on up there. You might not be able to say what it is or why. You're not performing a scientific experiment, but you're compiling bits and pieces of information about all that. That's a form of rigorous study. And in that regard, I wouldn't throw my shoe at them if they were to say that's a form of science. Now, if they're going to try and bullshit me and say, "Oh, we know why and what they are," despite not actually really performing any scientific experiment, that's where I think the term pseudoscience can appropriately be applied, because they're claiming to basically have done an experiment where none really has been. Like, they've tweaked the word or the meaning of the word experiment in this context, right? And kind of used it to like mislead or whatnot. I can definitely see where that slippery slope can emerge and it can get all very shady. But at a surface level, it's like, okay, yeah, you're rigorously studying what's going on up there. Not to say that you know exactly everything, but that's some pretty solid analysis. I wouldn't put it past them to say that that's a form of scientific inquiry or that's a science in and of itself. You follow? I wouldn't say it's a natural science in the way that we've broken it down.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Interesting.
It's like, for example, like you pointed out, the study of the sky. This word doesn't get used often enough. Research, right? We're always doing research into things. Doesn't mean that we've reached a conclusion with research, because we're all studying shit. So researching the sky, over a long time of researching, we've figured out that this shit does the same stuff all of the time. Awesome stuff, but there's very little we can really go on with that. Especially if we're going to start making claims as to what it is and how it works and blah blah blah. Grey areas get overlapped very, very quickly in these conversations because of the word science that gets thrown in. I think really, and again, I started out like this, and we started out like this. It's to again act as a signpost to the fact that you're being brainwashed by a term. The English language can be really easily manipulated, and like the terms that are used to make you think that one thing's being said, but actually no, it isn't. Especially with like terms like science, it invokes an image in your head of research and thorough investigation with scientific tools and reaching logical conclusions based on shit. But really, that's not always what happens within research. Like looking up at the sky. So again, you have to be really specific. I think that's something I've learned. Yes, these people do come in with an idea of what science is. You can crack this nut quite a few ways. Maybe it's time to change the way we crack it, I guess.
Right on, yeah. I think one thing I would do is me personally is not necessarily shit on them if they say math is a science. I think that was one thing I did recently, and rightfully so, in the sense that there's no natural phenomena, it's purely abstract. There's no experimentation in the sense of the term that we use in other contexts, right? But there is a lot of dicking around, right? There's a lot of analysis. There's a lot of trial and error, right? The term hypothesis is kind of misappropriated maybe in there, because it kind of invokes that, that sense of like what you were talking about. Oh, it's rigorous, it's hands-on, it's, but there are a lot of propositions thrown out there that require some sort of digging into and, fiddling around, right, to arrive at something. And if you think it's one way and you're proven wrong because you went down the wrong path, well, you got to start over. In the same sense of, if you did something in the natural world, you tried something, but it's purely abstract. So it's a different category, but similar methodologies. And that, so I was thinking about this. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure where I land on it yet, but I think we're honing in on something here.
Yeah, words are magic. Be careful the way that you use them.
Yeah. So yeah, first question, or one of the first few questions, to ask maybe is, what sense of the word do they mean when they're saying it? If they can't answer that, then perhaps it's a lost cause. They just don't know what they're talking about.
Oh no, the question is when you say science, what, and then you'll figure it out.
Sorry, you cut out there. What?
When you say science, what do you mean by science? Is the question you should ask people. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Has anyone got anything interesting to talk about? I'll put the obvious request out there. If there's anybody about the flat Earth, you can do that. But it's Sunday. Oh, traffic going past. It's Sunday. If anyone's got any speculations, things they've looked into recently, new questions or points of view, things like that, please don't be shy. Bored. If you've got anything to say, please feel free to say it. If not, I might go and enjoy the sunshine.
Well, I was going to go and watch a couple of those documentaries you sent me. So I'll probably be back in 2 hours, depending on how long they are.
Do you remember me speaking about a YouTube channel the other day that had had their videos taken down or taken down the
Videos taken down? No.
right? I'm going to try and think about what I say. So some of the videos that I'd given you and some other people and someone from this certain YouTube channel speaking about a certain group of people that apparently can't be named had those videos taken down from that channel, which was kind of surprising. Go on.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, crazy. I found the channel again on Rumble and all of their library was up. However, over the recent days, the YouTube channel, the videos that had been taken down have been put up again, but they've been slightly edited with certain names of certain groups of people that shan't be named kind of bleeped out of the conversation, even though it's written there. But yeah, it's just interesting. Brings me into this idea that we're watched, right? We on YouTube, whether through Discord channels, I don't know. The internet's not completely secure, even though we think it is. So I believe that we're watched. And I think the evidence of that is me speaking very openly the other week with regards to this subject, the group of people that shan't be named, and this particular YouTube channel, because the action that took place within 24 hours of me having that conversation. So it's just interesting that some of the subjects that we do talk about, right, that they don't really want you talking about them openly.
Yeah, you're not the first person that said that, actually, that things have disappeared after being spoken of in these servers.
Yeah, man. Definitely happens.
Yeah, but the channel in question, was that the same channel that you mentioned not too long ago? The same one that had that video about the history on pianos and stuff like that, or is it a different one?
No, yeah, completely different channel.
Oh, because I watched that video, man. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's hella interesting, isn't it?
and stuff like that. The math just doesn't check out. Yeah, because ivory, right, being used to make all the keys and the hundreds of thousands per year made, right? The units, the pianos. Like, how many animals would that imply that need to be slaughtered per year? Like, a bunch of shit didn't add up. That was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, the logistics and so on don't make sense with a lot of those things, do they?
I think you said something like each piano is like the equivalent of 2 elephant tusks or something like that. So if they're manufacturing hundreds of thousands of these per year, that's like 100,000 elephants per year.
Yeah,
it's like that's like, are there that many elephants out there? like that doesn't make sense. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So not that same channel, okay?
No,
Because
no,
that didn't sound too on the edge of anything. So
no,
I would have been
definitely. But I've been looking into a lot of random subjects. I don't say random, along the same kind of lines, but from different aspects. So I've been looking into like the little season kind of eschatology recently. The idea of past being manipulated, Jesus' millennial kingdom having already been and gone, and us living in Satan's little season where our perception of reality is very much manipulated because of his presence again. So I've been kind of looking at things from that point of view, and you always end up at this group of people, and when this group of people get pointed at, it's interesting how things move very, very quickly. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. But the subject matter is widely spoken about, within going all the way from Babylonian to Egyptian to Roman and Greek, obviously Jewish, Islamic, Masonic. All of the symbology is kind of all saying the same fucking shit. That's something that I've come to realise over my 30 years of investigating these subjects and whatnot, starkly in recent history as well. The symbology that links these cultures is absolutely stunning, to be fair. Even ritualistically, not just things that are, say, drawn on pieces of paper or carved on walls or whatnot, but ritualistically as well. It's absolutely fantastic, fascinating. But again, the idea of the manipulation of history as well kind of takes you down rabbit holes that I didn't think really even existed. And I started coming up with my own conclusions about what potentially could be happening. And then I started looking around for it, and people have been talking about these things for like 2-3 years. I had absolutely no idea the concepts even existed. So it's been a crazy year for the most part, to be fair.
I do like your witch burning idea, Jedi. I think that's brilliant.
It tags along kind of with the the asylum idea and the orphanages.
Yep.
And it kind of tags into that if we're talking about coming out of one era into another, and how one era is like deceptive or trying to erase what happened before. It's one of the things about war, right? It's not necessarily dead people on the floor; it's the erasure of memory. Now this way of life, which it doesn't fucking exist anymore. I can change the story, which I think is primarily what's happened. The idea of persecution taking place and the way that we've been told of either witches or people going insane, I don't think that's the persecution that was taking place necessarily, especially within its inception. We're told to think about these things in these ways, so we've got a certain point of view about it. There are witches, they were crazy people. Do you know what I mean? That's why they're in
Problem,
silence.
reaction, solution.
Bingo, exactly that, my friend. So they get to paint a narrative, right? We look back on these things and think that this is what they are. And then what we've also got is the growth of these ideas as well. So we've got maybe supernatural things happening before, let's say with the witch's idea of having the ability to cure and to heal and, all of these types of things. And then we get the inversion of that now, which is primarily what we got, where we have got witches around, but they're not doing the thing that, let's say, the witches originally were doing. If we called a witches nurse healers, same shit. But now they're not doing that anymore. It's a different type of witchcraft. It's the original witchcraft. And when I say that, the original religion before the flood, when the angels came down and taught us all of these things. I say angels loosely, but whatever. They taught us all of these things. So it's the kind of divination and symbology and witchcraft and magic, to use that term. So that's what this is now. It's the reinterpretation of that. It's also an inversion of what is actually true. It's fucking crazy when you look at it. One of the things that's always fascinating is how they do this shit. And after 30 odd years, I've started to come to the conclusion that quite a lot of it's by magic, but magic not in the way that me and you would think about magic, in the way that, you pull a rabbit out of a hat. Even just the power of suggestion, repeated suggestions over time, it get you to change your ideas. Even the ideas about witches, vampires, for example. I mean, we've got that mythology, and you have to ask yourself, why have we got these things really interested in blood all of a sudden? Where does that come from? That's got some friggin' deep roots, dude, if you follow that down.
Yeah, it's very interesting stuff. Not that us looking into it's going to affect it in any way, shape, or form, but yeah, it's cool to look up. Well, cool.
I think I might have found an interesting kind of double bluff. Well, it's not me, but other people have, and I've come to this realize this interesting, excuse me, type of double bluff. I try to explain it as best I can. As a Christian, right, and like a regular Western type of Christian, doesn't matter if you're Baptist or whatever, predominantly you look at witchcraft or spiritualism, or you look at a pentagram and these types of things, you're put off of that stuff. That's demonic, that's satanic, that is evil, stay away, right? Interestingly enough, I think that what they've done is they've inverted this. So the idea of it's not witchcraft, it's healing. If it's symbology, it's expressions of how to the antenna of the human body to reach a higher consciousness, and let's say have conversation with God or the higher realm or whatever it is. Because all of the ancient cultures talk about this using the similar or the same type of symbology to express the things that are medically known about the human body today, especially within the regards of spiritualism. So what it looks like with regards to the double bluff is the Christians aren't allowed to look at this because it's the truth. The devil, to use a weird word to explain it, those on the other side who have gathered the knowledge and who have taken the knowledge away have made this knowledge look scary to everybody so they don't go near it, and they've also separated. What they've also done is taken this knowledge and inverted it so they can use it for themselves. So they get to keep the knowledge, we stay away from it because we think it's scary, and they get to use it for their own purposes. Interesting how it happens, isn't it? You ever wonder what these Masonic stuff mean? Like the two columns, the left one and the right one, with the circles representing like the moon and the sun above, with the eye in between.
The whole lot of it is just draped in symbolism. It's crazy.
Yeah, the majority of symbolism, apart from the ritualistic, which is just cast, a lot of the symbolism, whether it's Masonic or Kabbalistic, like from the Talmud or whatever, or whether it's from like Eastern religions or like South Asia or wherever, those symbols mean the same thing. And they're all talking about consciousness, about you, the I, being the observer, and the left and the right being the duality, and you not being your thoughts, you being the observer of your thoughts. This is what quite a lot of this symbology, whether it's Egyptian or Masonic, is pointing to. Even things like the Book of the Dead are talking about how you navigate your consciousness within the physical reality, preparing it for the spiritual reality. It's fucking crazy, dude. This stuff is known. This stuff is the stuff probably taken away from us. Like, we are not supposed to know about this shit anymore. And what we have got of it is an absolutely inverted version of it. And we've also got religions like Christianity that are told to stay well away from it.
They started touching on that. Remember the documentary that came out over the last couple of years, The Fall of the Cabal, by, was it Jeanette Ossenbard? Something like that. Right through the middle of all the COVID stuff, there was that documentary. There was The Fall of the Cabal and the sequel to The Fall of the Cabal. And they were touching on a lot of that type of stuff in that series. And yeah, very, very interesting. And that's what I sort of got a bit of a taste of it then. And because I used to watch, when I got a bit of time off work, I was watching lots and lots of stuff, trying to absorb as much information in the shortest physical possible amount of time, as we all do. But yeah, they were sort of scraping on it in that, and there was a couple other things that were sort of touching on it. It was like as if they wanted to talk about it but couldn't because they would have got red flagged. So anyways, I'm going to go and watch a couple of your videos, and I'll see you a bit later on. Peace, guys.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's a. Can y'all hear me? Mic check.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a super interesting topic, Jedi, and it's like all the, you know, whatever you want to call it, all this, mysticism, all this study of, the frequencies and symbologies and rituals and, all that shit. And, it all gets, like you said, it's all been locked together in the same thing and demonized, and it's, do you think it's not so much like the Bible itself, it's more of certain interpretations and certain organized religions that's done a lot of this? Because I mean, there's a lot of interesting symbology and code in the Bible, if you will, which I'm sure you're aware of, that kind of touches in some of this what people might call mysticism.
Yeah, sorry, I've just looked up and noticed I've got 2 YouTube. Ask your question again really simply whilst I think about the way that I answer it. So what do I think about religions doing manipulation of religion? Say it again.
so in the whole aspect of the hidden knowledge of our bodies, of these frequencies and whatever you want to, mysticism, for lack of a better term. You were talking about, how it's all kind of lumped together and demonized, right? And I
Yep.
was thinking, that's not so much the Bible itself that's done that. It's, maybe certain interpretations of it, or just certain organized religions themselves that demonized and put a broad stroke of, lumped all this stuff together. And I was saying that, there's some interesting, analogy or code, if you will, in the Bible that talks a lot about this stuff, itself.
This is really deep, so forgive me. Yes.
Hard to put words around.
No, you're fine. Yes, I think there's a group that has manipulated that information. But when I say a group, yeah, this religion's old, like I pointed out, and it goes further back than Babylon to, like, let's say, before the flood. So we understand who came out of Babylon, who's in captivity in Babylon. This is the religion that these people have. It's not the one that we think that they've got. But what's happened is they, like you said, have taken all of that information, demonized it, to use a loose but good term, and then kept the real information for themselves. And this can kind of be looked at through history as well. We can go back to 1,000 years or 2,000 years, depending on how you see time, but let's use this one. Like 2,000 years when we look at the Pharisees. Right now, they weren't necessarily Jewish, because if they were, then they would have believed in Christ. I'm trying to be very particular about my words, but Pharisees, let's use those. So they were the keepers of the text, and they also got to rewrite those texts as well, which is why we've got a division between the Septuagint and the Masoretic texts, where the Masoretic texts have obviously been manipulated. In that instance, and we understand that the Pharisees, we're dealing with a lot of mysticism and so on. 1,000 years later, we can maybe look at the Crusades and whatnot, because there's lots of stories about, for example, the Knights Templar who have found information, for example, that was supposed to be lost. That's why they were doing excavations around the ruined city of Jerusalem, which had been ruined for like 1,000 years when they found it.
See, the thing is, I don't believe the Earth is flat, and I think evolution is true. The Greeks actually prove that the Earth was round way before modern science using shadows.
Are we taking you seriously?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Serious.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth is flat in a big 25. The 26, sorry.
Wait, what? I mean, you jumped into my conversation, ruined my train of thought. I'm trying to figure out the ways to.
Well, if you don't address my claims, I'm going to touch you, so.
You ain't touching no one apart from yourself, and we all know it.
I touched myself.
See, eventually this one's just going to get muted. That's all that's going to happen.
I'll just dip out, man.
Yeah, could you? Thank you. I have absolutely no idea where I was. I do apologise.
Oh, no worries, but yeah, I've looked some into this over the years, and just all the, like you said, the symbols themselves will tell you a lot. All the signs and symbols. Like, why do we have all this Egyptian stuff on American money? That's part that goes into this conversation somewhere.
You do wonder. It leads me, and forgive me, but it is Sunday, so I will. Leads me into this theory that not all of these things that we see in signs and symbols and esoteric whatevers is with nefarious intent. Sometimes
the way that my theory goes, is because we're trying to remember something, we subconsciously, through the ether or through God or however you want to see these things subconsciously manifest into our physical reality as kind of like alarms to try and wake us up. So we see these things and they start ringing bells, and eventually after 20 years start investigating them, and they start reminding them of us of stuff. Whether this is fucking true or not, mate, I really don't know. But sometimes I look at the world like that, like the precognitive programming you see in movies and stuff, like even within The Simpsons. And we come to these ideas that maybe these people that are writing The Simpsons can like scry or use mirrors to see into the future, and because they can see into the future, they write cartoons depicting the future or something else. I wonder whether it's just by, let's call it by intentional or unintentional subconscious mistake, where we're trying to wake ourselves up and things are being viewed or being able to see by a large population because they're on screens, and those things like lots of number 11s or the synchronicity, those are, like I said, little alarm bells trying to wake us up to something bigger. I wonder if that's some part of what we see sometimes. It's not like anything evil, it's actually us trying to wake ourselves up.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, there's evil at play, whether it's justified as so by the majority that takes part. I don't think they would necessarily think of themselves as evil, and it's just a tradition goes into that too, and how you're brought up, and it's not, and I'm not talking about any particular religions necessarily or anything like that. And it's just uh, like I said, it's hard to put words around all this, but like the structure of societies and the modern, my journey, I've looked into flat Earth for about 10 years, and like 10 years before that, I was in high school and 9/11 happened and all that. But anyways, and I had a good mentor that was trying to teach me stuff that I wasn't even ready to, it was dropping hints that I didn't get until much later in life. But the the money, it all started for me by studying the money and following the money, learning about all the banking structures, the fiat, and fractional reserve, and all that mess, like 20 years ago, and then all these symbols on the money and all these different countries, and you think it, I was basically disillusioned with money and society and the idea of the American dream and all that stuff. I was disillusioned like right around the time I started working with a lot of that, and it's a crazy time to be alive, man. We can't figure it all out, but it's really interesting to try to put some pieces together just for our own personal peace of mind, if you will. It's, you either have this itch to want to figure it out or you don't.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think we also have to go back and not be shy about reanalyzing the things that we think are true, or our biases, even though we think we know. I've had to change my mind about an awful lot of things recently, and the evidence doesn't give you much choice. You either accept it or you don't, and if you don't accept it, you end up. But yeah, especially with you brought up something about it's an interesting time to be alive. That's the phrase that you said. That just triggered my thought of when are we? This idea of time's been manipulated, and our history's been stretched out or compressed in different places and so on. I know for a fact that that's happened, and you can't get away from it. In one version of events compared to another version of events, there's like 1,500 years difference between the two versions of events. And
both versions of events are said to take place in one book, and that's the Book of Genesis. Now, is it the Book of Genesis? I can't remember. I think it is. But yeah, it's said to take place in the Book of Genesis. But you've got two different accounts of the Book of Genesis. You got the Greek Septuagint version, and then you got the Jewish Masoretic text version, and they all give a different time frame. Now, understanding that time frame puts us, me and you, in a completely different time frame. As in, I don't think it's 2,000 years after Jesus died, right? Or 2026 years after Jesus died, or however you want to do when you take away 33. But whatever it is, I don't think it's that 2,000 years mark. It can't be. If we were to read the Septuagint, it's 1,500 years, somewhere around about there, because in the Septuagint, it's 5,500 years from Adam until the prophecy of Jesus is to be fulfilled, not 4,000 years that we're told within the Masoretic texts. And that changes everything as far as I'm concerned. My whole Christianity and theology and thinkings about, like you said, where we are in the end times has completely changed over the last year. Just understanding that one fact. I know that just in these two versions of events, because it's there right in front of your face, the numbers don't match each other. They're different numbers. Now, which numbers do you believe? That becomes the next question.
No, I mean, I agree. There's a lot of, it makes the whole little season theory, it makes a lot of sense. It does. And it's just, it makes sense to me from how I see the world currently, and where there is such a deception and such the control going back to the money, it's just, it's sophisticated. It's very sophisticated enslavement. That's all it is. And it's been so incremental and so subtle and but that's a large part of the propaganda, which it comes from having the money. You have the money for the propaganda, but so much of it, for me, it all started about studying the money, and I think that's a big part of learning the history, following the money as well.
If you follow the money far enough back, as far as I can see, you end up at a date and you don't really get around the 1800s. All of a sudden, this money just appeared with a certain amount of families. In England, I can trace a few families back further, maybe to the Magna Carta 1,000 years ago. But really, if we're talking about the rich families of today, that money just sprang into existence. Even if we believe the stories, right, of the Rockefellers, was it Rothschilds, where he had several sons that went out to several banks in Europe, London, Berlin, blah, blah, blah. Even if we were to believe that story, it's still not going to really end up with the amount of money that they had. It's like they had to come up with a reason to say why they had the amount of fucking money they did. And where it all came from is kind of where I'm at, because it all points back to about 200-300 years ago, more or less, which is an interesting time frame.
Yeah, going back into the conversation of, a soft reset or whatever you want to call it, where you're trying to hide a prior civilization and prior technologies and prior account of history and everything, and shoot, I don't forgot the point I was going to make, but
Always, I found this out like recently within the last couple of weeks or so, but it always fascinated me why tin and copper was, really important. I understand how it's a metal and how it can be for armor and for swords and weapons and for decoration and shit. I get that, but copper's really, really conductive. And if we were to look back at ancient history and for them to have all of this copper around, it wouldn't surprise me that they would easily discover electricity and electromagnetism. And you can come up with very, very simple devices like projectile devices just based on like a coil with like copper wire and shit. These things seem to be, how should I put it, described or even depicted in architecture and writings and so on. Ancient technologies, like what's the term that they used, fascia or fasciche or whatever it's called. It's basically just a copper coiled wire that's bundled together in some sticks because it holds it together, and then there's another metal projectile that gets slung right out of it. You'll find this everywhere if we want to talk about symbology. I think it's what's the statue of Washington. I can't remember its actual name, but he's got two of them either side of his chair that he's in.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
oh, yeah. I
yeah,
know what
yeah,
you're talking about.
yeah. So our history has been erased, dude. I don't now believe necessarily the mainstream line of events. Let's take us from like 2,000 years ago, even within my own country. And we've got a long line of history, and like the whole world knows about our history. I think one of the reasons why that is that's another propaganda tool. These things that are pushed. I don't think that British history is necessarily true at all.
But yeah, you're hitting towards these fascia, or however you pronounce it, these being a sophisticated tool, basically, right? Yeah.
Yeah, man, and it also just points to not just this, but potentially other technologies out there. And looking into things like mud floods and Tartaria, you kind of see the hint of that technology around within architecture, like what cathedrals and churches are for, and spires. And again, you find copper coils and mercury in devices and shit. So it maybe I say maybe, I think more than likely our imagination or interpretation of people 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,500 years ago, kind of dusty people struggling around in the mud to make a bloody living is wrong. I think they were more advanced, but in a slightly different way. But definitely, more intelligent and more advanced than we're led to believe. That's for sure.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt about it. And that leads me to think an interesting question about Tesla. And I thought, in this context, Tesla's, maybe he didn't invent all this stuff. Maybe he reintroduced some of this stuff, or maybe some of this stuff was going to be known by certain people, and maybe that was a story to explain it, that this man came up with it all. Or, I don't know. That's just a question that popped into my head.
No, you're kind of right, because when you're trying to erase history, it's eventually you're going to start playing whack-a-mole things. Things are you can't get rid of everything, right? You might burn a lot of books and kill a lot of people, but stories will still be told. So it's like whack-a-mole. So maybe it's a good example, whether true or not, that Tesla was one of these moles that needed to be whacked. He didn't find it, he didn't invent it, he knew and he rediscovered it because of maybe some verbal story that he got told, or some knowledge that he had written down in a book that had been passed down, up someone's ass or whatever it is. But it's possible that when we see these things in history, that it's like that whack-a-mole game. He cropped up with this information, we had to whack him down quite quickly and bring up an alternative narrative to that story.
Yeah. So silence him and change the context of where all this come from and stuff. Well,
Yeah.
supposedly his claim was that he got these voices when he was sleeping, and he kept a notepad. It just fucking came to him in a dream kind of thing, which is kind of interesting. And then, it also becomes, you got to get rid of that technology, that information. You don't want to be in, mass spread to the public and this and that. But I was thinking more along the lines, and, that's pretty recent history. I think there's a lot of truth to what we're told about Tesla, but I mean, who knows for certain. But, and then I was also thinking, like, one of these Cavendish type fellas, or like one of these people that gets attributed to doing all these things. They're like, man, that's pretty impressive for one man to be doing, just to fix the stories, if you will. like Cavendish got accredited for doing all kinds of stuff that I don't think he did.
Yeah, it becomes a question whether any of these people really existed or existed in the way that we're told. Like we bring up like the giants stand on Copernicus, Newton, all of these types of people, Huygens, for example. These people from Tycho Brahe, these people, right? What's the other fucking guy's name? The Italian dude entered the helicopter, whatever it is. Leonardo da Vinci, that's the dude. But like, really? Did he actually exist? And maybe these are just fables and stories that we're led to believe. We've got one in England, right? He's called William Shakespeare. Now, did he really write all the boring things that we have to learn about in school, like this sonnet and playwright? Did he really exist in the way that we're told? Or was he Richard Bacon, Lord Bacon? Because that's a popular bloody rumour that's been going around that really Shakespeare didn't exist. It was just a pen name of somebody else. And this somebody else was highly Masonic and definitely up there in his degrees of knowledge, let's say. So, yeah, you have to wonder when you look back at history whether any of these people really existed, especially in the way that we're told.
Yeah, it's crapshoot. Who knows? You ever study much on Victor Schauberger? He was a pretty interesting fellow.
Who's that? Never heard of him.
Victor Schauberger, he is basically to fluid and aerodynamics to what Tesla was to electricity. So Victor Schauberger, I believe he was originally like Polish, and he grew up like, I think he has a book where somebody called him like the water wizard. But he grew up in the woods, and his family were loggers, and he just studied. His motto was to study nature and repeat it. And he got really efficient with floating these logs, and would basically make the outer edges of the streams spiral down, like both sides kind of spiral down, and it would allow the water to lift much heavier logs than what it normally would by keeping these vortices going. And there's also some talk about him working on speculation Sundays. We talk about all this stuff. Some who knows? Supposedly working on like some quote unquote flying saucer technology for the Germans, because he got swept up by the Germans in World War II to work for them. But there's several books about him. Super interesting guy, super smart dude. Victor Schauberger.
Think about electrodynamic kind of propulsion or repulsion, or however you want to talk it. Levitation, maybe a better way to put it. You can find like whispers about this in like old ancient history. Even understanding that old ancient history has been manipulated, you can still see the freaking things in paintings. You can still hear or read the descriptions in literature and so on of things in the sky that are in the sky. And even going back to the Egyptians, they described like the sky boat of Ra, for example, not the one that pulls the sun across the sky, his own personal chariot that leads him from the sky realm to the earthly realm. So even in like Indian cosmologies, like Vedics, my alarm's going off. It's not that. Like Vedic cosmology and ancient Hinduism, they talk about these Vimanas, like things in the sky that were like teleporting or transporting, like the gods around, the blue skin gods and whatnot. So there's always been stories of things in the sky. It's just maybe if we can understand that it's not necessarily that hard if you've got a little bit of know-how to work with electromagnetism. And if you can do that, then you can make things levitate. And I suppose if you're really, really smart, you can probably get them flying. But yeah, I think all of this stuff has been kind of pushed to the realms of mythology and people just making shit up, that type of stuff. I think that's really where mythology's been pushed, and that mythology's got a lot more truth to it than we're led to believe these days. Again, that's just another tactic, right? You kind of whitewash the story, or you repaint it in a way that tells the idea that you want it to tell, instead of giving away the absolute truth that it is.
And then control the narrative. But that's an interesting theory you had about what people call, all the predictive programming and stuff would be just like a subconscious, like part of the universal consciousness type, just kind of leak out type thing accidentally. I mean, that's interesting. It could be part of it.
It comes along with the idea of like the 11-11 that's been taking place for like 20 years, where people think that they see numbers and they're repeating numbers and it must mean something, like an alarm clock. It's kind of an extension of that idea. One way of putting it, you're asleep, you need to wake up and you need to remember something, and this is God's way of trying to wake you up with his little alarm calls and so on. Eventually, you start running out of coincidences or deja vus, or however you want to express it, before you start asking type of questions. So maybe they're nudges in the right direction, like you say, universal consciousness, which really wants you to wake up. Which again, I guess, if all of these people in higher places who don't want us knowing this already know this, then they would muddy the waters, for example. So you'd have the truth out there, and you'd also have their manipulation and variation of the truth. So it's like look at a haystack, and we can't tell the difference between either.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. And I think, another part of the spells that are cast, the magic, if you will, it's, I think fear of whatever you want to call it, the evil that exists, the powers that ought not be, that manipulate and deceive the world, whatever labels you want to give it. Like, the powers that ought not be, it's, shit, 1 second. Oh, but part of the magic that's done, the spells that are cast, it's to project more power than you have, right? To have people thinking that you're more powerful than you are. The typical Wizard of Oz scenario, if you will. I think that's a big part of it as well. But when people believe something hard enough, it becomes powerful.
This is why a simple thing like repetition is even turns as spell casting. From a psychological point of view, it's like habit forming. You do something often enough, it becomes a habit, like buying a newspaper in the morning for 2 weeks. You'll always buy a newspaper until you stop, type of thing. So even the idea of the repetition of something can do a lot of things to the human psychology. If you hear something often enough, you're probably going to accept it to be true, especially if you've got no alternative idea or argument against the thing that's being repeated. So if the idea is being repeated, you eventually come to this way of thinking. It is like casting a spell, right? You get someone to change their will based upon your intent.
You don't physically make them do something, you just change the words or use the words appropriately. Then eventually, over time, if the right words are said often enough, this person that you're trying to influence will start acting differently or have different beliefs. It's magic.
Yeah, man, and it's so sneaky and so subtle, and performed, casted over. I mean, the cast time on these spells are pretty big.
Really far down the rabbit hole, there's a time to cast spells. That's the really scary thing. Right, there's rituals involved in this stuff. When you're really down the rabbit hole, when you see the ritual pointed out to you, and then you look around the real world, you can kind of understand why they say that. Apparently, the moon, for example, has got an awful lot to do with the intent and spell casting and so on. Like the full moon or a new moon, when we can see it and when we don't, when it's open and when it's closed. When it's open, it's the right time to use it. When it's closed, it's not the right time to use it because the gateway is not open. So apparently, even with all these rituals going from the Egyptians all the way up to the Masonics and so on, there's a time to cast these spells. It's really interesting. The deeper down the rabbit hole you go, you find this really crazy shit. Like, apparently, magic exists, and they do, even whether you believe it or not. They do rituals at certain times based on the moon cycle because of the portal being opened. Fucking crazy. It's like we're living in a movie.
Yeah, I mean, and people would hand wave that pretty easily. I mean, the average person. But then you could look at the statistics of uh, accidents and injuries and arrests and that go along with the cycles of the moon. There's something going on there. It is super.
Even the terms, right, like lunatic, right, for example, based upon the moon, because of what you're saying, right? Cycles of murders, violent crimes are full moons compared to new moons, right? There is an uptick in this behaviour, and the way that I'm saying it is it's because the portal, or the way that, sorry, the Masonics are saying it, and as I'm trying to repeat, is the portal's open and then it closes. You're more, not spiritually or something like that, or spiritually open when the moon is full compared to when it's closed. So, being as your portal is open and undefended because you don't know that the portal's open because you don't know what the fucking moon is, this is when they get their attack in, for example, or when they do something of benefit for themselves, for example. Not saying that the thing that they're asking for, the ritual taking place, the consequence will happen at that time. Things sometimes take, days to evolve or weeks or whatever. But the timing of the event, the ritual.
Yeah, and then that kind of bleeds into astrology, I guess.
What it does, then yeah. And again, I guess this is one of the reasons why the Earth is a ball, because these things in the sky, like the moon, are a rock, mean shit. All right, tides, and you can say they affect the moon, but really it's just water and tides. And the other ones are just lumps of gas and rock that just happen to be there because of physical explosions and shit. But that's not what the sky is it? The sky isn't those things. So that it's probably more spiritual than that. And I say spiritual because the moon can affect your consciousness if we're going to take the esoteric way of expressing these things. And from an astrology point of view, so can the other things that rotate around in the sky. Mercury, Uranus, Mars, these types of things have influence on you, apparently.
Now, that thing has probably been watered down more than most. I remember opening up the newspaper in the morning and going to my horoscope and finding out what I was going to be doing for the day. Absolute freaking bullshit. But underneath the bullshit, there's probably an awful lot of truth to this matter. Because again, this is primarily where this bullshit comes from when we're talking about that religion. Shit that happens in the sky, the timing of events, the influence of these things upon you. So yeah, they hid the sky to hide their freaking religion, because their religion, let's say, the influence of the planets upon you, me, and everybody else, and how we use them and don't, it is part of the fucking reason why we've been lied to. That's how they've
Well,
hid this knowledge from us. Do
it's
you know what I mean?
isn't it obvious the sun affects the whole world? I mean, it wouldn't be too far-fetched that the other luminaries have certain effects in this physical world and people in it. The sun itself affects the whole place.
Yeah, and I mean, we can even suggest. Good to see you, Jamesy, by the way. We can even suggest that the moon has like an antithetical or effect to the life-giving sun. It's kind of negative in that respect. A polar opposite, maybe, but yeah, if we look at these things in different ways, then it's not far off to say that if the sun influences us just by its light and heat, then the other things could probably influence in other ways that we can't necessarily sense or tell.
Yeah, man. Too much wild,
I mean, the
crazy
globe,
stuff to learn. Not enough time.
the people tell you the moon affects the tides or the waters. You know, like, I mean, these luminaries do have effect down here. So yeah.
I just thought about earlier. I was talking about following the money or whatever. Like you said, that only goes so far. Even though there's some interesting older signs in the money. But then I was thinking, well, this monetary structure, these banksters, or whatever, money changers, whatever you want to call it, this system, It's ultimately just what I said. It was sophisticated slavery. So then I was thinking maybe it'd be a lot more interesting to study the history of slavery and to view money more as through that lens. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the system in place that they actually use is technically the one that we use is technically not money. They did away with real money, or not did away, just like they are holding since 1913 when they established the Federal Reserve. They started the first wars and they invaded many nations to take the gold and the silver out of the circulations, in a sense, as money. Uh, many times when they invade nations, they take the gold and the silver, and now we have a fiat system, which is uh, the numbers and zeros that you see on the screen. That's not money. That's not even currency. It's fiat.
Well, yeah,
The
yeah,
money,
that's
the real money is held by the holders or the central banks, which is the gold, the reserve. That is actually the real money because it was created by God, not by any man. The gold as a reserve, the silver as liquidity, and these ones are used in a system that you will have to produce and save, and you will have a like a cap. You wouldn't be able to overspend it because gold and silver has a limit. So you will have to live within your means. It will have to be kind of like productive and effective the way you use the money and the way you save it. Gold and silver kind of perish, go bad. It also has a limit. So now with the fiat, they can print as much as they want. So it's living beyond the means, beyond our means. So there's no limit to the wars. They can print wars. See, for if with gold and silver, the war will be very expensive, and if you don't have enough gold, you cannot wage the wars.
oh, definitely, man. That's what I was telling Jedi earlier. Is that my journey started with that conversation about 20 years ago, and then we were talking about you know several topics, but talking about how history has been altered and years hidden and all this and that, and we were talking about trying to figure all these things out. I was talking about following the money. Jedi mentioned, well, that only goes back but a couple hundred, few hundred years, maybe for the majority of it. And then I thought about, well, maybe it isn't about following money; it's about following the enslavement of
Yeah, that's
societies.
the ultimate
It
thing.
is.
Yeah, the
That's what.
enslavement and the
That's what it's being used for. Basically, it's very sophisticated enslavement. So then I just thought to myself, like, maybe it's not about following the money; it's about following the enslavement. You know.
it goes a little darker than that because since they established the central banking system, they have slaughtered hundreds of millions of people. I mean, even before that, a lot of murders happened, but with the wars that they were able to establish and be able to control the education system, the pharmaceuticals, the resources, the politics, the banking, the church. I mean, yeah, they have not just controlling the money, they have put in their grasp on almost every aspect of life, and even the will of men killing each other for no reason, just because someone said it in the TV.
Yeah,
Some
no, I
guys
agree.
say, let's go bomb the neighbors. Okay, the guy in the TV says so, let's do it.
Yeah, and these banker wars also line up pretty good, timely to destroy a previous society, previous technologies, such things. Those, like you said, billions and millions of dollars spent to foment all these wars. But yeah, man,
Mass
I've
murder,
been
like
studying that a long time, and I was disillusioned with money around the first time I got my first job. Man, I already knew it was a tool of enslavement. That's money's. Unfortunately, we all got to make it to survive in society, but it's never really been my primary motivator.
right now there's non-ending wars. The wars never end. It's because it's a Keynesian economic system that is unlimited printing of the money or of the fiat, of the ones and zeros, so they can keep the machine going and wage war forever against whoever.
Yeah, even a lot of the nations that have been invaded in our lifetime, are ones that were not wanting to use the world financial systems, if you will.
Some people join in. Welcome. If you got any questions about the topic, I don't know who's been joining, but I'm not looking at the screen.
Hello, James. It's Ganja Rambo.
Hey,
How
what
does
up?
ice cream works on a globe?
How does anything works on the globe idea? Because that's what it is, just an idea. It's not tangible. You cannot make anything practically work. It's just in the mind. The globe idea is unemployed. Cannot have a job.
So it's all a fantasy.
I mean, not tangible, not practical. Nobody uses it for anything unless it's a fantasy side of things, you know, like movies, cartoons, video games. That's the only way you can use it. What else? Where else can be used? Models, certain models, verifications, but it's not quality. You cannot. It's not quantity. You cannot measure it, and it's not measurable. It's not there. You cannot show it. You cannot find it. You cannot. It hasn't been discovered. He dropped out. Damn. The globe is employed to present a system of scarcity, limitations, games, an absurd idea, make believe. You can convince people to believe in an absurdity, you can convince them to commit atrocities. Here we are, endless wars against our neighbors. Atrocities. People can hold an exchange for a couple minutes. Welcome. Oh, Fireman Bill. Fireman Bill. Never seen that name in here. Juanito. Juanito Cinco. Can only imagine Juanito is in Spanish country, but not that name. I don't know. Juanito. Early in the morning for you, Juanito, isn't it? Four mutual servers. You're getting 24/7 Flat Earth Awakenings. Concave Earth Community. Cellular Cosmology. Juanito. Are you a concave earther, Juanito? I mean, that's not what you are, right? This is an idea. Nobody's made of the shape of the earth, right? You're not convex, concave, or flat yourself. Besides, your vestibular system kind of like horizontal orientated, isn't it? People so shy. Hi guys, I was addressing Juanito. Good to have you here, Juanito. Welcome. I guess it's kind of like the quiet time of the night, so we got someone here that want to ask questions, so we might be able to reply. But no, I guess quietness is the motto. Unless Juanito wants to talk to me about concave.
Pretty interesting. I wonder where the whole concave Earth thing came about and came from.
That was a question. Was that a
Yeah, I mean,
question?
I was curious when the whole concave Earth came about, and where that concept came from, and when I was curious.
Was the origin of it?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was curious. I was curious if it was just, is that just another thing to distract and divide, or you know, I just was curious of the origins.
He dropped. Dot dropped. I guess he didn't want to be questioned about the concave. Fireman Bill, Fireman Bill.
Not to be confused with Fire Marshal Bill.
Oh well, it's quiet time, boy.
Yeah, guess I'm gonna hop off here and ground me out an hour or two of Diablo and go to bed. But just you're a funny motherfucker, Jimsy. Keep up the good work in here. I think you're hilarious, bro. Crack me up. But y'all have a good day, good night, whatever it may be. Peace.
Hey, you as well. Thank
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Everybody in here is muted. Yeah, that's crazy work.